for money and make sure that new places are created in parts of the country that need them.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parents and pupils deserve a school system that builds on success, not one that holds it back. The coalition government opened 24 free schools in 500 days. Yet this government has spent over 400 days reviewing 44 already approved schools. Free schools outperform non-selective state schools at every key stage. So why is this government blocking more children from accessing a good education?
Mr. Speaker, there's a very simple answer to that question, which is that the last government left us with crumbling school buildings and a limited capital budget to allocate across the entire school estate. We've got to balance rebuilding crumbling school buildings, which are in a deteriorated state, the National Audit Office and others have highlighted that, with the need to prioritise extra school places in parts of the country that need them. That's what the country expects from us.
Nick Timothy, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The special needs budget mess isn't the only uncertainty caused by this government. The special needs white paper is overdue and 44 approved mainstream free schools and a number of approved special needs schools are in limbo. If you're a school, a trust or a council that wants to open a new special needs school, you don't know the policy, the budget, or if you'll be allowed to open up at all. So by which date will we get the white paper? When will we get an answer to the budget mess? And when will we be told if those free schools can go ahead? He just said very soon, but we had been promised an answer before Christmas. Will he get on with it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason this government needs to create a policy and a budget for this system is because it was left in a complete mess. And the former Education Secretary stood at this dispatch box not that many months ago, described it as a lose-lose-lose situation. Getting the special educational needs system right and fixing it will take time. We have already put £740 million capital into the system already. There is a list, as the Right Honourable Member highlighted, there is a list of special school projects that are there. We are looking through those now. We'll make a decision very soon.
George Fenton.
14, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Department is working closely with the Department of Health and Social Care and NHS England to improve access to community health services, including speech and language therapy for children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities, and we've extended the Early Language and Support for Every Child programme.
Currently about 60,000 children waiting for their first speech and language therapy appointment, with some waiting for over a year. Like with a lot of SEND problems, it happens because health and education aren't working that well together. So can the Minister tell me what we're doing to bring allied health professionals, including speech and language therapists, closer to school so that families don't fall through the cracks?
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to discuss this with the Honourable Member last week, and I'm grateful for his work on the Health and Social Care Committee on this issue. We both agreed the need for partners to work together to fix the SEND system, and I'll be working closely with ministers from the Department for Social Care and Health to move towards a better system which works for all.
Mr. Speaker, my constituency sits in Kirklees, which continues to face some of the most severe pressures in the country on high needs and SEND provision, including long waits for EHCP assessments and strained specialist support. What additional resources will the Department of Education provide to ensure children with special education needs and disabilities in areas like Dewsbury and Batley receive timely and proper support?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this financial year, we've already put £1 billion into the high needs budget and £740 million into specialist places around the country. We're committed to supporting schools to provide inclusive provision, and we'll be setting out more plans in the Schools White Paper.
Matt Jones.
15, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we're committed to investing and improving the SEND system. This financial year, as I've just set out, we've invested an extra £1 billion into the high needs block and £740 million into specialist places. The core schools budget for 2026 to 27 will total £67 billion compared to £65.3 billion in 2025-26. This additional funding will provide an above real terms per pupil increase in overall schools funding, which will take per pupil funding to its highest ever level and help us to transform the SEND system.
Clive Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Wokingham, there are not enough SEND places for pupils, meaning that they have to travel outside of the borough and sometimes a long way from their home to go to school. In 2022, Wokingham bid for 2 SEND schools. They were given those 2 SEND schools, but nothing has happened since then. The government has still not committed any funding towards those 2 schools. So will the Minister confirm now when the funding for these 2 schools will be released to enable the Council to start building those schools?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are absolutely committed to children being educated in their local community, and I've seen the difference that the 740 million we've put into specialist places has made children able to be educated in resource bases linked to schools. But to your question about the 2 schools, as my honourable friend next to me has set out, we'll be hoping to set out those answers as soon as possible.
Chair of the Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I visited the Needover Lands Centre, a specialist college in my constituency, and enjoyed a delicious cup of tea made by students Marco and Jason. Needover Lands means fly the nest, and the college provides education and training on independent living and employability skills for young people with special educational needs and disabilities up to the age of 25. Will the Minister join me in celebrating NatSpec's Power of Specialist FE Awareness Week? And will she provide assurances that the government's SEND reform proposals will fully recognise the vital role of specialist colleges and the need for sustainable funding so that every young person who can benefit from a specialist college placement can access one?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would very much like to celebrate this week and agree on the importance of access to specialist colleges and to support for children into work. And I visited specialist provision where I've seen how proud head teachers are to support children into supported internships, to support them onto their next steps. They're doing incredibly important work. And our Schools White Paper is looking at how we support children with special educational needs to thrive into adulthood.
Lincoln John.
Mr. Speaker, on the 16th of June, I asked the Secretary of State what she understood to be the drivers behind the exponential rise in numbers of children with special educational needs. And she said, my department and the Department of Health and Social Care are keen to understand the drivers behind that phenomenon. Can I ask what work she's done in the intervening 6 months and what she understands better today than she did on the 16th of June?
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to supporting children with special educational needs and to understanding why we're seeing increases. A lot of the evidence is saying we are a lot better at diagnosing and understanding their needs, which is a positive thing, but we are continuing to work with colleagues in health to review the evidence and to understand how we can best intervene and support children, and critically not have to wait for a diagnosis, but to be able to support children at the point that needs emerge.
Mr. Speaker, I really welcome the government's increase in funding to SEND. However, almost 8,000 children in Liverpool now require an EHCP, and this has doubled over the past 3 years, with many parents struggling to find a school place that meets the need of their children. So can the Minister please provide assurances to Liverpool Parents and Carers Association that plans in the budget to move the financial responsibility for SEND from local authorities to the Department of Education will be given the funding it needs to provide support to children who need it, including for earlier intervention, adequate specialist places and inclusive mainstream support?
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable friend that we are already investing in special educational needs and we will continue to invest in special educational needs.
Jonathan Brash.
Question number 19, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Learning to enjoy books is a critical foundation for every child. So as we get ready for the National Year of Reading in Hartlepool and across the country, our new Best Start in Life family hubs will support families to read, and new books and libraries for schools will ensure the benefits of reading reach right into adulthood.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Lindsay Hogg, has successfully brought a Penguin Little Library to her community in Hartlepool. Designed to celebrate Penguin's 90th anniversary, they aim to promote a joy of reading. Now Hartlepool Council leader Labour's Pamela Hargreaves, inspired by Lindsay's brilliant work, has promised to expand this excellent idea right across the town. Does the Minister agree with me that this fantastic initiative will help families with access to books, inspire a love of reading, and will she commit to visiting Hartlepool to see these little libraries for herself?
I do agree. I would love to come and visit, and I congratulate Lindsay Hogg and Hartlepool Council for this brilliant idea. And Mr. Speaker, Matilda is one of my favourite Penguin books, and can I say it's a perfect allegory for our times. Smart women who love reading, standing up to snake oil salesmen and bullies.
Gregor Mahindra.
Mr. Speaker. Reading to children at the start of nursery and school is especially important for those that suffer from special educational needs. As we heard last week, the OBR has questioned the £6 billion taken away from local authorities. I know that the whole House wants to resolve the issue about SEN, so can the Minister give assurance about when we will get further details to make sure by 2028 the whole sector knows how each child is going to get the best provision possible, especially those in South West Hertfordshire?
I've answered his question already today, so I will simply say this government is completely committed to ensuring that every child gets the best possible start in life, including repairing the broken system of family support services decimated by the Conservatives opposite, and ensuring that every single child has the opportunity to read, to talk to their friends, to play, to communicate and to get ready for school and have the best possible start in life.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 16 months, I've visited... Oh, I'm so sorry. Question 20.
20.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen the difference that fully accessible schools make for young people. Pupils have proudly shown me the sensory spaces they use to help self-regulate, and schools have helped create inclusion hubs supporting young people to thrive. The department's invested £740 million in high needs capital to support children and young people with SEND, including through adapting classrooms to improve accessibility.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 16 months, I've visited most of my 42 schools, some more than once. So I've seen some really effective schools using occupational therapy principles, such as removing sensory triggers, updating lighting and layouts. In Coal Hill First School, they've simplified and replicated the decor throughout a child's progress through the school and are looking to invest in wooden and natural materials to create a calming environment. But, Mr. Speaker, the schools in Mid Dorset and North Poole receive over £2,000 per pupil per year less than in other parts of the country. So there's little left for this sort of project. And given the focus on inclusion, what can the Minister offer in terms of smaller capital grants to fund this sort of work?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for sharing those wonderful examples of best practice, and that's the work we want to do to ensure that all of our schools are inclusive, and there's obviously a lot to learn from your constituency. My honourable friend will be bringing forward an estate strategy, and we continue to invest in specialist places within mainstream schools.
Shank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Failed, humiliated and made feel too much trouble for schools to look after. That's how one Derby mum says her son and she felt, he has cerebral palsy and was offered a school place a staggering 14 months when he was out of school, and it still didn't meet his needs. Does the Minister agree that we urgently need to invest in schools to make sure the facilities are fit for these children who have special educational needs to be able to attend fully?
Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry to hear that story, and sadly I've heard too many like that of children who are kept out of education because schools are not able to meet their needs. That's the legacy we inherited, and that's why we are investing £740 million into improving the accessibility of our school buildings.
David Hines.
Number 21.
Area State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the Independent Curriculum and Assessment Review published its final report, and I'd like to reiterate my thanks to Professor Becky Francis and the panel for all of their work. We will reform Progress to balance a strong academic core with breadth and student choice, so that every child can both achieve academically and thrive personally, and we will consult on this shortly.
David Hines.
Mr. Speaker, Professor Francis was clear that the EBAC grouping should be kept in the Progress 8 measure under the heading of academic breadth. The government has overruled this review, which is quite a big thing to do. The Secretary of State herself, I believe, used to be a student of modern languages. Have they learned nothing from their terrible error in 2004, or what does she have today against modern languages and humanities?
Mr Speaker, I do love modern languages. I was a very keen student of them myself, but I'm afraid the right honourable gentleman will know that the EBAC didn't drive improved access to modern foreign languages. He knows that. He will have looked at the data, and I don't think the system as it stands provides the right balance. It unnecessarily constrains student choice, it affects students' engagement, and it's hampered progress in subjects which strengthen our economy and society. I believe in high standards, strong foundations, academic achievement, but I also believe that access to subjects like music, sport and vocational subjects should be the right of every child, not just the lucky few.
Question 22, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the Department has invested £740 million in high needs capital in 2025-26 to support place creation for children and young people with SEND. Local authorities can use this funding to create specialist places in mainstream schools, enhance accessibility and provide special school places for pupils with the most complex needs.
Bob Blatton.
I thank the Minister for that answer. The last government approved the new SEND school in Harrow, which is supported on a cross-party and by all head teachers in Harrow. At the moment, young children have to go an hour and a half each way to get to specialist schools, which is costing the taxpayer huge amounts of money. It is unacceptable for the children with those special educational needs. All we need now is the department to give its approval, and that school could go ahead and start almost immediately. So if this funding is available, will she then make it available to the London Borough of Harrow to start the school that everyone wants?
Mr Speaker, the last government approved a huge amount of things that were not funded, and that's why this government was left with a black hole that we are sorting out. I know I have travelled around the country talking to parents, and we have heard time and time again about how they were failed by the last government, and we are investing in the SEND system. In answer to your specific question about the schools, we'll be coming forward with more plans shortly.
We come to Doppler's, Jill Robertson. Number one, sir. Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, Labour believes that background shouldn't determine what you go on to achieve in life. We see child poverty as a moral scar on our country. When last in government, we lifted 600,000 children out of poverty. During their time in government, the Tories plunged 900,000 children into poverty. The seismic decision taken at last week's budget to remove the appalling two-child limit will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, and that will rise to 550,000 children alongside other measures like the expansion of free school meals. This will drive the largest expected reduction in child poverty in a parliament, transforming life chances, investing in our children and delivering for schools.
Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has taken responsibility from SEND funding away from local authorities like the Isle of Wight Council, but it can't explain where the money is coming from. Surely the Secretary of State understands how concerned parents are up and down the country. She can reassure them right now and explain where the money is coming from, or is she in fact planning cuts?
Mr Speaker, I do recognise the very real worry that parents across the country have about the system of support for children with SEND, which he and the party opposite left on its knees. He would do well to reassure parents, not to scaremonger, and I would suggest he goes away from here, reads the budget document, reads what the OBR has to say, and not to listen to his front bench.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Archbishop Beck Catholic College in my constituency has lost £700 per pupil since 2011, while the number of disadvantaged pupils has risen from 38% to 52%. It's an excellent school with strong leadership and creating great outcomes for pupils. And could I ask the Minister to look specifically at the funding calculation for Archbishop Beck and to say a little bit about how she is getting resources into deprived areas. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, I'm really grateful for the work of the school that you mentioned. I've set out today the further investment we are putting into schools, including into special educational needs, and we are focusing our funding on all schools, but particularly supporting schools in the most deprived areas.
We come to Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is a good reason why we have an independent economic forecaster in this country. And that's because, thankfully, they do not let the government get away with saying that £6 billion can be absorbed across government at a time when the spending review has already allocated all of the money. So let's have no more of this nonsense. Where is the £6 billion coming out of? Is it SEND or is it schools?
Where's the money?
Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. These are council deficits. They will not be coming from school budgets. Over the course of this Parliament, we are investing more in SEND. We are picking up the pieces of a system on its knees left behind by the party opposite. Either the Right Honourable Lady hasn't read what the OBR has to say, or she is seeking to willfully mislead parents and scaremonger. It wasn't a priority for her in her conference speech. It's not a priority for her now.
Sorry, but we can't get away with misleading. It's like lying, so I'm sure the Secretary of State will withdraw that.
Of course, Mr. Speaker.
Marvellous. Or a troll.
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady can rail against the forecast, the Tories, her own leaky backbenchers, and probably, privately, the Treasury, all she likes. But the spending review has set departmental budgets for the year in question. There isn't £6 billion down the back of the sofa. So, unless she can say where else this £6 billion is coming from out of government Ardell, and clearly she's just failed to do so, it must be coming out of schools or SEND. So let's try again. Will she be straight with teachers and parents and her own backbenchers and tell us what is being cut? Is it SEND or is it schools?
Where's it coming from?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Right Honourable Lady listened to what I just said. It is not coming out of school budgets, and we are investing.
Please. It's not helpful to speak back at me either. You're completely wrong. And if we're setting education standards, I don't think it's a good way to do it. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the OBR published projections about SEND costs alongside the budget. They were hypothetical illustrations which the Right Honourable Lady would know if she went away and read the OBR document. The Treasury has been clear that the costs will be covered across overall budgets, but we are investing more in SEND, more in capital. We are delivering for our children, and we will be setting out further plans for reform next year. If she wants to work with us to get this right, I'd be grateful.
Lauren Edwards, please, these people in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that 1,000 careers advisors the government committed to introduce will now sit within job centres. Can the Minister outline how her department will work with the DWP to ensure that improving careers advice in schools remains a priority? Reaching children in primary schools now is incredibly important for promoting the technical career routes that our economy is going to rely on in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the question. My noble friend, the Minister for Skills, is working across both departments to ensure that we bring the very important work on careers and early entry to work programmes together across government. I've myself seen great collaboration between both departments in Youth Hub in my own constituency, and the government is still committed to improving work experience for children at secondary schools and early careers education as well.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We found out last week that the International Student Levy will raise £445 million from our universities, but only 1% of that will go to the maintenance grants that ministers have claimed to justify this damaging tax on our universities. Worse still, the flat fee design hits hardest those universities doing the most to serve students from disadvantaged backgrounds. So can the Secretary of State tell us, will more or fewer disadvantaged students access university as a result of this policy?
Mr. Speaker, we are investing the International Student Levy into support around skills and access to high-quality further and higher education colleges targeted on students who most need that support in areas, in subjects most closely aligned to our industrial strategy and government priorities. This will make a huge difference to young people from not very well-off backgrounds, allowing them to access university. And we're backing our universities with the measures that we've set out around tuition fee increases that will give our institutions stability.
Tom Rutland.
Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives, too many children's life chances were scarred by poverty. But thanks to the choices made by this Labour government last week, nearly 1,300 children in East Worthing and Shoreham are set to have their futures brightened. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it's only under a Labour government that all children get the best start in life?
Mr. Speaker, the party opposite might not be serious about tackling child poverty, but the Labour Party is and always has been. Under this government, we will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, alongside other measures such as Best Start family hubs, expanding childcare and new free breakfast clubs. And
I think I've heard enough. I don't need a running commentary on what somebody might be or not, Turkey, wherever. OK. Secretary of State, I think we've got the... Let's go on then. Ian Room.
Mr. Speaker, forces families sometimes find a child's ECHP is not automatically recognised when they are reported to a new area, leaving children without provision. With the Children's Services White Paper due next year, will the Minister ensure military children are specifically included and raise the issue of adopting the MOD LAP system with local authorities that currently do not use it?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for raising those points, and I will absolutely look into them. And I would be very helpful if the honourable member could write to me about those issues.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I must have missed something in the answer that the Secretary of State gave to my honourable friend, the member for the Isle of Wight, and the Shadow Minister. Schools in my constituency haven't got enough money to pay for SEND pupils. It's no good the Secretary of State talking about capital expenditure and more on this and more on that. What we need to know is, where is the money coming from to pay the revenue costs incurred by SEND pupils?
Mr. Speaker, that's why we've put an extra £1 billion into high-need budgets this year. The capital that he very casually dismisses is in order to deliver more specialist places for children closer to home, including in mainstream schools. He must surely recognise that the system that we have at the moment just isn't working. I've heard from too many parents and too many schools that change is needed. If the party opposite want to get serious about this and work constructively on a big challenge that we face, then I would really, really welcome that. But sadly, we just get these cheap shots all the time.
Shankar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, I met brilliant Derby apprentices at Alstom who are building their futures as they build the future of our rail. But persistently low start rates in the East Midlands have left too many of our young people missing out on opportunities apprenticeship give. So would the Minister tell us what steps she has taken so young people can start the apprenticeships that they need? Thanks.
I thank my honourable friend for this question. He himself was an apprentice before entering this place, and he welcomed the Secretary of State to his constituency to open a Technical Excellence College in construction not that long ago. The main thing from the budget that I took away last week, which is extremely welcome, is that from next academic year we will fully fund SME apprenticeships for people aged 16 to 24, which will do a lot to answer the question he is asking.
A game of strategy, tactics and sometimes outright brinkmanship might be something that is very familiar to the Cabinet at the moment. I'm actually talking about chess. Meadowview Primary School in my constituency has qualified for the London Chess Classic, which takes place tomorrow. So will the Education Secretary join me in congratulating them in getting so far and wish them luck?
Yeah. Absolutely. I join the right honourable lady. I wish them all the very best, and to all those taking part, it's a wonderful opportunity for those young people.
Sonny Kumar.
Speaker, the zebra crossing outside Redhall Primary School in Lower Gornal spans both sides of a busy road, putting children at risk each day as they cross between sites with no patrol and frequent unsafe driving. And I've urged the Council to act. What work is my right honourable friend taking with the Secretary of State for Transport to ensure adequate funding and support for road safety?
I thank my honourable friend for raising that point. I'm very happy to follow up with her. If she writes to me with the details, I'll be very happy to speak to colleagues at the Department for Transport.
Julian Lewis.
Despite the Secretary of State's robust answer on Chinese influence on academia, dare I set her a little homework? Would she like to take a look at the relevant section of the Non-Partisan Intelligence and Security Committee's report on China, published in July 23, and she will find a lot of interesting and worrying information in that report.
I recognise the right honourable gentleman's expertise and interest in this area, and I would be very happy to do so.
Callum Anderson.
Speaker, I was pleased to see the forthcoming curriculum reforms acknowledge the importance of financial capability for young people. But there is an immediate challenge of scant financial education that exists now that must be addressed. So can the Minister update the House on how the Department is working with civil society and the financial sector to ensure that young people are getting quality financial education now?
Mr. Speaker, young people always say when I talk to them about education how important it is for them to get that financial education. It's something we've recognised in our response to the curriculum review, and we're very committed to working with civil society to deliver this. And if the honourable member has ideas of organisations that we can work with, then we're very open to that conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Herefordshire, families of children with special educational needs and indeed Herefordshire Council have been waiting more than 18 months for an update on two crucial schools: a new free school, specialist provision for children with autistic spectrum disorder, and the rebuild of Westfield Special School. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss how we can make progress on ensuring these vital school places are provided locally for these children?
I thank the honourable member for raising this question about school buildings. As I've previously said to the House, it's really important that we get the policy in exactly the right place regarding special educational needs and the future of the schools system. We're getting there, and I will be able to share very soon an update on those projects. I'd be very happy to meet with her in the near future.
Rachel Maskell.
Mr. Speaker, City of York Council has gone from requires improvement to outstanding all areas due to the innovation it is driving, particularly around children in social care, halving the number of children there, ending the use of agency workers and setting up a SEND hub. The Director of Adult Children's Social Care would like the Secretary of State to visit. Would she come to York and see what we're doing?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. I was in York just recently with our Honourable friend, the member for York Outer, but I'll be delighted to return and to talk about the brilliant progress that the Council have been making on these important areas.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in mid-Bedfordshire want politicians to work cross-party to improve SEND education. Is the Secretary of State committed to working cross-party? And if so, what steps is she taking to do that?
Mr. Speaker, I would love to do that, but I think sadly what we've heard this afternoon from the party opposite demonstrates the challenge that we as a government face in engaging seriously on these big and deep questions, where we will always engage with members of Parliament from across the House as we bring forward these reforms. But I'd suggest he goes and speaks to his honourable friend and asks them to get serious about making change happen.
Annan.
Mr. Speaker, NSPCC revealed that in 22-23 some 9,000 child sexual abuse offences were recorded by police that involved an online element. Can I ask the Minister this question? What has been done in the schools to improve safety for online, for children to go online, and to ensure whatever changes are made now? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for that important question. Strengthening our child protection system is a key priority for this government. We'll be bringing forward plans for the Child Protection Authority very soon. The Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill has a number of measures in it, unfortunately being blocked and frustrated by colleagues in other corners of this House, which would make a big difference to the safety for children across the UK.
Final question, David Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is nowhere in the DFE budget that £6 billion could possibly come from, other than the core schools budget. So either the SEN funding is being cut, or the core schools budget is being cut, which implies 5% per head, or she has an explicit agreement with the Chancellor for the money to come from somewhere else or from new taxes. Which is it?
Mr. Speaker, it is not coming from the core schools budget. I could not be more clear. This will come from across government budgets, and it is a matter for the next spending review. And alongside that, it is a matter for the next spending review. It is. And alongside that, we will set out reforms in the new year to improve outcomes for children with SEND, something that he and the party opposite failed to do over 14 years, and they should hang their heads in shame at what they left behind.
We'll now suspend the House till 3:42. The statement arrived late and the front bench needed extra time. Suspended. We now come to the statement. Chief Secretary to the Treasury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to make a statement to the House on two separate but related matters. The first is regarding communication with the public in the lead-up to the budget. I understand that this is a topic which has held much interest and speculation over the weekend, and I would like to take this opportunity to give a formal statement on the Government's position to the House. Second, Mr. Speaker, the Government has also today received the results of the OBR's investigation into the early release of the economic and fiscal outlook at the budget last week. I know the House will be very concerned to know the findings of that report, and so we'll turn to that in a moment. On the first point, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor has been consistent and upfront with the public about her considerations in the lead-up to the budget last week. First, the Chancellor was clear on her priorities at the budget, which was to cut NHS waiting lists, to cut the cost of living, and to cut our debt and borrowing. The budget that she delivered last week delivered on those priorities. Secondly, the Chancellor was clear on November the 4th that a lower productivity forecast would mean lower tax receipts. The OBR confirmed at the budget that tax receipts are £16 billion lower as a result of their reduced productivity forecast. Third, the Chancellor was clear on November the 4th that she intended to build more headroom. She has done that, with the headroom against the stability rule at £21.7 billion. Fourth, the Chancellor was clear in the summer that the policy decisions we took on welfare would need to be paid for at the budget, and the budget document shows those decisions cost £6.9 billion in 29-30. And finally, the OBR have now confirmed that the Chancellor knew on the 4th of November that she only had £4.2 billion of headroom against the fiscal rules, meaning that once the cost of those policy decisions was accounted for, there would be a deficit of £2.7 billion against the stability rule. Mr. Speaker, the combined effect of this information is that on November the 4th, the Chancellor knew that the Government would be in a deficit against the stability rule before any of this Government's priorities of the budget had been delivered or any additional headroom built. In light of this information, and in the knowledge of the OBR's productivity downgrade, the Chancellor knew on November the 4th that challenging decisions would be required on tax and spend. The subsequent decision to freeze personal tax thresholds for a further 3 years shows that this was correct. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor took the step of delivering a speech before the budget precisely so that she could be upfront about the circumstances she was facing and the decisions that she would need to take. The Chancellor has been honest and consistent with the public in everything she has said. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me turn to my second topic. Last Wednesday, before the Chancellor had begun to give her budget speech, the Office of Budget Responsibility published their entire economic and fiscal outlook online. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. This is a very serious breach of highly sensitive information. It is a fundamental breach of the OBR's responsibility. It is a discourtesy to this House, and it should never have happened. The OBR rightly took full responsibility and issued an apology to the Chancellor later that day. They have now conducted an investigation into how the report was published prematurely, and they sent their report, including their findings, to the Treasury and the Treasury Select Committee today at 12:30. The report states, and I quote, "We are in no doubt that the failure to protect information prior to publication has inflicted heavy damage on the OBR's reputation. It is the worst failure in the 15-year history of the OBR." It adds that the responsibility for the circumstances in which this vulnerability occurred and was then exposed rests over the years with the leadership of the OBR. The report notes that this has inflicted heavy damage on the OBR's reputation and caused significant disruption on budget day to the Chancellor's disadvantage. I can confirm to the House that the report goes on to make clear that this is a significant and long-standing issue that has allowed external users to gain early access to the OBR's publication, which contains full details of their forecasts and the Chancellor's budget. Mr. Speaker, in the days since the budget, there has been speculation about what kind of error led to the economic and fiscal outlook being published early. The report today confirms that the cause was not, and I quote, simply a matter of pressing the publication button on a locally managed website too early. The report concludes that the cause of the OBR's error were systemic issues, and that the investigation has made clear that the problem exposed last week was not a new one. Indeed, I can confirm to the House that the report reveals that the OBR's EFO in March was accessed before the Chancellor delivered the spring statement to the House. This underlines just how serious a situation this is. Let me underline that as a government, we take this seriously to make sure the OBR never allows this to happen again. The report notes that common and fairly basic protections to prevent early access, including passwords and random character URLs, were not used. It further notes 2 configuration errors, which were not understood by the OBR's online publishing function, prevented the safeguards within their online publishing software from being effective. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very concerned to share that the report notes, and I quote again, "It is very likely that the weaknesses that caused the premature access of the November 2025 Economic and Fiscal Outlook were pre-existing. Indeed, it appears that the March 2025 Economic and Fiscal Outlook was accessed prematurely." Mr. Speaker, these findings are very serious indeed. That market-sensitive information should have information should have been prematurely accessible to a small group of market participants is extremely concerning. That it might have been the case on more than one occasion is even more severe. We do not know at this stage the extent to which market behaviour may have been affected on this or other occasions as a result of information being available early. But I do want to share one further bit of information from the report with the House today. On the morning of the budget, the first IP address to successfully access the EFO had made 32 prior attempts that day, starting at around 5 a.m. Such a volume of requests implies that the person attempting to access the document had every confidence that persistence would lead to success at some point. And this unfortunately leads us to consider whether the reason they tried so persistently to access the EFO is because they had been successful at a previous fiscal event. At this time, Mr. Speaker, we do not have the answers to all these questions, but I can confirm the Treasury will be making contact with previous Chancellors to make them aware of the developments that relate to previous fiscal events. The OBR have rightly conducted their internal investigation as quickly as possible, and it is right that both the Government and the Treasury Select Committee now take time to consider the report and its findings. The Treasury Select Committee will have the opportunity to carefully question the OBR tomorrow at their post-budget hearing. Furthermore, in response to the recommendation in paragraph 3.4 of the report that the problem exposed last week was not a new one, I can confirm to the House that the Government will be working in conjunction with the National Cyber Security Centre to take forward the recommendation that a forensic examination of other fiscal events is carried out, although let me specifically note for the House that the report finds no evidence of hostile cyber activity. In addition, the report says that they could not, in the time available, carry out a deeper forensic examination of other recent economic and fiscal outlook events, and we recommend that such an exercise is, with expert support, now urgently carried out. Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that work is carried out urgently. We will look at wider questions of the systemic risk that this incident has uncovered, including the report's conclusion that the OBR's information security arrangements should have been regularly re-examined and assured by the management of the OBR. This government is committed to the independence of the OBR and its role at the heart of economic and fiscal policy making. The Chancellor and the whole of the Treasury value the independence of the OBR, and we have valued the constructive relationship we have had with them over the past 16 months in challenging economic times. The strength of that institution is a vital pillar in the government's economic and fiscal policy making, and we will respond to this matter with the seriousness it demands.
The statement on the OBR forecast, and in light of the press reports on this matter, I should remind the House that the rules and conventions relating to parliamentary language, as the scheme A sets out, unless this discussion is based upon a substantive motion, certain personal criticism, including accusation of lying or deliberately misleading, are not permitted. And I know the House will want to be at its best, and we take this very seriously. I now call the Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I begin, Mr. Speaker, with the matter of the OBR leak report, to say that we will, of course, study that report in detail. But can I also seek the immediate reassurance from the Right Honourable Gentleman that his concluding comment in that regard, and I quote, "We will respond to this matter with the seriousness it demands," will not include scapegoating the OBR to distract from the serious questions surrounding the handling of the budget by the Chancellor, Ministers, the Treasury and Number 10. And so, Mr. Speaker, turning to the other matters the Chief Secretary addressed in his statement, we expect those in positions of power to act with transparency, openness and integrity. But it is increasingly clear that in recent weeks the conduct of people in government fell short of those standards. This is not just my view. Indeed, a member of the Cabinet is quoted in the press today saying, and I quote, "The handling of this budget has been a disaster from start to finish." Mr. Speaker, the impression has been given that there was a concerted attempt to paint an inaccurate picture of the public finances designed to give political cover for policy decisions around increases in taxes and in welfare spending. Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of November, the Chancellor delivered a pre-budget statement in Downing Street. In it, she said that the OBR would be downgrading their productivity forecasts, meaning lower tax receipts. The Chancellor herself says that statement was meant to set the context for the public finances and the need to take difficult decisions on tax. But she failed, and this is the key point that the Right Honourable Gentleman did not address, she failed to mention that the net result of the OBR's review of the economy was in fact an increase in tax revenues, not a black hole. To quote the OBR's budget report, in isolation, the reduction in productivity growth could have lowered revenues by around 16 billion. However, the boost to receipts from higher inflation and changes to the composition of nominal GDP growth more than offset this. The Chief Secretary argues that there was a need to increase headroom, but that was not the justification for tax rises which was given before the budget, although it is effectively an admission that the decision to leave such a small headroom at the last two fiscal events was irresponsible. And it fails to acknowledge that a significant proportion of the increase in taxes was actually used to fund policy decisions on spending, specifically on welfare. Mr. Speaker, on the 14th of November, the media were briefed that income tax rates would not be increased following the improved forecast from the OBR. We now know this was simply false. As I pointed out in my letter to the OBR before the budget, the finalised pre-measures forecast came weeks before this on the 31st of October. Even after the budget, in a Guardian interview, the Chancellor said income tax rises had remained on the table well into November, quote, because we didn't know the size of the downgrade in productivity. That is not true. Since then, on Friday, the OBR took the unprecedented step of publishing their estimates for headroom in each of their pre-measures forecast rounds. As a result, we now know that at no point was there a deficit of the scale suggested to the media. So can I ask the Chief Secretary, why did the Chancellor claim that she did not know the size of the headroom forecast by the OBR in November when their final forecast was submitted on the 31st of October? At what point were the Cabinet informed that the forecast still showed a surplus? And why did the Chancellor suggest that the OBR's review of the economy had led to a significant deterioration in the public finances? We now know that the briefings to the press were not just inappropriate, they were inaccurate. Those briefings can only have come from inside government. So can the Chief Secretary finally give us a clear answer? Was the Chancellor aware of those briefings and did she authorise them, yes or no? Can he commit to a full investigation by both the Permanent Secretary and the Financial Conduct Authority into those briefings? And can he explain why the Chancellor chose to opine repeatedly on the OBR's forecasts before the budget when those forecasts are provided to her in strictest confidence? Mr. Speaker, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister claimed this morning that the OBR's publication on Friday was simply responding to a request from the Select Committee. But the OBR's report on Wednesday said that it planned to write this letter already. So can the Chief Secretary confirm that in fact it was a proactive choice by the OBR to publish that information, clearly suggesting that the OBR were concerned that the record as to who knew what and when would otherwise be less than clear? Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of profound regret that while the Chancellor chose to appear before the media yesterday, she did not see fit to appear here today. The Chancellor's credibility is in tatters, and to the long list of her failings in respect to these matters should be added that of disrespecting this House.
Chief Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I was unclear from the Shadow Chancellor's comments at the beginning of his speech just then whether, like us, he values the role of the OBR in the budget-setting process. We value its independence, we value its integrity, and that is why we take what happened last Wednesday with the utmost seriousness, and we are determined to pursue it. Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chancellor went on to make a series of other points which I will address, but what he fails to acknowledge is that the productivity downgrade was real. The £16 billion hit to the forecast as a result of productivity downgrade was real. And I wonder why he doesn't want to acknowledge that, Mr. Speaker. Could it be because the productivity downgrade was a result of things his government did over the 14 years that they were in office? Could it be the fact that the productivity downgrade was the result of a review by the OBR of policies including cuts to public investment, the mishandling of Brexit, the record of the previous government? That is perhaps, Mr. Speaker, why he doesn't want to acknowledge that point. But, Mr. Speaker, the productivity downgrade, £16 billion, was real. The need to build headroom was crucial. Those were principles that guided the Chancellor going into the budget, as well as the importance of cutting the cost of living, cutting NHS waiting lists and cutting government borrowing. And, Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chancellor will remember from when he was in government under the Conservatives that the process with the OBR and the Treasury is an iterative one that runs up until budget day. And when the Chancellor delivered her budget alongside the Economic and Fiscal Outlook, which was published, as we have discussed today, slightly early, that set out the context of the decisions that she took. He raised the question about information security, and he will have received, I'm sure, the letter from the Permanent Secretary to himself sent on November the 25th, which says that as Permanent Secretary, I, in this case the Permanent Secretary, place the utmost weight on budget security and will continue to keep all aspects under review to ensure the integrity of the budget process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Chancellor asked where the Chancellor is today. I'm very pleased to tell the House that the Chancellor has been at the Wales Investment Summit today, following the announcement yesterday of £1.4 billion of extra investment into Wales, just the latest in £16 billion of new investments announced since the summit was launched.
It comes to the Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you.
Members have got to learn you can't run in front of other members when they're speaking. Please, it's really bad on TV and it's not courteous. Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too welcome the fact that the OBR have put this report out so quickly so that it can put its house in order and make sure this must never happen again. But I have been saddened and troubled by the number of leaks, advertent and inadvertent, that have come out during the budget process. So will the Chief Secretary please assure the House that there will be proper discussion in government about how to prevent this? And I only need to point him to the words of the Permanent Secretary at the Treasury to the Treasury Select Committee on the 12th of February this year, where he was very clear that leaks can be market moving and they must not happen. And let's be clear that the DMO was still trading during the process of this budget and selling gilts at a higher price as a result.
Chief Secretary.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for her comments. And, Mr. Speaker, I can reassure her and you and the whole House that this government takes the budget process and its responsibilities to this House very seriously. And as I mentioned earlier, the Permanent Secretary has made clear that the Treasury puts the utmost weight on budget security. And the Permanent Secretary has made clear in his letter to the Shadow Chancellor that he will continue to keep all aspects under review to ensure the integrity of the budget process.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the incredibly serious issue of security failings at the OBR, I understand that the Minister says he does not have all of the answers to the questions, but can I ask whether he has either requested or received any advice on whether the attempts to access their information have reached a threshold that might be criminal under the Criminal Justice Act or might reach a civil level under market abuse regulations? Related to that, can I ask the Minister whether there are any other arm's-length bodies, either related to his department or other departments, that might also now need to conduct a similar internal review into their security? Mr. Speaker, the budget process has been a mess. There has been leaks on a level that has never been seen before, huge amounts of flip-flopping that has created uncertainty for households, for the markets, and led to investment being put on hold by businesses. During the pre-budget press conference, the Chancellor talked about a reduction of productivity growth, but failed to mention that tax receipts were higher than expected. Can the government explain why it omitted to communicate that information? Mr. Speaker, in Sweden, following its own budget crisis in the early 90s, that government changed to a system where the Swedish Parliament saw a draft budget, it debated it at length, and opposition parties could propose alternatives and amendments. Has the government given any consideration at all to introducing a better system? Mr. Speaker, on the issue of omissions, ministers will be aware that on a number of occasions over the last year, ministers have repeated the claim that they would introduce permanently lower business rates for businesses in this country, but they failed to omit that business rates bills would go up because of the higher valuations. Pubs are now saying that the average pub increase will be £12,000 a year, or 76% over the next 3 years. Why did the government omit to mention this?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would refer the Honourable Lady to the comments I made in my earlier speech about how we're going to take forward the recommendations in this report, because, as I made very clear, this is an incredibly serious incident. We take it incredibly seriously, and we're going to move urgently to take forward those recommendations in that report. She asks about other arm's-length bodies or other government organisations, and we take security, information security, cyber security, incredibly serious right across government, and that was the focus of the spending review to ensure that all departments and all bodies of government are adequately resourced to ensure they have the right information technology, the right cyber security, the right information security for the future. The Honourable Lady also referred to the Chancellor's speech on November the 4th, and what the Chancellor set out there was the challenges that we're facing and the principles that would guide her going into the budget. The principles being cutting NHS waiting lists, cutting the cost of living and cutting government borrowing, and that is exactly what she delivered in her budget last week. And on the point of business rates, Mr. Speaker, although I suspect that's a debate for another day rather than this statement, I would point at anyone concerned about increases in their valuations towards the generous transitional relief which will cap the increase in bills at 15% or less for most small businesses next year.
Luke Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having spent the past 18 months arguing that this government has mismanaged the public finances, the benches opposite have now come to the House to argue that the public finances were fine after all. Their position is patently absurd. Due to the productivity downgrade of the OBR, which was a direct result of the benches opposite's decisions, the headroom available to the government had been cut by 57%. So does the Minister agree that the benches opposite are right to be angry about the state of the public finances, and the reason they are on those benches is because they are responsible for that state, and the Chancellor is on our benches making decisions in the national interest?
I brought you in to actually ask a short question, not for a full-blown statement. So please, don't test the church too often too quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend very much for his intervention. He's absolutely right to draw attention to the fact that the party opposite want to completely distance themselves from their record in government, and we have seen their record in government laid bare through the OBR's productivity downgrade, which hit the public finances to the tune of £16 billion as a result of the investigation by the OBR. That is a real consequence on our economy and meant we had to take real decisions to correct it.
Mr. Speaker, you described the chaos and leaks in the run-up to the budget as a hokey-cokey. And just today, the House had to be suspended because the statement arrived so late on a budget delivered so early the Chancellor hadn't actually given it. All a few hours after the Prime Minister had to do a second launch to try and explain it, a day after the Chancellor toured the studios trying to say she didn't mislead people over it. Wouldn't it have been clearer just to say he was hiking tax in order to put up welfare?
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that we delivered a budget to cut the cost of living, cut NHS waiting lists and cut government borrowing.
Jim Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it really the case that after 14 years of the party opposite telling the country that politics can't make positive change, that this government has delivered an answer on the two-child limit, answers on things like apprenticeship, and answers things like the future economy and decent public services? And that's why the response is as it seems. But listen, this has not covered the OBR in glory whatsoever. And I hear from the front bench that there is confidence in the OBR and there is a faith in the role that it has to play in the future. But surely this is the moment to say it's on its last warning.
Chief Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. And, you know, he's right to point out that we believe the OBR plays a critical role in the budget process. The OBR plays an important role in the robust and transparent fiscal framework that underpins our approach in government. And indeed, the first bill passed by this government included the fiscal lock, which prevents the sidelining of the OBR, which the previous government did and which caused such chaos for people across this country.
Forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the leak of the Office for Budget Responsibility, Economic and Financial Forecasts on Wednesday was obviously shocking, and they have rightly come up with a very swift and complete report as to how that happened. The partial information and the leaks from the Treasury over the many months in the run-up to the budget were, in my opinion, equally shocking. And they caused real-life choices to be made in this economy, and they have dampened confidence in this economy. So will the Chief Secretary commit to an equally thorough and equally rapid leak report presented to this House?
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier in this statement, the government takes the budget process and our responsibilities to this House very seriously. And as she's also aware, the Permanent Secretary has committed to keeping all aspects under review to ensure the integrity of the budget process.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement. Given that, as others have said, the economic and fiscal outlook contains highly sensitive information on which billions of pounds can be traded, and that the report, the investigation report, makes clear this was not the first time that confidential information had been released before a fiscal event. Does the Minister agree that alongside the National Cyber Security Agency that there might be a role for the National Crime Agency to look at whether something untoward has taken place?
Chief Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and as I set out in my remarks earlier, we will be taking forward the recommendations of the report. In particular, we'll be working with, as he referenced, the National Cyber Security Centre to take forward the recommendation of a forensic examination of other fiscal events, because the truth is, Mr. Speaker, it has come to light because of the early publication of the EFO last week. We know through the initial analysis of the OBR that this happened in March. We don't yet know if that happened at previous fiscal events, including for previous Chancellors.
How about?
The detail whether the Treasury was dealing with a fiscal black hole or a fiscal lack of headroom will be rather lost on most of my Bath constituents. But will he not agree that the weeks and weeks of speculation leading up to the budget were very damaging, particularly to businesses, and his department could have done more to avoid that?
Very well.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I recognise that there was a lot of speculation in the media in the run-up to the budget, but from the government's point of view, the Chancellor took a decision on the 4th of November to set out what her priorities were and what the challenges were going into that budget. We set out the context around the productivity downgrade, set out the importance of building fiscal headroom, and we set out the importance of cutting NHS waiting lists, cutting the cost of living, and cutting government borrowing.
Antonia Banks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure my right honourable friend will agree with me that it is very, very worrying to hear about the repeated attempts to access the statement before it was given. And I wonder if the benches opposite might be a little more concerned, given it may have affected them. But does my right honourable friend agree that if a government left itself with only £4 billion worth of headroom, it would be taking unacceptable risks with the UK's fiscal stability?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And imagine, Mr. Speaker, if I were in this House trying to defend a budget delivered with just a few £1 billion of headroom. What on earth message would that send about the UK economy? That headroom is there to reduce the cost of government borrowing and to give us protection against future shocks that might come our way.
John Glenn.
Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the process failure of the premature
publishing of the document, I think there will be a consensus across the House over this is damaging to the UK's reputation, the reputation of the OBR and to the Treasury. And I welcome that the report says there are issues for the Cabinet Office, the Treasury and the OBR around how documents are hosted. But on the matter of the substantive issue of what the OBR had told the Treasury, the net overall effect of what the OBR had told the Treasury, there can be no doubt. There may be a dispute over whether 4.2 billion was sufficient or not, but we do know for one thing for certain, that they did not say there was a significant black hole that required 2p increase in income tax, which was the consequence of the Chancellor's press conference. Does the Chief Secretary not agree that the material distinction between those two issues mustn't be lost, and he must also face up to the reality of the overall net effect and what impression that left?
Chief Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman is a former Treasury Minister himself, and so he will know the importance of the OBR's productivity downgrade and the impact that that has had on the forecasts going into the future. He will know that £16 billion is a significant downgrade to have as a result of that productivity review, and he will know, Mr. Speaker, that were I here defending a budget with just a few £1 billion of headroom, that would not be a position any of us would want to be in.
Gardner.
The Chief Secretary quoted the OBR review, which said the ultimate responsibility for the circumstances in which this vulnerability occurred was with the leadership of the OBR. Has anyone in the OBR leadership offered their resignation, or has that gone out of fashion?
Chief Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that would be a matter for the leadership of the OBR, but let me emphasise how important the OBR is as an institution for this government in providing a robust and transparent fiscal framework that underpins the stability that we have returned to the economy.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago from that dispatch box, the Minister said with a straight face to myself that he would not take lessons on credibility. I understand the error of my ways now. I should have given those lessons to the Chancellor, because since then we have seen that she has not been entirely truthful with the public. Indeed, as one of my constituents said to me travelling down from Aberdeen today, that she'd lied to the public. But while she was doing that, they're fearing for their jobs through their punitive EPL. Indeed, 100 more jobs are being lost at Harbour Energy as a result of his policies. Why is it OK for them to lose their jobs, yet she keeps hers?
I think he means the Chancellor. Please.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman was talking about the energy profits levy, and let me be clear that we know that oil and gas has a role to play in our energy mix for many years to come. We want to support that industry whilst we also make the transition to clean power, and that's the role that the energy profits levy will play. And we have set out at the budget how the energy profits levy will come to an end in 2030 or sooner if the price floor is triggered.
Holly Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will acknowledge, as he already has done, the importance of stability for families and businesses across this country, and how, therefore, what we've been calling the fiscal headroom, but frankly is money for a rainy day, is fundamental to being able to maintain that stability, something that was a failure of the government opposite for some time. So would he also acknowledge the importance of the way that the bond markets responded positively to that budget for exactly the reason that we know that delivers us the stability that we all need?
Chief Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and whilst the government doesn't comment on movements in the bond market, it was very important to us to create that extra headroom in order to bring down the cost of government borrowing and to make sure that we have that buffer for the future.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I've been here a few years and I've seen the run to different budgets. But I have to say, in line with the chairman of the Treasury Select Committee, this has been utterly chaotic and appallingly dangerous. The reality here is that the right honourable gentleman said that there was plenty of speculation in the media. It wasn't speculation, it was informed statements by the media of what they had been briefed from the government. knowing full well now the damage that has done to our reputation and also the unprecedented requirement of the OBR then to publish its advice to the government demonstrates the damage they have done. Will the right honourable gentleman come to the dispatch box in all decency and say the government apologises for the mess that they have made?
Mr. Speaker, I will come to the dispatch box and say that this government takes the budget process and its responsibilities to this House incredibly seriously, and as the Permanent Secretary has set out, he places the utmost weight on budget security. And as I have said to several of the right honourable members, honourable friends, the Permanent Secretary will continue to keep all aspects under review to ensure the integrity of the budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that some of the real-world and market impacts that we saw last week underscore the importance of following proper process with the OBR, and that we saw the evidence of the contrary of that just 3 years ago when the government chose to ignore and bypass it entirely, causing interest rates and mortgage costs to soar?
Chief Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for drawing a comparison between the way in which we as a government interact with the OBR and the way that the Liz Truss government interacted with the OBR, because we value the independence of the OBR and we value the constructive relationship that we've had with the OBR over the past 16 months. In stark contrast, the previous government sidelined the OBR and caused economic chaos for families across the country.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Won't apologise for this sorry and tangled affair, but will it at least learn a couple of lessons, such as the fact that there have always been very good reasons for observing total secrecy until budget day, and secondly, when you're not in a financial black hole, don't start digging yourself into one.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the budget documents and as the EFO makes clear, the downgrade in productivity was real. That was a £16 billion hit to economic forecasts. That was a challenge which we inherited as a result of what his government did when they were in power, and we took the right and necessary decisions to fix the public finances and to make sure we could do so without going down the route of uncontrolled borrowing like his government did, or down the route of slashing public investment.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You were rightly furious last week when this OBR report was prematurely leaked to the public and also to the markets. But it's clear from this report, this independent report, this was an accident waiting to happen due to pre-existing cybersecurity failures. Pre-existing failures that we may well have laid open previous budgets to this kind of access, which should concern the party opposite as much as any other party. This is about the integrity of the OBR. Now, the non-executive directors of the OBR, Baroness Hogg, who's totally independent, and Dame Susan Rice, both conclude ultimate responsibility rests with the leadership of the OBR. I wouldn't expect the Chief Secretary to say whether he's got confidence in the chair of the OBR, but isn't it clear that those non-executive directors clearly lack that confidence in the chair of the OBR?
Chief Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this is a very serious matter, and it's right that the government responds to it with the seriousness that it demands, because as my honourable friend made clear, this is not, and I quote the OBR again, simply a matter of pressing the wrong button on a locally managed website too early. This is a systemic issue and a far more serious one that deserves our serious attention.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Under the last Conservative government, we saw years of chaos, incompetence, mismanagement, and very often a lack of transparency and honesty with the British public. The government promised change and had a responsibility to deliver a clean break with the Conservatives' approach to government. Will the Minister acknowledge the damage that's been done to those efforts? And what steps will the government take to rectify it?
Mr. Speaker, I would say to the honourable gentleman that one of the reasons why we take this matter so seriously is precisely because of the value that we place on the OBR. We see the OBR as having a vital role in a robust and transparent fiscal framework, and that is why we take this breach of information last week so very seriously.
Jenko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really concerning that these leaks had happened before.
Could the OBR tell, the investigation I understand is still underway, who was trying to access it, and can my right honourable friend confirm that this will be investigated fully? Can my right honourable friend also confirm when there was last headroom as low as £4 billion?
Chief Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and she asks the question around what the OBR report was able to conclude. And indeed, in the report, they said that in the time available, they were not able to carry out a deeper forensic examination of other recent economic and fiscal outlook events. They recommended that such an exercise is urgently carried out with expert support, and that is exactly what the government will be doing.
Simon Hoare.
Mr. Speaker, events such as these do allow ministers and the wider government to reflect on current circumstances. I think that should be recognised. I'm not seeking to scapegoat the OBR, but they're not the Messiah. Sometimes they can be a very naughty boy. They do have to revise their predictions at all times. Now, it may be too traditional to suggest to this government that the Treasury should actually be the Office of Budget Responsibility, and there are good brains in the bank that can be tapped into. Is now not a good opportunity to actually reflect what advice government needs, whether the OBR is fit for purpose, and whether it should be disbanded?
Well, I have a great deal of personal respect for the right honourable gentleman, but I have to say I take a different view than he implies that he takes in respect to the OBR, because we value the role of the OBR. We value the role of the OBR in a robust and transparent fiscal framework, and it is precisely because we value that role that we take this breach of information last week so seriously.
Rachel Musk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To bring this ensuing debate to a conclusion of who knew what when, does my right honourable friend agree that he should publish a detailed timetable of the economic information that the Chancellor was in receipt of, including the return on tax receipts and the impact on wage growth?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend will know, the OBR has already published its forecast at various rounds during the budget process. The process is iterative between the Treasury and the Office of Budget Responsibility. And at the budget, I'm sure my honourable friend will welcome the fact that we cut the cost of living, cut NHS waiting lists and cut government borrowing.
Samuel Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, the government's had a lucky break today in that the OBR's confession and report on its leak of the budget details has coincided with this meeting today. It's given the Minister the opportunity to deflect and use a shield, the shield of the OBR, to deflect from the real criticism which should lie with the Chancellor, who weeks before was using selective information, distorting the forecasts to cover up for the fact that she was taking money from those who work to pay those who don't work. And is that not the real shame of what we're discussing today?
Chief Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the real focus of the Chancellor has been on cutting the cost of living, cutting NHS waiting lists and cutting government borrowing. And I hope that the honourable gentleman would, like all members of this House, value the importance of the Office of Budget Responsibility and take this matter with the same seriousness that we in government do.
David Pinto-Tyczyński.
Mr. Speaker, I, like many members of this House, have been shocked by the early release of the OBR's EFO report. This kind of error risks compromising the integrity of the budget process and moving markets. That evidence has now emerged that this was not the first time that the OBR forecast was accessed prematurely due to systematic failures in the OBR's own cybersecurity is simply unforgivable. Given this appalling failure that the chair of the OBR himself acknowledges is the worst failure in the organisation's history, can the Minister tell this House what he thinks it would take for the chair of the OBR to resign?
Chief Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. And obviously, the questions about what the leadership of the OBR do are for the leadership of the OBR. But I can tell him that this government takes the information breach last week incredibly seriously. And the fact that it wasn't simply a wrong button being pressed on a locally managed website, the fact that it was a systemic issue, the fact that it had happened before, at least one time in March of this year, and who knows whether it had happened at previous events, underscores just how serious a matter and just what a failing it represents.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know the Chief Secretary is a very thoughtful, intelligent man, and he will know that the press were being briefed extensively about what the budget was going to say. They weren't making it up. Where does the Chief Secretary believe that briefing was coming from? Does he believe it was coming from special advisers? Does he believe it was coming from Treasury officials? Does he believe it was coming from Number 10? Or does he think the Christmas elf had taken a hand in all of this?
Chief Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that journalists from all publications need no encouragement to speculate on the contents of the budget. And I would draw his attention to my previous remarks that this government takes the budget process and our responsibility to this House very seriously.
Serena Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, like other members across this House, I hope, are deeply concerned and shocked that the OBR have leaked not just the autumn budget, but also previous fiscal events. Hugely concerning. Does my right honourable friend agree that the Chancellor's decision to more than double fiscal headroom has been welcomed by markets and will strengthen UK resilience?
Chief Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to draw attention to the fact that not only doubling the headroom but getting it to £21.7 billion is a crucial step in strengthening the resilience of the UK economy and the public finances, helping to bring down government borrowing and protect us from future shocks.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned that the Minister today in this House has misled inadvertently the House on 3 separate occasions, as the Prime Minister inadvertently misled the British people this morning. Cutting borrowing is simply not the case. The OBR's numbers show clearly that over the next 5 years, government borrowings increased by a net £504 billion, an additional £60 billion from the OBR forecast back in March. He can't even claim that it's as a percentage of net debt, because all of those numbers are increasing. So will the Minister please correct the record?
Chief Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, borrowing falls in every year of this forecast. Thank you.
Chris Vins.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I was shocked to be picked so early, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. The OBR report being published prematurely is very disappointing. And I think, to be fair, members across the House can agree from that. Why it's particularly disappointing for me and for residents in Harlow is actually it detracts from a budget that makes a real difference to families in my constituency. Freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges, lowering waiting times for the NHS, and, as you know, I am particularly concerned about actually tackling tax evasion.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and not only is he an excellent advocate for tackling tax avoidance and evasion, but he's also absolutely right to point to the fact that what is important for people across this country is that this budget cuts the cost of living, cuts NHS waiting lists and cuts government borrowing.
Any more?
It's deeply damaging and, dare I say, unprecedented that we find ourselves here today listening to this statement about OBR forecasts midway through the debate on the budget. It raises more questions, not least that the Chancellor chose not to be here today to answer those questions. Why?
I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if the right honourable lady missed my explanation earlier of where the Chancellor was, but I'm pleased to announce to the House that the Chancellor is in Wales today at the Wales Investment Summit. And she is there following an announcement yesterday of £1.4 billion of extra investment into Wales. And that is just the latest of £16 billion of new investment announced since the summit was launched.
Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement. The integrity of fiscal forecasting not only depends on the technical expertise, but on the public confidence in those people who are delivering them. And clearly that confidence has been shaken in the past few days. So can the Chief Secretary outline what governance changes he and the department are thinking to enact so that those overseeing the fiscal process meet the highest standards of conduct and scrutiny? And does he have confidence in the head of the OBR in delivering them?
Chief Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I would emphasise to him and to all members of this House that the Chancellor and all of us in the Treasury value the independence of the OBR, and we value the constructive relationship we've had with them over the past 16 months in challenging times. Obviously, the matter which we're discussing today, the early publication of that report last Wednesday, is an incredibly serious matter. And the reason why we as a government are taking it so seriously is because we want to preserve the integrity and independence of the OBR in the future.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
I'm very interested to learn that the Chancellor is in Wales today. Amidst all this message manipulation, she leaves him to explain exactly why the continued freeze on income tax thresholds will hit Wales badly, with an estimated 5 times more Welsh workers pulled into the basic rate compared with the UK as a whole. And I can only presume the Treasury consulted with Labour Welsh Government. Will he release their response specifically in relation to confidence and cost of living hit?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry the Right Honourable Lady does not welcome the fact that the Chancellor is in Wales today promoting investment in Wales, but I can point her to the fact that the decision to lift the 2-child benefit cap will benefit children in Wales, that the money off energy bills will benefit people in Wales, changes to the fiscal framework will benefit people in Wales, that the decisions we took in this government cut the cost of living and make sure we cut government borrowing, which will benefit people right across the UK.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The OBR is a valuable institution, and the economic and fiscal outlook is by far the most important document that it produces. Today's report makes it clear that the OBR's IT infrastructure was a point of critical failure that should have been identified as far back as 2013.
Absolutely.
Does he agree that the chair of the OBR now cannot credibly lead the investigatory and reconstruction work, and that he should resign?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand events are moving quickly, and I understand from messages passed to me there has been an event, the chair of the OBR has resigned. It's what I understand from messages passed to me.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And through the morass of the leaks, one thing is crystal clear. This Labour government broke its manifesto commitment. The Chancellor said, "I am asking everyone to make a contribution," then went round the studios on the weekend asking ordinary people to pay a little bit more. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, she is not asking, she is telling the public. So will the Minister come to the dispatch box, and if my constituents say they are not paying those taxes, they will not face any criminal or financial repercussions?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor was clear that in taking the decisions that we took at the budget last week when it comes to taxation, we were taking the fair and necessary decisions to make sure everyone makes a contribution, but that the contribution of working people is kept as low as possible thanks to the other choices we have made, increasing tax on property income, increasing tax on properties worth more than £2 million, reforming gambling taxation. All of that means that we can keep taxes on working people as low as possible.
Andrew Pates.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the leak of the OBR report makes deeply worrying reading, so I welcome the resignation of the chair of the OBR because leadership matters on these issues. It turns out that the leak was not as unprecedented as we thought last week. As we've seen, they have leaked earlier documents and they may need to go back further in their look at it. This could have led to speculation and costs running into millions for us. Can my right honourable friend tell us if he knows how many times this has happened before? Does he know when we will know that information, if not? And more importantly, in regards to last week, does he know how many times the OBR's budget report was viewed externally before the Chancellor delivered the budget last week?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right to draw attention to the seriousness of what happened last week. The initial report by the OBR sets out just how many times it was accessed and shared before the Chancellor had given her budget speech. There were 32 attempts to access it, starting around 5 a.m. That day. It was then shared multiple times before the Chancellor had delivered her budget speech. We don't have all of the answers to the questions that he asked, and the OBR acknowledged that in the limited time they had available, they've not done the forensic analysis of what happened at all previous fiscal events. We know that it was certainly accessed in the March 25 Spring Statement EFO, but what we will do as a government is work to make sure we have full information and urgently find out what was shared, or what was inadvertently shared rather, at previous fiscal events.
Dr. Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had plenty of disagreement today, but I think it's clear there is also consensus that truth and accountability matter. And so I would like to draw the House's attention to the campaign by Compassion in Politics for a targeted legal measure that would make it an offence for any politician or candidate to deliberately mislead the public on a matter of verifiable fact. This is now being taken forward in Wales. It has long-standing cross-party support in this House. Will the government support those of us who are campaigning for a political truthfulness bill in order to rebuild trust in politics?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government takes the role of the independent advisor on standards incredibly seriously and abides by his rulings. We know what damage the previous government did to trust in politics, and whilst it would be foolish to suggest that no government at any point in the future will ever face difficulties, it is how you respond to those difficulties which matters. And this government has shown that we respond in a way that is transparent, fair, and brings an end to any sense that people have behaved improperly.
Peter Swallow.
Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 3rd of September, the Shadow Chancellor stood at that dispatch box and claimed that the hole in the public finances could be as much as £40 billion. Now, as it happens, that was not the case, not least because of the Chancellor's steadfast commitment to stabilising our economy. But does my right honourable friend not agree? It's a bit rich for the party opposite to go around claiming that people are talking down the economy and talking up the gap in our public finances, when the only people doing that are them.
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is right, and I don't hold out any hope that the party opposite will speak with any consistency or that they will do anything other than try and talk down the British economy. And in stark contrast, we are cutting government borrowing, we are increasing the headroom, we are making sure we have stable public finances and stable economy, because it is on that basis we can boost investment and growth.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The demeanour of the Chancellor should be somewhere between an undertaker and an oncologist. A reassuring presence and no words wasted. Not a party entertainer trying a few tricks before they go on stage, which is what this Chancellor did before the budget. So in seizing back control from the OBR, unaccountable, unelected, and should have never been set up in the first place, will the Minister recognise that unless the Treasury and ministers are straight with the public, no one will be trusted?
Look, I think the right honourable gentleman and I disagree clearly about the role of the OBR, because we value its role in a transparent and robust fiscal framework. And may I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, because during this debate Richard Hughes has offered his resignation, and may I put on record on behalf of the government our thanks to Richard Hughes for his dedication to public service.
Glyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It strikes me that much of the criticism from benches opposites is rooted in the decision to increase funds to raise the headroom. Now, I know at the moment. I wonder if the honourable gentleman could advise me what the likely would have been.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to draw attention to the fact that had I been here today defending a headroom of £4 billion or less, it would be a completely impossible task. And this government is determined to ensure that we increase headroom to give us greater stability. And by increasing it to £21.7 billion, we have done just that.
Terrible.
Really takes the integrity of the budget as seriously as the Chief Secretary says, then she would not have leaked so much to the media before. There's speculation and then there's being spoon-fed. And the only principles actually guiding the Chancellor was keeping her backbenchers happy, and the only cuts were to confidence. So, can the Chief Secretary set out exactly what steps will the Chancellor take to clear up this mess? Will she come back before this House, and will she refer herself to the FCA?
Minister.
I don't quite understand the honourable lady's question, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor, when we got into office in July last year, our task was to fix the mess that they had left of the public finances. And at this budget, the OBR's productivity downgrade revealed a further damage, deep scars that her government's actions had caused on our economy as a result of the slashing of public investment and the mishandling of Brexit. So if anyone wants to come to this chamber and apologise, might it be her?
Steve Race, are you ready this time?
I'm ready, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. Can I first express my concern about the outcomes of the budget, the leak report, which are completely unacceptable and apparently, especially because they're apparently so systemic. Now, the OBR productivity downgrade reduced revenues by 16 billion. Why does my right honourable friend think productivity growth has, since 2010, so consistently underperformed forecasts, and indeed other countries too?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for this question about the OBR productivity downgrade, which clearly has played a really important and difficult role in this budget process. And what the OBR's review of productivity made clear is that under the previous government, the decision to cut public services, to cut public investment, the mishandling of Brexit has had deep scars on our economy. And those are deep scars that we had to take decisions at this budget to correct.
Sarah Dyke. Madam Deputy Speaker, at last year's autumn budget, the Chancellor claimed that 75% of farms will be unaffected by the APR and BPR, a figure that has been widely disputed. This year, there's yet more confusion over the figures, with the Chancellor implying public finances were significantly worse than the OBR assessment suggested. So after years of being ignored and taken for granted by the Conservatives, how can rural businesses have confidence in this government's economic strategy of key figures that are inaccurate or misrepresented?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've taken part in a number of debates in this House and in Westminster Hall to debate the changes to agricultural property relief and business property relief that the government introduced at the budget last year. We've debated the figures extensively. Some of the difference in people's figures stems from the fact that we are talking about estates, which is the right measure when you're talking about inheritance tax rather than the values of farms themselves. But I also hope that the Honourable Lady would have seen the change that we made to the system at this budget through the spousal transfer.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Chief Secretary will know, the Ministerial Code requires ministers to be as open as possible with Parliament and the public. So exactly when did the Chief Secretary learn that the Chancellor did not face the shortfall that the Treasury was briefing to the press?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as a Treasury Minister, I've obviously been involved in discussions with the Chancellor and with the Prime Minister's team throughout the budget process, because we developed these policies collectively to cut the cost of living, cut NHS waiting lists and cut government borrowing.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister said this morning that politics is about choices. The Chancellor chose not to disclose the improved tax outlook from the OBR when she addressed the country on the 4th of November. The Chancellor chose to overstate the challenges with public finances. The Chancellor chose to withhold more positive forecasts from her Cabinet colleagues. The Chancellor chose not to be here today to answer questions on her conduct in office. Does the Minister agree that her position is untenable and that she should now choose to resign?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor chose on November the 4th to be upfront with people about the challenges we face. And at the budget, she chose to cut the cost of living, cut the NHS waiting list and cut government borrowing.
Dr. Ciara Mullen.
Start in saying one of the few people in the chamber who apparently isn't shocked at what's been going on this week. What I'm not shocked about is that a Labour Cabinet member, and I quote, has said that the handling of this budget has been a disaster from start to finish. Can the Chief Secretary tell us which Labour Cabinet member said this, and can they have a bigger role in the next budget?
Can the honourable gentleman tell us why he backed Liz Truss for leader?
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor announced that her plans aims to fund public services, avoid austerity, invest for the future, portraying a positive future but also spending that seems manageable, whilst the OBR forecasted if borrowing increases in the short term, this could have a potential impact on future spending in terms of welfare and debt interest, which could erode the economy. What steps will the Treasury take after budget plans to ensure that through her plans we are not sacrificing long-term stability? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and long-term stability is at the heart of the fiscal rules which the Chancellor introduced at the budget last year, which have been met at the spring statement earlier this year and have been met again at the budget last week. And as many honourable members have raised today, the fact that we are meeting those fiscal rules with a far greater headroom of £21.7 billion in the current budget balance gives us that greater stability, helps bring down the cost of government borrowing and protects us from future shocks.
John Lamont.
you very much. Andy Haldane, former Bank of England chief economist, said the government's repeated mistakes and misinformation about the public finances have sucked all the life or energy from the economy. Chief Secretary, the former chief economist is correct, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we set out at the budget, not only were we setting out to cut the cost of living, cut NHS waiting lists and cut government borrowing, but we were also focusing on growth through the public investment which we set out, the public investment in transport, in energy, in roads, in railways, in all the infrastructure that businesses need to do their investment to boost jobs and growth across the country. We invested in every part of the country with a focus on Wilfer in Wales, Grangemouth in Scotland, the Oxford-Cambridge corridor, Northern Growth Corridor, because we know that growth has to happen right across the country to benefit people in every part of the UK.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, there's been too much obfuscation today between what the Office of Budget Responsibility did in leaking it early and that the Office of Budget Responsibility told the Chancellor before she made her statements about there not being the fiscal black hole that she went out to make. Madam Deputy Speaker, they were leaks to the press. Mr. Speaker stood in that chair and admonished the government for leaking. It was not speculation in the press. This has been nothing but jackanory. So how does this government start to rebuild trust with the public when it simply is trying to do smoke and mirrors and not face up to the fact that they kept leaking to the press?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know if the honourable gentleman heard what I said earlier when I underscored how importantly ministers in this government take the budget process and how important we take our responsibility to this House. And I referred earlier to the words of the Permanent Secretary of the Treasury about the fact that he will continue to keep all aspects of budget security under review to ensure the integrity of the budget process.
Cross.
Speaker, the forecasts are meant to be to help the government decide what to do. But there is nothing in this forecast of oil and gas revenues which explains why the EPL was kept. £6.2 billion downgrade in the expected revenue from oil and gas to the end of the budget period. A 40% decrease in just a year in what it was bringing in. Production down 55% and 33% for gas and oil over the budget period. None of this is to do with the size of the basin. It's all to do with the fiscal and regulatory regime that this government is imposing on the North Sea. 100 jobs gone today in Harbour Energy. There'll be more to come, and every job loss from now is on the back of this government because they've known exactly what the oil and gas sector have been saying to them, because they've been saying exactly the same to me too, but I have chose to listen. Why has the government, on the back of the OBR forecast, decided to keep the EPL when they know the impact it's having on jobs and investment and production and the future of the North Sea?
Well, I can reassure the honourable lady that over the last year since we won the election, I've spent many hours with the oil and gas industry in Aberdeen, and that is exactly why we confirmed in the budget last week that we will end the energy profits levy in 2030 or sooner if the price floor is triggered.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When did the Prime Minister first brief her Cabinet colleagues on the realities of the OBR forecast?
I think the honourable gentleman means Chancellor. Yes, the Chancellor obviously spoke to Cabinet on the day of the budget, as is normal process, to let people know what is coming in the budget later that day.
Stevenson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chief Secretary has failed to answer a critical question raised by my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, and a similar question was raised by the honourable member for St Albans. So I can ask the question in a slightly different way. Does the Minister agree that the FCA must urgently investigate where the conduct has fallen short, particularly Part 7 of the Financial Services Act 2012 and Article 12(1)(c) of the UK Market Abuse Regulation, and that no stone should be left unturned in that investigation?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Chancellor has made clear, she has now delivered her budget. The Office of Budget Responsibility have published their figures, and we have been clear that we were focused on cutting the cost of living, cutting NHS wait lists and cutting government borrowing.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been dragged out of the government that there was no black hole of £20 to £30 billion in the run-up to the budget. In fact, there was a surplus. So that means Treasury insiders were deliberately misleading the press, the markets and our constituents in the run-up to the budget, where they intended all along to raise taxes on working people to fund increased welfare. Why is the Minister continuing to take the public, our constituents, for fools?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't work out if the honourable gentleman is implying that he thinks a few £billion of headroom is acceptable, because certainly as a government, we do not think it is. We think that having £4.2 billion or less headroom is not an acceptable place for our economy to be. And when we had the result of the OBR productivity downgrade, which had hit revenues by £16 billion, that is why decisions were necessary to restore the public finances and to meet our priorities going into budget.
Dr Neil Shastrihurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The British public are by nature a forgiving people. However, does the Chief Secretary to the Treasury not recognise that the obfuscation of the kind that we've seen over the weekend deeply damages public confidence?
Yes.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hate to break it to the honourable gentleman, but I doubt the British people will forgive them for Liz Truss's record in office.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to the latest House of Commons Library briefing and economic forecasts, the freeze on the income tax threshold is projected to raise over £38 billion per year by 2029-30. For comparison, the Institute for Fiscal Studies estimates that by 2030 the freeze will raise approximately £8 billion annually, which is similar to adding 1 pence to the basic rate of income tax. Will the Minister agree that the Chancellor's statement that she met the manifesto pledge not to raise income taxes, she did not meet and she misled the public and this House?
No. The Chancellor...
Order. I believe that the honourable member inadvertently used the word that the Chancellor misled the House without saying she inadvertently misled the House. Noted, but we need to be mindful of our language at all times. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at the budget, the decisions the Chancellor took on tax were fair and necessary. Yes, asking everyone to make a contribution, but also taking decisions around increasing property income taxation, about asking people with £2 million plus properties to contribute more, about changing the way that gambling companies are taxed. All of those decisions meant that we were able to keep the tax burden on working people as low as possible.
That is the end of the statement. I will give the front benches a moment to shuffle over. We now come on to the 10-minute rule motion, Iconic Trees and Nature Education. Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for a register of iconic trees, to make provision about the designation and protection of trees on that register, and to require the Secretary of State to review the provision of nature education in England and for connected purposes. It should hardly be surprising that the Member of Parliament for the Hexham constituency, I'm also often called the Honourable Member for the Sycamore Gap. The summer of 1991 saw many landmarks. It was, first of all, the summer in which I was born. It was also the summer in which Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves was released and where Bryan Adams introduced Sycamore Gap to a transatlantic audience. It's a profound honour to represent a constituency whose identity is forever marked by the legacy of the Sycamore Gap, a reminder of our rich heritage, the strength of our community and our enduring hope. Planted in the late 1800s by the previous landowner John Clayton, the Sycamore Gap stood in an idyllic dip along Hadrian's Wall. Not just visual iconic, became a cultural symbol popularised by the infamous 1991 film, by numerous paintings, photographs and private moments as well. As the film's director Kevin Costner captured, the Sycamore Gap is one of the most quintessentially idyllic spots in the world. I found it so special and I wanted to share with people how special it was. And he is and was most certainly right. The iconic tree touched the lives of so many, not only in the North East but right across the world. A picturesque destination for hikes, for stargazing, a popular sentimental moment for many marriage proposals, family walks and the scattering of loved ones' ashes. It provided an opportunity to connect with over 900 years of heritage in the North East with its situation along Hadrian's Wall. There really is and was no place quite like it. But the legacy of the Sycamore Gap hardly now needs recounting. I know members right across the House can agree that the Sycamore Gap tree was not just a landmark. It was a majestic symbol of resilience, of North East identity and of belonging. It's difficult to put into words the events that took place on the evening of the 27th of September 2023. The felling of the Sycamore Gap tree sent shockwaves not only through the North East, but it reverberated right across the world. For many, it felt like an attack, a beloved landmark taken from us overnight, a piece of our shared identity toppled. Communities throughout my constituency and beyond mourn not just a tree, but the memories, the heritage, and the sense of place that it embodied. It illustrated the true fragility of the natural and cultural treasures that we so often take for granted. In one night, a devastating and barbaric act of vandalism toppled a landmark that symbolised North East heritage for centuries. But, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, if there is one thing to note about the North East spirit, it is its resilience. As a region that's so often overlooked, communities across Northumberland and the North East bound together in solidarity, facing hardship head-on and standing stronger as a result. While grieving for a landmark lost, that resilience translated into lessons learnt. I want to pay tribute, first of all, to the outstanding work of the Northumberland National Park and the National Trust, who've been working tirelessly alongside Historic England and the Hadrian's Wall Partnership to ensure a fitting legacy for both nature and people that can flourish following the terrible act of vandalism. At the Sill, the National Landscape Discovery Centre, the largest section of the felled tree is now on public display. I had the pleasure of visiting this during the unveiling of the exhibition, recognising the lasting connection that the display will offer for future generations. And just this week, Madam Deputy Speaker, saplings taken from the original Sycamore Gap are ready to be planted. As part of the National Trust's Tree of Hope initiative, each sapling will carry a message of hope and resilience. 49 saplings are being distributed right across the country, each sapling representing a foot in the height of the tree at the time of its felling. Now, just this week, a sapling has been planted in the grounds of Hexham Hospital, offering a symbol for those visiting their loved ones. Soon, a sapling will be planted to commemorate the tragic murder of Holly Newton in my constituency and to recognise the phenomenal work of Holly's mother, Michaela Trussler, and her charity Holly's Hope. And I want to once again take this opportunity to put my thanks and my admiration on record for her dedication, her campaigning, and my full support to secure a change in the law. Now, as the closest school to Sycamore Gap, Henshaw Church of England Primary School will plant a sapling on its grounds, as will Northumberland National Park in the new year. Now, I look forward to visiting these sites throughout my constituency to pay tribute, not just to the tree, but to the people and the charities that are inspiring such hope and resilience. The legacy of the Sycamore Gap will not just be reserved for Northumberland and the North East, however. Right across the country and in many constituencies, saplings are being planted. In Staffordshire, a sapling is being planted to commemorate the Mini Pit mining disaster, in Berkshire to honour Greenham Common, and in Leeds to recognise the Rob Burrows Centre for Motor Neurone Disease at Seacroft Hospital. The Sycamore Gap tree's legacy will prevail, and so too shall the lessons of environmental protection triumph. Now, while one of the defendants expressed his delusional disbelief, claiming that it was just a tree, Sycamore Gap was and is so much more than this. Trees are not just trees. Our planet is intrinsically dependent upon them. They are vital to sustaining our planet, cleaning our air, supporting our biodiversity and our ecosystems. They are homes to nature, wildlife, birds and insects. Without them, our planet would falter. But there is a reason why trees so often appear in our culture and our literature, for their symbolic significance. In Greek mythology, the tale of King Erysichthon claimed the felling of a tree represented a moral failure. In the final book of the Chronicles of Narnia, the destruction of trees in the Lantern Waste alludes to the end of the world. And without trees, our heritage would flatline, our ecosystems would fail, and our history would be forgotten. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm calling for a register of iconic trees to be made, from the Ankerwick Yew in Berkshire, associated with the sealing of the Magna Carta, to the major oak in Sherwood Forest, home to Robin Hood, to the Fortingall Yew in Perthshire, to the Crowhurst Yew in the churchyard of St George's Church. The list can go on. Such trees can and should be classified as iconic for holding widely recognised cultural, historical, ecological and symbolic significance. Alongside a register of iconic trees, a curriculum review can and should incorporate the value of understanding the legacy of trees, the role they play in local communities, and allow nature to be an educator for future generations. Teachers and schools have a unique role to play in facilitating children's connections with nature, so they too can understand how to protect our local heritage and engage in climate protection. As Tony Gates, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Park Authority of Northumberland, has said, The felling of the sycamore gap tree has shown just how much nature and landscape mean to people, to their very well-being. We're determined to honour the spirit of Sycamore Gap through opportunities to connect with the tree and to create a legacy for both people and nature. This bill would not be possible without the outstanding work from Northumberland National Park, the National Trust and local organisations and individuals right across my constituency. I want to thank every single person for their dedicated commitment to honouring the legacy of that Sycamore Gap tree. I do hope that any DEFRA minister on the front bench notes the contribution of the Northumberland National Park and looks favourably upon a rethinking of the National Park funding formulas. Though the Sycamore Gap tree has fallen, its legacy stands unshaken, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's our solemn responsibility to honour that legacy, to recognise the hope, the endurance and the unity that it inspired, and to safeguard the iconic trees that shape our national landscape, ensure that they are cherished, protected and never consigned alone to memory.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Michael Wheeler, James Naish, Lawrence Turner, Lee Ingham, David Smith, Dave Robertson, Marcus Campbell-Savers, Ferial Clark and Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Joe Morris. Nice and straight, yeah. Good.
Iconic Trees and Nature Education Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 16th of January 2026.
Friday the 16th of January 2026. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Ways and Means adjourned debate on question.
Now. The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Secretary of State, Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a privilege to open this budget debate on a theme of paramount importance to our country, the cost of living crisis facing Britain's families. Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever our party, we should take a step back and think about the history of the last 2 decades since the financial crisis, during which we've seen the stagnation of real wages, only this year getting back to their 2008 levels, the worst progress on living standards in the last Parliament since records began in the 1950s, an epidemic of in-work poverty such that, according to the Resolution Foundation, 7 out of 10 families with children who live in poverty now have someone in work, home ownership falling from 2/3 of young people in the early 1990s to less than half today, and the biggest rise in energy bills in generations earlier this decade when Russia invaded Ukraine, on top of public services facing strains as never before. Madam Deputy Speaker, each of these on their own would cause people to doubt whether this country really works for them. Together they represent a perfect storm that makes people question their basic assumptions about our economy, society and our country. This is the condition of Britain question of our time, and it's the backdrop against which this government was elected 17 months ago. And the mission, the driving purpose of this government and this budget is to tackle this crisis. And that starts from an understanding that this crisis is not due to accidental circumstances, but in our view on this side, a governing ideology. And that our response must be to change course in 3 ways. First, that we need to make fair choices which favour ordinary working people, not the rich and powerful, who've been favoured for too long. Second, that we must invest in and rebuild our public services and infrastructure so that we never return to austerity, which was such a disaster for the social and economic fabric on which so many people rely. Third, that we must endeavour to change our economy so it produces more good jobs at good wages that sustain a decent living for people, ending the hollowing out of our economy and our communities. And that's what this government is about. That's what this budget is seeking to deliver. First, then, I want to talk about fair choices. There is an illuminating chart, Madam Deputy Speaker, I love charts, on page 33 of the Budget Red Book, which shows the impact of decisions since the 2024 autumn budget. And it shows the progressive approach of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor. It shows that every decile will be better off as a result of her measures, except the richest 10%, with the greatest gains as a percentage of income to lower and middle income families. Raising the national living wage and the national minimum wage, freezing rail fares for the first time in 30 years, freezing prescription charges, and two measures I want to focus on, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, lifting the two-child limit in universal credit, which goes to the heart of the affordability crisis that so many face. And I think we need to have a debate about this issue. Since the two-child cap was introduced in 2017, this policy, according to a DWP document published on the day of the budget, has put 300,000 children into relative poverty. That's the equivalent, as the document says, of 100 children every single day. More than 3 primary school classes each day being pushed into poverty. I'll give way in a moment, part of a wider picture. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, 7.1 million low-income households, 1 in 4 across the UK, have gone without essentials in the last 6 months, in one of the richest countries in the world. That's why we've acted on the two-child limit. 2 million children helped, and 450,000 fewer children in poverty by the end of the Parliament. Now, as I understand it, and I will give way in a moment, now, as I understand it, the party opposite opposes this policy because they claim it is about helping people out of work who are undeserving. But I think we need to unpack this false claim, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the inescapable fact that they want to run away from is that around 60% of families impacted by this policy are in work, not out of work. People for whom work simply does not pay. Like the case of Shauna and her husband, who have 3 children, a case highlighted by the Child Poverty Action Group. Her husband works full-time, and she says, and I quote, "This will make a big difference because we've had to incur debts. Hopefully it will mean I can cover the last bills that come in each month instead of being in the red. I could buy a new mattress for 2 of my children. They can feel the springs on the mattresses they've had for many years." That is the condition of Britain question. And how does the leader of the opposition describe Shauna and her husband? She calls them Benefit Street. Yep. She calls them Benefit Street. People working all the hours God sends, working hard, trying to do the right thing. The very people the party opposite claim to stand up for. How dare she, Madam Deputy Speaker? I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful for giving way. The point I was going to make is when it comes to making decisions about poverty, it is difficult. So I'd be grateful to understand why the own government's analysis, when he changed the winter fuel payments, put 100,000 people into poverty, into relative poverty, 50,000 immediately into absolute poverty. These are the decisions that he made and his government made because they were concerned about the finances of the country. Suddenly we now come to the same concerns we have on this side with the child benefit cap, and yet we've made a different decision. Could you explain the reasons why there's a difference?
Because in case you hadn't noticed, we changed that policy, and let me just say, let me just say to him, he's going to have to answer to his own constituents because there are 1,500 children in his constituency who will be helped by this, and he is saying, rip that help away. And frankly, let's have the argument about this. So I will in a moment. So on the one hand, we've got 60% of people who are working, and you know, they don't really want to explain why they're cutting the help for them. But let's discuss the 40% of households who aren't working, who are impacted. Look, what we're seeing here, of course, because I'm old enough to remember this, is a rerun of the last Tory government and their attempt to blame the poor for their poverty. But let's even leave that aside, because the truth is what they actually are saying is they believe in punishing the children of people out of work on benefits. Well, he says from the sedentary position that it's absurd. It's not absurd because they're punishing children. I'll give way in a moment. Let me make my point. They're punishing children for having another brother or sister. If you're 2 children, if you've only got 1 sibling, you'll get the full amount. But if you've got 2 siblings, you won't. How is that fair, Madam Deputy Speaker? How is that right? And of course, as the Chancellor said very powerfully in her budget speech, is that good for our economy and society? Of course it isn't. I give way to the honourable lady.
To the right honourable gentleman for giving way. So if his policy is so good, how will he explain to those working people that they're going to be £18,000 worse off than those on benefits. How can that be fair?
Sorry, this is all about working people. As I tried to explain earlier in my speech, 60% of people, 60% of people, if they'll just listen for a sec, 60% of the people who are going to benefit from the families who are going to benefit from this are in work. And look, if she wants to go, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the wider budget strategy of my right honourable friend, I absolutely fully support this budget strategy because it was a fair budget. Yes, it did raise taxes on those with expensive homes, a policy I advocated 10 years ago, as a matter of interest. It did raise taxes. It did raise the gambling. It did raise taxes on the gambling companies, and it did raise taxes on landlords. Part of they should read the budget red book. Part of a fair budget. The second policy, and I do think, by the way, that the party opposite is going to have to explain to people up and down the country why they want to leave hundreds of thousands of children in poverty. That is not fair, it's not right, and it's bad for our country. I'm going to make a bit more progress. The second policy I want to focus on is the Chancellor's decision to take £150 of costs off energy bills, something that will be important for families across the country. This has only been possible because of a principled decision made by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, to shift the cost of some levies into public spending. Itself only possible because of her budget decisions, including raising taxes, I won't for a moment, including raising taxes on the wealthiest, moving 75% of the costs to households of the renewables obligation into public spending, and abolishing ECO with £1.5 billion extra allocated for the Warm Homes Plan. Now, I notice the party opposite now seems to claim this was their idea in the first place. But there is a crucial... I will in a minute. Let me just develop my argument. Now, I notice the party opposite, they say it was their idea in the first place, but there's a crucial difference. Because they proposed abolishing the RO, but with no way of paying for it. Yes, he says, but with no way of paying for it. This is a quite extraordinary, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's like all the sins of opposition combined into one. They had 14 years to do it, but they never did. Right? So suddenly it's a great idea to just abolish the renewables obligation. Yes, he says, but he, of course, was an energy minister and he never did it. Now he looks a bit sheepish, doesn't he, Madam Deputy Speaker? Which is rare for the honourable gentleman. And basically, I think this is their argument. They're just going to rip up all of the contracts that they've made, sending a message to every investor in Britain that the British government will not honour the contracts they sign. By the way, including lots of the contracts that they signed. So even the contracts they signed. Now, actually what this is, of course, if this had been a remotely serious policy, they'd have done it in government. But it's not a remotely serious policy because they're not a remotely serious party. That is the truth. And in fact, it is all more Liz Truss. They will the ends, so they want the cuts in energy bills, good, but without the foggiest idea of how to pay for it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, taken together, on energy and more generally, the choices made at this budget will make life more affordable for people and begin to tackle the problems I've outlined. I give way.
Secretary of State for giving way. £150 off energy bills, which are already £200 higher than when he came into government, and £300 were meant to come off them. So are bills going to be higher or lower than when he came into government last year?
Yeah, higher.
Look at the average of bills in 2025. If you look at the average of bills in 2025 versus 2024, they're lower. But I hope she'll support our cuts to energy bills when they come in April. Now, the second point... let me make a bit more progress. The second point I want to come to is public spending. Because in both the spending review and the budget, my right honourable friend made a crucial decision, which is not to return to austerity. Now, she could have made a different choice, which I think is where they back to cut public services. We know, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the last 14 years, the impact of this approach. This is about living standards. This is about living standards of millions of people across our country who cannot buy their way to private healthcare or private schools. And what's so important about this, and in a way it can be hidden in all of the sort of smokescreen they want to put up, is that the Chancellor has made incredibly important decisions to invest in the future, which is what has enabled the government to cut NHS waiting lists by over 200,000, roll out free breakfast clubs in schools, expanded free school meals, funded the expansion of free childcare, and announced the biggest boost to investment in social and affordable housing in a generation. Now, and they are back to austerity. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Minister very much for what he's saying, but in relation to the £150 energy dividend for people across the United Kingdom, how we seem to lack in the Red Book some of the more detail for Northern Ireland and how it's going to work. Or perhaps the Minister could indicate how the support for Northern Ireland will be the £150 that's going to be here for England. We really need to make sure that we're receiving the same in Northern Ireland as they are here on the mainland. Thank you.
The honourable gentleman is asking an important question. Let me write him with the detail on the point that he's made. We want as many people across our country to benefit from this as possible. So, by making different choices from the past, my right honourable friend is able to invest in the long term, and delivering the highest levels of public investment this country has seen in 4 decades. Okay, I'll give way to him.
Giving way. At the last general election, he and all his colleagues said they're going to raise taxes by £7 billion, and their plans were fully funded and fully costed. So what democratic mandate does he claim to have to increase taxes by £66 billion and buy debt by a further £70 billion as well?
I tell you, the mandate the British people voted for is to change this country from the problems that we inherited from the last government. Now, let me develop my argument, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this is crucial, because we can only tackle the affordability crisis that people face by investing in the future. And our vision, I won't for a moment, our vision of what makes an economy succeed is just different from theirs. We believe that public investment crowds in, doesn't crowd out private investment, that the only route to economic success is a government that supports industry and workers with a proper industrial strategy, and that rights at work and strong trade unions are not an impediment to the good economy, but an essential ingredient of this. And nowhere is this more apparent, Madam Deputy Speaker, than in clean energy. Since the election, we've seen the largest public investment in homegrown clean energy in our history, leveraging private sector investment, and this is the point, of over £60 billion. The largest nuclear building programme in half a century, Sizewell C, SMRs, fusion at West Burton, that they failed to deliver, funding for carbon capture in Teesside, Humberside, Scotland and the North West, that they failed to deliver, and the first new publicly owned energy company in more than 70 years, Great British Energy, that they oppose. I give way to my honourable friend.
In the east of England, we welcome the government and private sector investment in Sizewell C and in a clean energy supply chain that will stretch from Suffolk through to Essex. Would he agree with me that the budget offers tax incentives to start-ups and scale-ups in that sector that will help that supply chain to flourish and bring energy bills down even further?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I saw recently in North Wales when we announced the SMR fleet there, Wilver, the huge opportunities not just where the nuclear power stations are being built, but rippling across the supply chain. That's why I'm so proud of the investments that we've been able to make. And what is the result? New jobs building wind turbines, I won't for a few minutes, new jobs building wind turbines at Siemens Gamesa in Hull, new jobs making transformers in Stafford, new jobs making heat pumps in Derby, and new jobs at Sumitomo's new factory at the Port of Nig. Part of the 400,000 additional clean energy jobs we expect our mission to support by 2030. And this is the difference. Because what is their policy, Madam Deputy Speaker? They want to rip up the Climate Change Act, abandon net zero by 2050, their own legacy. Their own legacy. And as a result, they've been roundly condemned by British business. Energy UK says it will scare off investors. The CBI says it's a backward step because the Climate Change Act is, and I quote, a bedrock for investment flowing into the UK. Baroness May, they don't like to talk about Baroness May, she called it a catastrophic mistake. And get this, even Boris Johnson. I mean, rarely have I quoted Boris Johnson, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my party, he says, it's all about bashing the green agenda. And personally, I don't think we'll get elected on that, on saying what rubbish net zero is. Now, I do have to say to the right honourable lady, normally, and I have experience of this, opposition stick by what they did right and trash what they did wrong. She's pursuing a novel approach to opposition. Trash anything they did right, and double down on everything they did wrong. And nowhere is that more true than on our dependence on fossil fuels. And at this point, I want to express my sincere thanks, and he's sadly not here, to her honourable friend, the member for South Suffolk, on the front bench. Because last week I was talking about the causes of the energy bills crisis of 2021. And he shouted out, and I did check the Hansard reference on this, he shouted out, and I quote, "because Putin invaded Ukraine." Now, obviously he's one of the finest minds on the opposition front bench. He is right about this. But he's given the game away, hasn't he? Because about the lessons of the worst cost of living crisis in generations, and this goes to affordability and this budget debate, it was because Putin invaded Ukraine. And what was the cause of higher bills? Why were we worse hit than many others? Because we were so exposed to fossil fuels. It wasn't the price of renewables that soared, it was the price of gas, sold and priced on the international market, including from the North Sea. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what happens when you don't have clean homegrown power. That's what happens when you're at the mercy of petrostates and dictators. And what is her strategy now? To double down on their failure. She literally says, cancel the AR7 auction. They are the people, yes, she sounds, they're the people who lost it all in the fossil fuel casino. And now they say, let me just have one more go at the roulette wheel. This time it will be different. Cross your fingers and hope for the best. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's just think about this. What are they betting on? What are they betting on? In today's world, at this moment of all moments, with the world at its most perilous for generations, they cross their fingers and have a policy that hopes for everlasting peace in the world and no geopolitical I won't, no. I've already given way to you. And no geopolitical instability. With Russia, no thank you. With Russia still at war in Ukraine, with deep tensions in the Middle East, with NATO being tested. Madam Deputy Speaker, what ridiculous irresponsibility from them. When we know half of our recessions since the 1970s, I think you should listen to this, when we know half of our recessions since the 1970s have been caused by fossil fuel shocks, and the world is so much more unstable. And here's the worst thing of all, Madam Deputy Speaker. It wasn't their energy bills they were betting with, it was the British people's. Families, businesses, the public finances still paying the price of their failure, and not a word of apology, not a word of contrition. Indeed, the Right Honourable Lady now has to pretend black is white, ignore the dangers and claim fossil fuels are cheaper, when actually strike prices for solar and onshore wind in last year's auction were nearly 50% cheaper than the levelised cost estimate to build and operate a new gas plant. Madam Deputy Speaker, the truth is they have learned nothing and must never be let near the levers of power again. And this is the truth about the difference between us. We make fair choices, they would double down on unfair choices. We invest in the future, they would return us to austerity. We are building an economic future for the country, and they would destroy the economic opportunities and the security of the clean energy economy. Let me conclude. This is a budget that, despite the challenges, provides a clear direction of travel on the biggest issue of our time, the affordability crisis. This is a budget that shows a government which is acting on the #1 issue facing the British people. This is a budget for fair choices, investing in public services and creating a better economy. That's why this budget deserves support in the lobbies tomorrow night.
Yeah. I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. That was a fine performance, but I think anyone listening to it out there will think that he's on cloud cuckoo land. Yeah. They have taxed working families up the wazoo. They've taxed tens of thousands of people out of their jobs. They are clobbering them left, right and centre with rising bills. And for what? Not for growth. No, there's none of that coming. It was so that they could go on a welfare spending spree. But in the election, they promised the public they would not lift the two-child benefit cap, just like they promised they wouldn't raise taxes on working people. Yeah. They have broken promise after promise and fudged the reasons why, to say the least. And now in this debate, they want a thank you from the public because they've handed them back a tiny fraction of the money that they took from them in the first place. Well, I can tell you, the public are thinking of a phrase that ends in you.
Order. Secretary of State knows not to use the term you because she's obviously not referring to me. Shadow Secretary of State.
Well, I can tell you the public are thinking of a phrase that ends in you, but the first word isn't thanks. They want to talk about cost of living, but they are clobbering low and middle earners with tax rises and higher bills. That's why the majority of the country says this budget will leave their family worse off. The majority of the country has also said they think this budget is unfair. He talked about fairness. The public do not feel this is fair, and they are right. All the things, I'll just make a bit of progress and I'll give way. All the things that hurt disposable income are up. Inflation, bills, taxes are up. And the things which help growth and employment are down. That's why household disposable income has been revised down because of this budget. I'll give way on that point.
The Shadow Secretary, she wants to talk about fairness. One of the very practical consequences of retaining the two-child cap was that 3,000 women had to declare to a DWP official that they had been raped in order to be exempted. The member opposite is saying wind up, wind up. Could she clarify for me why she thinks that would be fair?
Madam Deputy Speaker, she makes an impassioned case. The question is, why did they not make it at the election? Why did they remove the whip? Why did they remove the whip from 7 Labour MPs who voted against it last year? Why did they make all of them vote to keep the cap, including the Secretary of State? That's the question that they need to ask. They want to be known as a government that's helped people with the cost of living. They must think that the public are stupid. Everyone can see out there that everything that they are doing is making the cost of living worse. They don't understand the basics, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think the situation is apparently so bad that Number 10 have been giving backbenchers lessons about the government debt. Can I suggest, having seen them cheer at 2 jobs-killing budgets now, that maybe they need to expand the curriculum?
Isn't the truth here that what we have in front of us is not the budget of the Chancellor or the Prime Minister nor the Cabinet, but the budget of the backbenchers?
Well, my honourable friend is right, and here is the problem. It might be a budget that has made the backbenchers happy, but it is not the budget that they promised at the election. Now, let me help them. I'll start with inflation. We left them with inflation back under control at 2%. It took difficult decisions.
That's a statement of fact.
It took difficult decisions, which need us to say that they opposed. But it was important because inflation hurts. It picks the pockets of families who find themselves working just as hard, but able to afford less and less. But under Labour, inflation has doubled. Thanks to the choices they made at the last budget. We've now broken away from our international peers. They can go and check the graphs. We have significantly higher inflation than Europe and the US. In fact, we have the highest inflation of any major economy. And the OBR has said, compared to March, they now expect inflation to be higher for longer. Why? Because they've chosen to make the cost of energy and the cost of food more expensive and to pursue policies that will push rent up. People's weekly shop is up because of Labour's choices. Taxes upon taxes, a jobs tax, a packaging tax, the family farm tax. These are their choices. And all of that means the average family will pay almost £300 more for their groceries this year. With their war on farmers, is it any surprise a pack of mints, a family staple, is up 40% this year alone? Or let's take housing. Rent is going up by £700 this year for the average renter. They don't understand that a lower supply of homes to rent means higher rent. Here it is, black and white in the OBR document. Their new housing taxes risk, and I quote, a steady long-term rise in rents. Their choices. The cost of going away on a family holiday will set you back up to £400 extra because of Labour's flight tax, £300 more for food, £700 for rent, £400 for a holiday. That's £1,400, and I haven't even got to energy bills or taxes yet. Now, on energy, where do we even start? I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank her for giving way. She has repeatedly suggested in her contributions that energy bills are going up. Now, if she doesn't believe me, perhaps she'll believe Martin Lewis, the money-saving expert, who tweeted out just earlier today. I've just got the new predictions for the April price cap, which is a cut in cost of 4.2%. Without the budget changes, it would be predicted to be rising 3.5%. So can she please perhaps correct the record and explain why she does not support the work we are doing to cut energy bills?
I will come to what Martin Lewis says about his policies in a second. They promised £300 off bills, but bills have gone up by £200 instead. Going by his own election promise, he owes the public a £500 cut. And why have they gone up? Because of the cost of this Secretary of State. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can just ask Martin Lewis. Wholesale prices have plummeted, but energy bills are up because there are countless costs landing on those bills thanks to him. The Honourable Gentleman wanted to hear Martin Lewis a second ago, doesn't want to hear him now. The cost of backing up wind farms, switching them off when it's too windy, all the grid costs which are multiple times higher because of the system they're creating, the warm homes discount which everyone out there is paying for through their bills, the carbon tax which has gone up by 70% this year, the tax on gas to pay for hydrogen which is coming in January. I'm not sure if these backbenchers know about all of these costs, but they add up to hundreds and hundreds of pounds extra. No wonder he never did a costing. He didn't want anyone to know the truth. He is piling hundreds and hundreds of pounds onto energy bills, and now he wants a round of applause for this £150 off. Well, let's talk about the £150. I'll just make this argument. Firstly, if you have a gas boiler, it's £130, and I'll remind them that's almost everybody in the country. Oh yes, and if you pay tax, the cost actually hasn't come off. They've just moved it from your energy bill to your tax bill. And most importantly, it doesn't even touch the sides of what this Secretary of State is going to cost you in the end. Like so much of what they say, it is just a sleight of hand, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes. The real question is this. From the election, are bills going up or down? The answer is up. Yeah. And he should just be honest. This policy was never part of his plan. It's not part of Great British Energy or Clean Power 2030, all the things which he promised would lower bills. In fact, it's a tacit admission that he has failed. The centre know that his plans can't lower bills. In fact, if the reporting is correct, he fought against this policy. But he's been forced into it because his promise to cut bills by £300 has become a national embarrassment to them all. And it is taxpayers who are bailing him out to the tune of £7 billion. I'll give way on that point.
Does she not share the concerns already articulated by the CBI, that to simply scrap the Climate Change Act, to scrap the important work of this government in pursuing net zero targets, is a backward step, and it will actually be to the detriment of people's energy bills, to inward investment into our economy, and it will kill off jobs as well? Yeah. These are the words of the CBI.
Look, we can exchange quotes, but the honourable gentleman might want to go and look. Well, look, let me respond. He can go and check the quotes of the most respected energy economist in the country, Sir Dieter Helm, which says their plan is locking people into higher bills for longer. I think one of the fundamental problems that we have in this country is that energy costs are too high, and what this Secretary of State is doing is locking people into those higher prices for longer. If they had truly wanted to cut bills for everyone, I did hand them our cheap power plan, but you know what's extraordinary, Madam Deputy Speaker? They come up with a package that costs the Exchequer more, cuts bills by less, and does nothing to cut energy bills for struggling businesses. Food bills up, rents are up, costs of holidays are up, energy bills up. cost after cost after cost because of their policies. And they want a round of applause for moving a fraction of those costs off of someone's energy bill and straight onto their tax bill. Only people with the Labour Party's grasp of numbers could think that this is a good deal. He says there is an affordability crisis, but not the cause. They are the cause, and that's before we even get to tax. Taxes on student loans, taxes on income, taxes on saving, taxes on housing, taxes on driving, taxes on pension, even taxes on taxis. Mr. Speaker, if they could, Labour would tax the air that we breathe. Taxes are rising more in this Parliament than in any since the 1970s. The freeze in income tax thresholds means the average worker on 35 grand a year will lose £1,000 in tax by the end of the decade. That's an extra 2 weeks they'll be working not to feed their family, but to pay for Labour's benefit bill. And let's be clear, when they say they are asking for a contribution, they're not asking, are they? It's not like anyone can say no. I don't know if there's been any more irritating formulation of words than that phrase that we've heard so much over this weekend. There will be so many people out there who will be looking at this budget, and what they will think is, why do I bother? Why do I get up at 5:30? Why do I work overtime? Why do I barely see my family? Why am I going to pay more tax for people on benefits who are not working those hours? He talks... I'll have to give way on that point.
Paying for people on benefits, she says. People on benefits who are working, 60% of them are working. We're supporting people into work. Does she not agree?
I'll make this point to the honourable gentleman. The average person on benefits and work is working 20 hours, sometimes less. Why should a family who is not well off, who have kids of their own, who are working 40, 50, 60 hours a week, be worse off than a family on benefits working far fewer hours? And let me say this. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. I quit a job in the city to go and work for the Centre for Social Justice, to work with people fighting poverty. I've worked with struggling families in some way since I was 16. It is not compassionate to make welfare pay more than work. It is not a helping hand. It is a trap. They should also talk to the many couples who have put off having children or stopped at 1 or 2 because they cannot afford it. The younger brothers and sisters who simply won't be born. Those missing children are a personal tragedy for every couple that is having to make that choice, but there will be more of those decisions because they are loading more and more costs and taxes onto hard-working families. I'll give way on that point.
Honourable Lady for once again giving way, but can she explain to the House what it would mean for the 1,360 children in her constituency and the nearly 1,700 children in my constituency who will remain in levels of relative poverty if we were to choose to pursue the 2-child benefit cap for many more years, as she is suggesting we do so?
Think of the children.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a fundamental difference in belief. They believe the best way out of poverty is welfare. I think the best way is jobs and growth, but they are killing those things. The problem with the Labour Party is that they clearly think the only answer, you can see this in their policies, they think the only answer to the cost of living is redistribution, even past the point where there will be no one left to redistribute from. On this side of the House, we know it is jobs, low taxes and low costs that improve the quality of life. They are killing those jobs. Every month under them, parents are losing their jobs. What do you think the cost of living is like for those families who have lost their salaries under this Labour government? There are 170,000 people on the payroll, 170,000 fewer people on the payroll since the election. Young people cannot get a foot on the jobs ladder. Because of them, the cost of hiring a young person has gone up by £4,000. They say they are raising the minimum wage, but they are crushing businesses' ability to pay for it. The result is hiring freezes and redundancies. And for all those people just above the minimum wage who are struggling as well, there will be no money left for wage progression. The best way to improve living standards is growth, Madam Deputy Speaker. But this wasn't a budget for growth. This was a budget for Labour backbenchers, and that's why it didn't have a single growth measure in it. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, I will say this. Labour's entire approach to the economy has been to raise the costs of basic goods, to raise taxes, to crush wages and employment. They are expecting a shrinking group of hard-working taxpayers to pay for more redistribution to cover the costs that they are choosing to impose on the public. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the words of one Labour Cabinet Minister, this budget has been a disaster. And those aren't my words. If you look at the number 10 source, the person that you think it is him. Madam Deputy Speaker, they will not be known as the party helping people with the cost of living. They will be known as the party that have broken their promises to working people, that have broken their promises on tax, that have broken their promises on bill, and who have broken the social contract that sees work pay more than welfare.
Colleagues can see looking around the chamber that it's a very long speaking list, so the backbenchers are on a speaking limit of 6 minutes, and Roshnaya Ali 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. This Labour government is rebuilding our economy, rebuilding our public services and addressing the cost of living pressures facing our constituents. This budget will make a huge difference to my constituents' lives, thanks to the cuts in energy bills, the freeze on rail fares, increases in the living wage and action to tackle child poverty. Inflation is coming down and forecast interest rates are also coming down. Growth this year and business investment over the course of this Parliament are forecast to rise. We inherited, Madam Deputy Speaker, a dire situation with public services on their knees, chronic underinvestment and a fiscal black hole. 14 years of Tory governments presiding over austerity, stagnant wages, the chaos of leaving the European Union and the Liz Truss mini-budget fiasco which sent markets into panic, mortgage rates soaring and inflation rates to over 11%. Madam Deputy Speaker, the cost of living the cost of leaving the EU is now estimated to be far more than previous estimates. The recent report by Stanford University found Brexit is reducing the UK's GDP by 6 to 8%, with the impact accumulating gradually over time. The report also found investment has reduced by between 12 to 18% and employment by 3 to 4%, productivity by 3 to 4% as well. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way at such early stage in her excellent speech. She talked about the impact of austerity on the country's finances. I would also say that austerity had a huge impact on productivity, particularly in my constituency of Harlow, where we've seen 13-hour waits in A&E, year waits to have appointments, and actually that means people can't go back to work, which does affect employability. Does she agree with me?
I fully agree with my honourable friend, and also that's why it's vital that we rebuild our public services and invest in our National Health Service and ensure that people are able to contribute to our economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also inherited a mountain of debt. The previous Conservative government borrowed 1.5 trillion between 2010 and 2024. The fact is, austerity, Brexit, COVID, Tory economic mismanagement has left our economy in peril and our constituents suffering the consequences in rising prices and flatlining wages for years. For the poorest and most disadvantaged, the cost of living crisis has been a daily struggle for years. The Trussell Trust distributed approximately 60,000 food parcels in 2010-11 during that financial year. Yep. By 2024-25, this number had risen to 2.89 million. This is the poisoned inheritance that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is tackling. So, of course, she has had to make tough choices with the hand that she was dealt. Madam Deputy Speaker, the decision made in this Labour government's second budget to lift 450,000 children out of poverty, support families with the cost of living and enable record investment in our NHS will be helping a lot of children. In my own constituency, that means lifting over 6,000 children out of poverty because of the scrapping of the two-child limit. The minimum, I'm going to make some progress, I know a lot of colleagues want to speak. The minimum wage and living wage are also being increased to support the lowest paid. The 250 new neighbourhood health centres as part of the shift towards the prevention of ill health will help tackle stark health inequalities. Madam Deputy Speaker, more widely, in less than 18 months, this Labour government has secured 3 landmark trade deals with £150 billion of inward investment from US companies, a solid vote of confidence in Labour's economic plans, investment in the jobs of the future, in AI and green technologies, and in clean energy projects set to create 400,000 jobs by 2030, thanks to the work of my right honourable friend who's led the way on this agenda in the previous Labour government as well as this Labour government. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be proud of the 5 cuts in interest rates since Labour came into power. And for the first 6 months of the year, the UK has the fastest growing, was the fastest growing economy in the G7. And as has already been pointed out, wages have been growing faster than inflation, with real wages having risen more in the first 10 months of this government than in 10 years under the previous Conservative government. And I'm especially proud that 3.5 million workers are receiving a pay rise worth £1,400 this year because we've boosted the national minimum wage. We are investing in the health of the nation with 5 million extra NHS appointments, double what was promised. We are investing in housing with a record £39 billion for the Social and Affordable Homes programme. And we are investing in young lives with free breakfast clubs in primary schools, as well as 30 hours of free childcare. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is delivered in tough times after years of underinvestment, low productivity and stagnant wages. The decisions made will deliver our manifesto pledges, ensuring a stable economic platform, investment in our economy and a fairer society. For many children, this Labour budget will deliver the opportunities that are desperately needed instead of obstacles and a chance for a better life.
Order. The Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a budget driven far more by political calculation than by the economic realities the country is facing. The Chancellor has an enormous majority, on paper at least, and the country desperately needs change. And yet we now have a second budget where the government has failed to demonstrate that it has any big ideas to get the economy moving. However, before getting into that, I want to focus on some positives. I welcome some of the announcements the Chancellor made last week, which will help households who have been struggling with the cost of living. Lifting the 2-child benefit cap, this will be worth up to £5,000 per year to each of the more than 500 families in my Witney constituency who have been impacted by the cap. Too many children and families have been trapped in poverty because of the previous decision to impose this cap and the government's previous stubborn decision to keep it. I just wish it had been done a year ago, and I give my commiserations to the brave Labour MPs who lost the whip, standing up for a policy which their party now finally accepts. I also welcome cutting energy bills by removing the renewables levy. This was something we Liberal Democrats have been calling on the Chancellor to do. It will make a difference to families struggling with sky-high fuel bills, and I wish they had gone further, rather than just removing 75% of the levy and only for 3 years. We were proposing to fund the renewables obligation instead from a windfall tax on the excess profits in the banking sector, which have resulted from quantitative tightening, something that would have happened now rather than deferred taxation the Chancellor is proposing, which may or may not happen. Both these changes will make struggling families' lives a little easier and are very much welcomed. Similarly, doubling remote gaming duty, something we have also been calling for, is clearly a sensible move. This is one way to raise much-needed revenue without increasing the burden on hard-working families, but it's comparatively small, raising only £1 billion a year. And the sad truth is that these are all small wins in the context of the huge challenges we face. Yes, I will.
I thank him for giving way. I just thought before he gets onto a part of the speech that I don't think I'll like as much as what he's already said, give him an opportunity to also welcome the freezing of rail fares for the first time in 30 years, which for my constituents means almost £300 off the season ticket into London for commuters in Bracknell.
Yes, I welcome it. The OBR has marked down economic growth from each of the next 4 years. So that's economic growth being marked down for each of the next 4 years. That is bad news. We have a ballooning debt which is now sitting at 2.9 trillion. Our debt costs have tripled in the last 5 years. Yes, that's your fault. And our government's debt is now more expensive than Italy's. And yes, this has all happened on the Conservatives' watch, but we now have a situation where 11% of government spending is just going to cover the interest payments, not even to pay down the debt itself. And the Chancellor has given no indication that she is serious about addressing this. Across the 5 years of the forecast, the Chancellor proposes to deliver a reduction in our net borrowing of just 0.004 of 1% of GDP. And I question her tactics too. What is the sense in taxing salary sacrifice schemes when we know the strain the state pension and social care systems are under, and we need people to save more, not less? Doesn't common sense tell us that discouraging people from saving for retirement now will only lead to a greater burden on the public purse in the long run? Then there's the desperate state of our SEND provision. The SEND national deficit overspend is forecast to reach £17.8 billion by March 2028. The government has said they will cover costs directly from that point on, but they have given no answer as to how this huge bill will be settled up. In Oxfordshire alone, the SEND annual overspend is expected to reach £153 million by March 2026. Why are we waiting 2.5 years to do something about this? And as per Policy Decision 37, the government determines it will go further on efficiencies and savings in public services. But not just yet. There are 0 governmental cost savings in each of the next 3 years. And then miraculously, we expect £4 billion in savings in 29-30, the other side of a general election. How can the country take the government seriously when it takes this approach? This last instance highlights the problem with the fiscal framework the government has set itself. The rules that the current budget must be in surplus in 29-30 and the aim of ensuring debt is falling as a share of the economy by 29-30 are all well and good. But entirely excluding the intermediate years from the calculation serves our country extremely badly. This government is now gaming this system in the same way the Conservatives did before them, by adjusting everything in Year 5 to perfectly line up, with more spending early on and tax rises deferred, possibly into the never-never. Let's look instead at international examples of how national budgets are set to understand why the UK is so ineffective at controlling its debt. The government could take inspiration from the Swedish model of tax scrutiny. 30 years since introducing these changes and aided by strong economic growth, Sweden has reduced its national debt from nearly 80% to 32%. And yes, Sweden had COVID too. Meanwhile, our own national debt stands at around 95%. A key component of the solution is that we need to substantially strengthen the scrutiny powers of this chamber when it comes to the government's financial management. This 4-day debate clearly does not provide an effective scrutiny function, and there is no meaningful ability for Parliament to amend the budget once it is announced. Our country is the poorer for this approach. Secondly, of course, we need to seek a deal with Europe, which captures the economic benefits of the European market, one which is 5 times bigger than our own, while maintaining control of our borders. And this should start with negotiating a new customs union with the EU. The US's National Bureau of Economic Research last month published a paper that found that Brexit had cut UK GDP by between 6 and 8%, with our economy now being £170 billion smaller than it would otherwise have been. The House of Commons Library found that we are losing £90 billion in tax revenues every year as a result of Brexit. That's an enormous number. It's 2/3 of the UK's entire annual budget deficit of £138 billion and nearly 80% of our entire annual debt expense of £114 billion, or our defence, security, prisons and courts budget all combined. The government now finally acknowledges that Brexit has left our country poorer, weaker and more divided, but is still unwilling to do almost anything material about it. In conclusion, I was elected in 2024 by the Witney constituents to do all I can to make their lives better and our country better. This budget is a key lever through which to do this, and I am deeply dismayed at the lost opportunity that this budget represents.
Gareth Thomas.
Speaker, I commend the skill and courage of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, who's faced the most difficult inheritance of any post-war Chancellor since Hugh Dalton in 1945. I welcome the cost of living measures, the cut in energy bills, the increase in the minimum wage, and lifting the two-child cap is very welcome too. And in addition, I commend the work my honourable friend, the Economic Secretary, has begun on tackling financial exclusion. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has been particularly skilled on increasing capital funding, and I will be campaigning for more of it to be invested in Harrow, not least in council or cooperative housing. Indeed, the lack of new socially rented housing being built in Harrow by the Conservative-run council is a disgrace. Not one new council home that hadn't already been agreed has been built since they took over control, making the housing crisis in my constituency much worse. More capital investment in schools in Harrow West is certainly needed. After 14 years of Tory neglect, there are classrooms that cannot be used, windows that can't be shut, roofs that need fixing, and sports facilities that need modernisation. Crucially, more investment too is needed in our NHS. Notably, a new intensive care unit at Northwick Park Hospital is needed to help ease pressure on the A&E unit and improve the quality of care there too. I welcome too the explicit mention of the role of cooperatives in our economy in the budget, and to see the call for evidence on cooperative growth published. Cooperatives and mutuals are rarely given the attention they merit, and yet the opportunities for growth, and crucially for the locally owned growth they generate, are significant. I do hope the Treasury will bring forward their own specific call for evidence on how credit unions, mutual insurers and building societies can expand to play their part in growing our economy. The standout issue for cooperatives is their ability to issue capital instruments that do not lead to demutualisation. This has been done successfully in Australia, where already 600 million Australian dollars has been raised to grow mutuals, notably in the elderly care sector. There is serious interest from cooperatives here in using similar capital instruments to invest in social care. The movement is vital too for tackling financial exclusion and delivering jobs and better opportunities in our country's most deprived neighbourhoods. The banking industry should partner with and invest in the growth of credit unions and community development finance institutions. Many British banks do so already in the US, where it's a requirement. Now they should do so in their own backyard too. The government can't double the size of cooperative and mutual sector of our economy on their own. Businesses in the sector need to do that themselves. But greater interest, imagination and urgency to tackle the finance, legislative and capacity challenges the sector faces from the Treasury, who under the party opposite paid only passing attention, will be critical. My right honourable friend the Chancellor, in the run-up to the budget, rightly drew attention to the impact of Brexit and the dismal trade and cooperation agreement negotiated by the party opposite. The OBR continues to estimate its impact has been a 4% hit to our GDP, with sustained damage to our tax revenues, to jobs and to family finances. In short, it has been an unparalleled act of economic self-harm, with the TCA easily the worst trade deal ever negotiated. I welcome the steps my right honourable friends are taking towards an SPS deal to lower food prices and reduce border delays, while a youth mobility scheme and energy cooperation make obvious sense too. These will benefit growth, but I believe we should go further, and we should use the 2026 UK-EU summit to agree the ambition of a more profound reset. With imagination and sustained business encouragement, a better deal to lower trade barriers could be possible. The recent EU-Swiss deal is interesting for the greater flexibility the EU has now shown to a close and serious partner. As we rebuild our country's relationship with our allies across the Channel, it's surely time within our red lines to be bolder in our ambitions to strip away the red tape the party opposite love about trade with Europe, particularly for goods exports. The needless rules, the different standards, the extra unnecessary checks they introduced in the TCA that are making it harder for British businesses to sell into the EU. Mutual recognition of qualifications, easing business mobility restrictions are worth exploring too. I will give way.
he's making an incredibly powerful point about going further on our relationship with Europe. Does he recognise that the OBR says that Brexit, as negotiated by the previous government, is one of the structural challenges facing our manufacturing industry, and so perhaps being part again of the Pan-European Mediterranean Convention, for example, will be one way to help businesses with all the extra paperwork created by the rules of origin changes?
Well, I understand the Department for Business and Trade, my former department, is about to bring forward a call for evidence on exactly how to go about negotiating exactly membership of that. And I look forward very much to that happening. If we are to get faster and more significant growth, we have to take the axe to more of the red tape Boris's trade deal introduced. So I do urge my right honourable friends to continue to be bolder and more ambitious for a deeper and more profound EU reset agenda. Lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we should consider too in the coming months how to rebuild the fiscal space to fund the development assistance that gives us so much soft power. Assistance that supports our security needs and which is vital to the effectiveness of key parts of peacekeeping, global health and the empowerment of those whose prospects are being damaged by poverty, conflict and climate change. But I look forward to supporting the budget in the division lobbies tomorrow.
Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say what a delight it is to see you in the chair this evening. And this is something I wasn't going to sort of start off by saying, but how I agree with Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North when, and I might misquote him slightly here, but I think he said decent jobs at decent wages, and I absolutely agree. That's what we all want to see in every one of our constituencies right across the country. But I do not believe that this budget goes any way towards delivering those decent jobs at decent wages, and certainly not the case in Staffordshire. And as we look at what is happening, we're seeing inflation rising, and we see the G7 comparisons trotted out. Well, we will have the highest inflation in the G7 this year and also next year. The OBR has forecast that inflation will stay higher for longer. And why is that? Well, because of the Chancellor's last budget. I'm not sure as to whether this budget will have helped reduce those pressures. The initial indications certainly seem to be that they will not. And this is a real problem because it's impacting people's real lives. We're seeing food price inflation rising in 2025, and it was 4.9% in October, up from 4.5% in September. This is an impact on everyone's lives, on their household incomes and how they get by. But if I can touch upon the issue of jobs in Staffordshire, this is a very bad budget for jobs in Staffordshire because we're seeing nothing being done at all for the ceramics industry. Now, the ceramics industry is not the largest employer, as larger employer as it used to be 30 years ago. But it is still an important employer, whether it is Dunoon in my constituency, whether it is Steelite, whether it is Churchill, whether it is so many other great businesses producing pottery in Staffordshire. And this budget will make it more difficult for them to produce pottery in Staffordshire. It will mean that they have higher costs. Just speaking to some of those working in the ceramics industry just last week, a third of everything they're spending is on energy costs. You compare this to the United States, or you compare this to continental Europe, they're looking at half the price of what they're paying for their energy costs. How are we able to compete on a global stage if we do not help those who are actually producing in this country be able to have energy costs that means that they can be competitive? And I hope the Minister, I appreciate she's the Transport Minister, Secretary of State, will able to touch upon this as she sums up. But also, one of the most successful technology companies in this country is not based in London, it isn't based in Cambridgeshire, it's actually based in Stoke-on-Trent, and it's called Bet365. It's the world's leading technology company in terms of betting. It employs 5,500 people in Stoke-on-Trent, the single biggest private sector employer in Stoke-on-Trent. And those who work there don't just live in Stoke-on-Trent, but they live right across Staffordshire and in the northwest and right across the country. But this budget potentially could destroy one of our most successful technology sectors. And for what? The OBR noted in its analysis the following regards gambling tax increases. The behavioural responses to these changes are uncertain, but are estimated to reduce the yield by around 1/3. We estimate that the operators will seek to pass through around 90% of the duty increases by increasing prices or reducing payouts, leading to a reduction in consumer demand, which reduces the yield from the measure by £0.5 billion by 2029-2030. The elasticities used to estimate the demand effect also capture potential substitution to the illicit market and substitution between the different forms of gambling due to the tax differentials introduced through this policy. This is going to be a hammer blow to jobs in the city of Stoke-on-Trent and in Staffordshire. This is, I'll happily give way.
Bet365 based in Stoke. Could he explain to us why they're also based in Gibraltar and Malta?
Bet365 operates internationally. It's one of the most successful technology companies in this country, and it operates in the, right across the globe, and that's quite understandable as to why it does. But the honourable gentleman probably doesn't care about jobs in Staffordshire. The honourable gentleman doesn't ever probably thought about jobs in Staffordshire. He doesn't mind if they all move to Malta or all move to some other jurisdiction. And that's not for him to worry about. It is for me to worry about, and it is for other members of Parliament who represent seats in Staffordshire. Because this budget is an absolute hammer blow to an industry that is providing high-quality, well-paid jobs in Staffordshire, in a city that has seen the decline of coal mining, has seen the decline of ceramics, and has seen so many job losses over so many decades. And Bet365 has been one of the most responsible employers, investing in the local community, investing in charity, paying its taxes here in the United Kingdom. In fact, the owners of it are the highest payers of tax in the whole of the United Kingdom. And this will see jobs being lost in my county, right across the remit. And it's destroying the old industries of Staffordshire, while also at the same time destroying the new industries at Staffordshire, making sure that the people of Staffordshire will be worse off and suffer as a result of this budget.
Callum Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to contribute to this debate on the third day. It's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman. And can I also associate myself with the speeches of my honourable friend, the member for Doncaster North, and my honourable friend, the member for Harrow West. In the short time that's available to me, I wish just to cover a few areas. First, it's with regards to the fiscal stance of the government and its relation to the cost of living. Overall, I believe the set of measures announced by the Chancellor last week does indeed cut the cost of living, and tackle the NHS waiting lists, and reduce the deficit and the debt that is much needed. And having worked in financial services before I entered this place, I've observed the debates with regards to fiscal probity and prudence with great interest. But I would like to remind colleagues, certainly on this side of the House, but across the House, that fiscal responsibility and fiscal prudence isn't just an end of itself, it's a means to an end. It delivers economic and financial stability. It indeed ultimately lowers inflation, and I welcome the fact that the measures in the budget will reduce inflation more than expected. And of course, by increasing the headroom, we are enabling the central bank in time to reduce interest rates at a faster rate, which will not only support mortgage holders, but also support businesses to expand their operations. And in the long run, it will also help reduce our national debt. And given that over a third of our national debt is held by overseas investors, it is incredibly important that we respect their wishes of being fiscally responsible. My honourable friend, the member for Doncaster North, gave a tour de force of the various measures that we are taking to reduce the cost of living, certainly with regards to energy bills and rail fares as well. And I know my constituents in Buckingham and Bletchley will benefit from frozen fares when they go, be they travelling from Bletchley or Milton Keynes to London Euston or elsewhere in the country. But when I was out knocking doors with my right honourable friend, the member for Wickham, on Saturday, it was the frozen prescription charges. There was also a particular, an area that was particularly welcomed by people on the doorstep, as well as the broader investment in the NHS. And in Milton Keynes, we've seen lots of investment over the last few years, thanks to this Labour government, that is enabled because we have been fiscally responsible. Be it the £500 million investment in the new hospital in Milton Keynes, and just last week, the Milton Keynes University Hospital confirmed the construction of 2 new operating theatres beginning early next year, all thanks to a Labour government. But the final area that I wish to cover in this time, Madam Deputy Speaker, is around the pro-growth measures which this government are pursuing and which some were announced last week. My honourable friend, the member for Harrow West, gave a very compelling argument about the need to increase the capabilities of our cooperatives and our mutuals, which can make an excellent feature of our economy. But I wanted to flag or to highlight the role that UK listings relief, the expansion of the EMI eligibility criteria, and the extension of EIS and VCTs. It is incredibly important in a globally competitive economy in which the UK is operating that Britain is the best place to start, scale, and ultimately list a business. And I welcome the measures that are provided through this budget. And I just want to conclude that whilst this budget very much contributes to the financial prosperity of our economy, we will need to go further in the coming years and in the forthcoming parliamentary session. Certainly when it comes to regulation, when it comes to pro-growth tax reform and more inward investment. And clearly the Chancellor was in Wales today trying to bang the drum for more investment into the UK. But also I would say that, as the Prime Minister was saying in his speech this morning, that we do need to control benefits expenditure in the long run too. The last government, the previous government, oversaw a ballooning of welfare and benefit expenditure. We on this side of the House believe in the virtue of work, but we must not use the failings of the last government to shirk the responsibilities of the future. Thank you, Madam President.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a particular pleasure to speak with you and the Chair this afternoon, inspiring, I'm sure, envy from your new legions of fans. On Wednesday, the Chancellor said that energy prices were one of the greatest drivers of the rising cost of living. She accepted that the cause of high energy bills must be tackled at source, in other words, at the supply side. And she recognised that the rush towards net zero is driving up energy bills for the British people. Thus far, the Chancellor and I are in agreement. Stranger things have happened. But none of this seems to inform the budget that she actually served up. She promised to cut energy bills by shifting certain so-called green levies from bills onto general taxation. But that doesn't change the fact that the British people will still bear the costs of this government's net zero delusions. It's an attempt to hoodwink the public by shifting the costs from energy bills onto general tax bills. As my right honourable friend, the member for East Surrey, has repeatedly made clear, the answer isn't to rearrange how these costs fall, it's to stop imposing these costs altogether. The pursuit of net zero is sadly leaving this country worse off and is making almost no impact on global emissions as countries like China and India race ahead to open more coal-fired factories. Even those who have supposedly done everything right are still being crushed. One business in my constituency has invested £1 million in renewables, but has still seen its energy bills triple. For far too many businesses, these sorts of rises in their energy bills will be the final nail in the coffin. And rises are coming. Largely thanks to this government's policy on energy, Ofgem is set to raise the energy price cap in January again, meaning higher bills for the British public. Any short-term cost savings will quickly be eaten up as a result. The savings this budget claims to offer are a mirage. Does the Chancellor believe that the British people are not smart enough to notice this, or does she simply not understand how it will play out? The long-term picture is no better. Last week, our energy system operator officially warned that, thanks to this government's plans to cripple our North Sea oil and gas industry, we will be at serious risk of running out of gas. Yet the Chancellor's budget maintains the windfall tax regime, which is destroying domestic production. It continues to spend vast sums of taxpayer money on schemes designed to cripple that industry in the long term. I give way.
Thank you for giving way. We have exchanged on this issue before. The CEO of Centrica at the start of the year recognised that it was the lack of gas storage which was putting £100 on electricity bills and £100 extra on gas bills, and that was the decision in 2017 by the Conservative government not to invest in Rough. Will she now acknowledge that that was a mistake?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for his intervention. The gas is already stored in the North Sea. The problem with the industry and what is making it unprofitable is this government's determination to hammer the oil and gas industry. The Chancellor also gave no clear verdict on the nuclear regulatory review. Instead, she promised that the government would set out its plans in 3 months' time. That means more delay and uncertainty for companies which might want to invest in British nuclear, and ultimately more delay in reducing the bills of British families and British businesses. This is not a budget that will make any improvements to the lives of ordinary, hard-working people. It's a budget which bakes in net zero, meaning more taxes on the British people, more businesses forced to close their doors, more reliance on other countries to keep the lights on, and more emissions exported to countries like China. No country has ever succeeded without cheap, abundant energy. For businesses, high energy costs can be the difference between success and bankruptcy. For people working hard to make ends meet, high energy costs can be the difference between having money to set aside at the end of the month or needing to dip into savings. Punishing those businesses and those people even more in pursuit of arbitrary net zero targets is profoundly cruel. The immense damage wrought by the cost of living crisis cannot be overstated. High energy bills mean families forced to cut back on after-school clubs for their children, businesses forced to cut back on staff, and young people forced to delay buying their first home even further. I give way.
Honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that the linking of electricity prices to gas and the linking of renewable energy prices to gas is what is creating these high energy prices, and delinking them will actually immediately cut prices for the consumer?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his intervention. That is not the immediate problem that we have. The energy prices that are currently being baked in by the prices that the government is agreeing at the moment will see energy prices sky high for years and years, regardless of what happens to the price of gas. The Conservative cheap energy plan will save households hundreds of pounds and offers a much-needed lifeline to British industry. I very much hope the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Secretary of State, will adopt at least some of its measures.
Justin Madders.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to see you in the chair this evening. As always with the budget, there's far more than one can fit in a speech, but I just wanted to start by saying the decision to increase the headroom by the Chancellor is not one that will garner many headlines or capture the imagination of the public, but it's probably one of the single most important things in this budget. We simply could not have had another year where every bit of speculation on policy led to speculation on the markets, pushing up borrowing costs and leading to a constant cycle of uncertainty. I hope that this increased buffer and the move to annual forecasts means that we get some stability back, and we see the RBR under its new leadership hopefully make far more accurate predictions in the future and forecasts than they have made to date. So I support measures in the budget introduced to put more money into people's pockets. My constituents will be welcoming another increase in the minimum wage above inflation, the freeze to prescription charges, as well as the reduction of £150 to average household energy bills, rising to £300 for the poorest households. Energy and transport costs, of course, make up a significant proportion of household expenditure, particularly for those on the lowest incomes. So I do hope the rail freeze applies to Merseyrail as well, which is the main rail line for my constituents. It did seem a bit odd last week that we couldn't get confirmation from them that the freeze would apply to them. I know the Transport Secretary of State is here. Hopefully by the end of the debate she will be able to confirm that she has indeed got good news for my constituents on that score. I'm also proud that on this side of the House that we treat child poverty with the seriousness that it deserves. I welcome the measure announced by the Chancellor to scrap the two-child benefit cap that's forced so many families into hardship and harmed children through no fault of their own. This measure alone will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, which alongside other measures previously announced will see over 500,000 children taken out of poverty. Over 2,000 children in my constituency alone will be lifted out of poverty as a direct result of this budget. And when I hear commentators say that this was simply a measure to appease backbenchers like me, I think that really belittles the moral case for action. Let's be clear, this cruel policy did not achieve its initial aims. It often punished families for changes in circumstances that were beyond their control and ultimately cost our economy far more than the £3 billion a year it saved.
On that, give way.
I will give way.
Thank you for giving way. Will you allow me to raise the case of a single mum in my constituency? She became pregnant a third time unexpectedly, and it was a time of anxiety for her. She periodically used food banks, and she worried that she wouldn't be able to afford toys for her kids at Christmas. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the two-child benefit cap imposed by the party opposite is their cruelest Tory policy of all?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to point out that this policy punished children for being born, which is absolutely not something that any Labour government should be part of. And of course we hear about this encouraging people not to work. We all know from the statistics that a majority of people in receipt of this are actually in some form of employment. And in terms of the wider cost, the Child Poverty Action Group estimates the cost of child poverty to the country to be about £40 billion per year. Not only is this the morally correct thing to do, it's also the best thing for our country economically. And whilst I understand the pressures facing the government, I hope that the fiscal circumstances will improve in such a way to see income tax thresholds readjusted to take account of the inflationary pressure recently experienced. Going forward, we must continue to ensure that those with the broader shoulders carry the burden to ensure that more and more working people are not dragged into paying tax by fiscal drag. And I have to say, I would like some sort of explanation about the Chancellor's comments on how those in receipt of state pension won't have to pay any tax at the point the state pension reaches the tax threshold in future. Of course, they shouldn't have to pay any tax on it, but why should a pensioner who might have a small private pension of £20 a week have to pay tax on that and their state pension? Once you start looking at some of the implications of that policy, it becomes clear that there are a number of unintended consequences. So I hope that when the extra headroom that's been created by this budget goes on to inspire further ideas in future budgets, we can look at stopping some of these anomalies that the fiscal drag has created. So I want to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a few words on the automotive sector. I'm proud to have a Stellantis factory, or a Vauxhall Motors factory as it's more commonly known around where we live, in my constituency, a site I fought hard for over the years. And of course now it currently manufactures electric vehicles. And I welcome that this budget reinforces the commitments that have been made to our automotive sector in the industrial strategy. For manufacturers, I'm pleased that funding for Drive 35 has been expanded by £1.5 billion, providing £4 billion over the next 10 years, which will help build on the important investment the automotive sector needs. I'm also very happy to see that plans to change the rules for the ECOS scheme have been delayed from coming in next year till 2030, because that undoubtedly would have left many of my constituents hundreds of pounds a month worse off. So having now seen the impact of that policy, I hope the government go the whole hog and cancel that altogether. So, yes, go on.
To give away, I too have the automotive industry in my area, and electric vehicles are really important. One of the concerns we're seeing is that the changes coming with electric vehicles and pay per mile has caused huge anxiety about how it's going to be implemented and the impact it'll have on the second-hand car market, because we don't understand how this will work. Does he share my concerns that the government must be clear on this, because it's going to have a big impact over the next 2 or 3 years while it's discussed?
him for his intervention. He may have seen my speech because I am literally going on to talk about that issue, because he's right, there are a number of unanswered questions. Now, I think it's first of all important to say that we do need to change over to a pay per mile for electric vehicles, because the revenue we raise from fuel duty is clearly going to go down over the coming years. So there had to be a change. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take any more interventions. So I think it is the right thing to do, but I do have concerns about the timing of this and how it will work in practice. I also have to say I did enjoy putting the question to Treasury Ministers from the Conservative Party when they were in government and never getting any answer at all. So I'm pleased that this government is at least acknowledging that this is an issue that needs tackling. Now, the honourable member is right to sort of raise the concerns about what this will mean for the sector, because the OBR forecast that there could be around 120,000 fewer electric car sales over the forecast period, which will of course not be welcome news and certainly isn't helpful in terms of our emissions targets. It's worth pointing out that the automotive sector is already at a precariously low level of production, and of course not all sales of EVs will be from UK manufactured vehicles, but it really actually, in my opinion, ought to be the case where we're giving generous discounts. The majority of those cars are built here. So we absolutely need to see more done to boost demand. Measures such as the electric car grant launched earlier this year continue to support those wanting to switch to EVs, particularly those that are actually made in this country. That's a very important part of that scheme. But even with that generous incentive, the pay per mile proposals will see us lose ground. There are also measures announced in the budget on boosting charging infrastructure, which I think is really important. That will give people confidence to make that purchase. But we cannot pretend that everything in this budget is all way. And that's, of course, before we get into the practicalities of how this will work. So I think we do need further thought on how this will be implemented. But in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a progressive budget. It is one that protects the most vulnerable. It puts money into workers' pockets and begins to rebalance the tax system into one that is fairer. There is no doubt that longer term there is much more that needs to be done. We need to see faster improvements in our crumbling public services. Food inflation remains stubborn, and the predictions are that over the medium term it will continue to be high. Housing costs mean that for many, renting, let alone buying, is still out of their reach. And social care costs mean that still many people at the end of their lives lose their home. So we do need that review of social care to deliver. Those are longer term challenges, Madam Deputy Speaker, but for today, the Chancellor, I believe, has played a difficult hand pretty well.
Steve Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State opened this debate by saying we should look at the backdrop of the general election, which is a surprising way for him to open the discussion on the budget, not least because the central theme of the budget is doing the very opposite of what they said they would do at the general election. And first and foremost, that can be seen with the £26 billion of additional tax on top of the £40 billion of tax in their first budget, when at the general election they said they had fully costed proposals and that they would not need to tax working people. And indeed, they also said at the general election that growth was their #1 policy objective. And yet what do you see in the official documents from the OBR? You see growth forecast down every year of the forecast. And even in choosing the topic of this debate, bearing down on inflation. I mean, the very topic of the debate, to bear down on inflation, is the opposite of what the OBR says is happening, with inflation staying higher and longer as a result of the measures that the government have taken. They inherited inflation at 2%, and yet it is now forecast to stay at 3.5% next year and 2.5% the year after. And indeed, on the topic of cost of living, nothing hurts people's incomes more than inflation that pushes up the bills, pushes up the cost of food, and that erodes people's income. And indeed, alongside that, they also promised to deliver jobs. Well, we can see the consequence of that from their first budget, where the changes in national insurance, the jobs tax, has had the effect that unemployment is up every month that the government has been in office. Graduate recruitment is the worst on record. And the OBR again are forecasting in response to this budget that unemployment will be 4.9% in 2026-27. So we can see in a budget titled Bearing Down on Inflation, Inflation is Up, where they're talking about cost of living, but actually people are being taxed more, and where more and more people are unable to get a job, and graduates in particular are being hit, the difference between what they said at the general election and what indeed they are delivering. And this indeed matters because away from the big numbers, the billions that get quoted in the budget documents, of a whole series of individual measures that will bear down on people's incomes and people's prospects. Whether that is the small business owner that doesn't have the security of a big public sector organisation, who's put their own capital at risk and will see a 2% increase in the dividend tax, on top of, obviously, the corporation tax they're already paying. Whether that's the pension saver, in terms of salary sacrifice and the changes that are being made. Whether that's the freeze on thresholds. And again, what was interesting was the way members opposite cheered a budget where the Chancellor did the very opposite of what she said last year. And when she justified last year, she said it would be a breach of the manifesto to extend tax thresholds. And then that's exactly what she did this time. And again, behind the headlines, it's worth just bearing in mind what the official data says. This will cost £600 extra for a higher rate taxpayer, £220 extra in today's prices by 2030 for a basic rate taxpayer. So these decisions will have real consequences on people's take-home pay. And of course, as a Member of Parliament representing a rural constituency, we saw a continuation of a government that seems to dislike rural communities. We saw that with the family farm tax last year. We see it with an electric car mileage scheme, which is disproportionately penalising rural communities. Again, a change that was not within their manifesto. And indeed, if we look at the consequence of this, we can see it from the last budget. The IFS saying that national insurance changes are costing £900 for an average worker. So these issues have real costs. But given the time limit on speech, I just wanted to then look forward, because these tax changes are sold on the basis of, for example, more money for the NHS. A bit like at the general elections, they said they'd end the resident doctor strike. We've just had another one announced today. We had the NHS Confederation saying this is not a budget for the NHS. We've got an estimated £3 billion extra in drug prices to be absorbed in the budget. We've got an announcement where it looks mental health funding, the standards may be changed and be flat real, just go up in line with inflation, not the change that they promised. We've got, I'll happily give way, perhaps you might want to come in on the pay offer that the government's offering.
Well, I wanted to come in on his earlier points around inflation, because I'm sure he'll welcome a budget that reduces inflation. If you look at the Blue Book, hang on a minute, look at the Blue Book. The budget measures, government policy measures announced since March are expected to decrease inflation by 0.3%. Decrease inflation. Does he welcome that, or is he staying silent on fiscal measures that reduce inflation?
I can see he's just had a text message from the Whip's office, but the reality is he inherited inflation at 2%. It is currently at 3.6% and forecast next year by the ABR, the independent forecaster, to be 3.5%. It's a certain genius that intervenes on a point to show that the government is going in the wrong direction. And I just finish, as I say, with the fact that this is presented on the basis it's going to be transformative for things like the NHS. So look at things like community services. Community health service in all our constituencies are hugely important. Waiting lists there are up 90,000 since the general election, particularly for children. We don't hear too much about that from the bench opposite. We saw very little in this debate around productivity. So let me just close with one example. Just last month, the Health Foundation, in their report, said there was only a 1 in 6 chance of the government achieving the 2% annual productivity growth target that it set. Now, members might think, well, why does that matter? Well, if it's at 1%, then that will cost an extra £9 billion a year for the NHS. So only a 1 in 6 chance of delivering, but if they don't, a very significant cost to the NHS. So this is a budget that puts up tax on working people in order to pay more in welfare. We can see that in a whole series of individual measures, but we can also see it in the gulf between what they said at the general election, what the Chancellor has delivered, and she's not even been consistent with what she said in her budget last year.
Sam Carling, and before I call Sam Carling, I am then going to go to an immediate 5-minute time limit. So Sam Carling on a 6-minute time limit.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's very generous. I'm delighted to be speaking today about a budget that builds on what this government started last year, taking the necessary decisions to grow the economy and protect working people. A focus on reducing the cost of living, cutting NHS waiting lists, and reducing national debt show that this is a Labour budget with Labour values. And we've already taken measures to cut the cost of living. We've been improving our energy security, which will bring down energy bills permanently and protect us from the thrall of international markets. We've started rolling out free breakfast clubs in schools so parents can get to work on time and so kids can start the day ready to learn. We've expanded free school meals and we've raised the minimum wage, bringing a pay rise to millions of workers. And I'm delighted that we're moving forward now with further measures. Energy bills brought down by an average of £150 for households from April. Measures to tackle child poverty, which will make this government the biggest reducers in child poverty since records began, lifting over 450,000 children out of poverty and benefiting around 3,200 children in my constituency, according to analysis in the Daily Mirror. And as with last year, a significant boost to pay for those on the lowest incomes. And the Conservatives, among other parties, are decrying that by saying it will impact on inflation. They need to look at the numbers. The OBR forecast shows that government policy, particularly from the energy bills package and fuel duty freeze, will reduce inflation by 0.4 percentage points in the next financial year. And indeed, gilt yields shot down on Wednesday as the Chancellor delivered the budget. The markets have confidence in our handling of the economy. On Thursday, JP Morgan Chase announced they're going to build a new centre at Canary Wharf, which will provide 12,000 jobs and boost our economy by £10 billion. That is not the kind of decision major players with global reach make if they don't trust a government's handling of the economy. It is a huge vote of trust and confidence in what we're doing. And this is a hugely progressive budget, as it was last year. On average, households in the lowest income deciles will benefit most from the decisions taken by this government from the 2024 budget onwards. Indeed, all but the richest 10% of households will benefit as a percentage of income from overall policy decisions in 2028-29. When it comes to slashing the cost of living, this government is backing up its words with real action, reversing the damage done by our predecessors. And members opposite are chuntering at me, but I think they need to remember that the last Parliament was pretty much the only one on record where living standards fell. People in Peterborough and North West Cambridgeshire are really going to feel this locally. I'm delighted that the Chancellor announced £20 million for the new Peterborough Sports Quarter during her speech. That includes funding for a new Peterborough pool, after Conservatives closed our regional pool when they ran the council. Again, I'm getting chunted at. Conservatives closed the pool we had when they ran the council. These are the measures of a government that is making a difference. Compare that to our predecessors. Living standards hammered, stagnant wage growth, millions more people experiencing food insecurity. And on the NHS, Labour built the NHS, and we will always be its best custodians. We've proved it in our time in office so far. We promised 2 million extra appointments in our first year, but thanks to massive investment in our first budget, we hit that target 7 months early and have delivered 5.2 million since July 2024. So waiting lists are falling for the first time in 15 years. I will give way.
And for giving way. I do welcome the investment in the NHS and the reducing waiting lists for everybody in our country, but would he agree with me that over time, or the money that's going to private companies to reduce this waiting list should be redirected into the NHS so that profits don't leave the NHS and there's more money to treat patients?
At his point, I think we've been very clear and we've heard from the Chancellor that all efficiencies from the NHS will be reinvested back into its budget, and I welcome that. But on the other points he makes, my constituents very rarely raise with me the specific way in which their healthcare is being delivered. What my constituents want to know is why they can't get a GP appointment, why they can't get to hospital on time, and what we're doing will deliver that. Where was I? So, we must also talk about our national debt. Renewing the debt is a necessary and moral issue. Reducing the debt is a necessary and moral issue. Of every £10 we spend, £1 is spent on government debt interest. Imagine what we could achieve if we had that money available instead to invest in our local communities. And so I'm therefore delighted that due to the measures the Chancellor has announced, combined with action that we took last year, debt GDP, a budget surplus of £22 billion in 2029-30, which would be the plus. Forget, the UK was the fastest growing economy in the G7 for the first half of this year. Both the IMF and the OECD forecast that for 2025 as a whole, the UK will have better growth than the Eurozone, Canada, Japan, France, Italy and Germany. So while Reform and the Conservatives scream doom and gloom, this government is quietly getting on with the job. This budget builds on everything we achieved last year, and I know that we will see the cost of living slashed, the debt reduced and NHS waiting lists brought down.
Chris Coughlin.
In February, Louise Holmes took me to a restaurant, Holmes Falls, in Dorking. It was especially popular for brunch with fantastic food and a beautiful wood-panelled interior. Louise was thinking about a second site and had 12 employees. But she couldn't afford the extra money for the employer's national insurance increase, so today it is closed. Putting my constituents out of business through tax rises is no way to grow our economy. Americans are twice as rich than they were in 2008. Why are we 10% poorer? They call this the productivity puzzle, but actually it is no puzzle at all. Decades of research, including by recent Nobel Prize winner Philippe Aghion, show that productivity can be raised by policies that support innovation, such as public research and development. Right now, UK government support for nuclear submarine technology has led to the development of Rolls-Royce's small modular nuclear reactors for civilian use. The roadblock is that too often economic policymaking in this country is driven to meet the OBR's fiscal rules when the OBR actually uses flawed assumptions for growth, such as that public R&D has no impact on economic growth after 5 years. This budget has been surrounded by controversy over the 16 billion productivity downgrade, but for me the more serious question is why did the OBR downgrade productivity in the first place? In the 15 years since its inception, the OBR has consistently overestimated productivity, so it has to downgrade it when it is wrong. This has created enormous volatility in economic policy making. It is no way to run a G7 economy. The good news is that the government has started to adopt some of the policies that raise productivity. London Business School's Paolo Sirico, who I introduced the Chancellor to his work last year, has quantified the stunning impact that public R&D can have on economic growth. Paolo has shown that from 1950 to 2015, US patents that had a publicly funded component generated 12 times the productivity, 12 times, compared to patents that were purely funded by the private sector. The most famous example of which, of course, is John F. Kennedy's Apollo program. Public funding of basic research in universities and laboratories is so powerful for economic growth because it de-risks the cost of developing new technology. It generates the discoveries that attract private investment into startups and venture capital. In the spring statement, the Chancellor was able to use a 2.2 billion extra on defence R&D using Paolo's model to upgrade long-term UK GDP growth by £11 billion a year. So I urge the government to now adopt a broad public R&D investment strategy for economic growth, like the US, Israel, South Korea. The investment needed is not actually that large. An extra $5 billion a year on public R&D would take us to US levels as a share of GDP. And if we borrowed to do this, debt to GDP would actually fall, because GDP would rise faster than debt over the long run. So I urge the government to take $5 billion, invest in public R&D in our leading industries such as finance, film, defence, healthcare, renewable energy, and then it might be possible to turn our country into one of the fastest growing advanced economies in the world.
Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Madam. I joined the Labour Party because I believe in equality and justice, and these are two of the values that I use to judge any budget. Does it create a more equal society, and is the society which it creates more just? And so there are aspects of this budget that I welcome. I welcome the removal of policy costs from household energy bills, saving families £150. I welcome the 3,730 children in my constituency of Brent West whose parents will be helped by the abolition of the two-child benefit cap and the expansion of free school meals. I welcome the rise in the minimum wage and the living wage.
Would you give way on that point?
Yes, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that rises to the national minimum wage are among the most important of pay rises because of the money they put in the pockets of the poorest workers in our society?
Well, I'm really grateful to my honourable friend for that, because he's absolutely right, and that money gets recycled throughout our economy. But I think it's a scandal that more than 60% of people in receipt of universal credit are actually in work, often working 2 jobs to make ends meet. It's a scandal because it means that those employers are not paying their workforce at a level that we, the rest of society, consider is enough to live on. We, the taxpayer, are actually subsidising those companies' wage bills so they can pay their shareholders higher profit. But this budget doesn't reverse structural inequality. It doesn't shift the dial on growth. It's a budget that whispers when it should be screaming about the catastrophe that is going to collapse our economy within the next 25 years. So let me talk about the figures that matter and about the budgets that are actually going to change our lives. Over the past 800,000 years, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has varied between 180 and 300 parts per million. During the last 10,000 years, the period of human civilization, it's varied between 260 and 280 parts per million. And that has given us humans a relatively stable temperature and climate. When we started the significant use of fossil fuels in the 19th century, it was at 280. Today, the concentration of CO2 is at 424 parts per million. As a result of those emissions, global mean temperatures have risen by nearly 1.5 degrees. That is the level that we know gives us only a 50% chance of avoiding dangerous climate change. So what does dangerous climate change actually mean? It means the systematic collapse of our economy. It means refugees fleeing parts of the world where life has become impossible because of persistent temperatures above 40 degrees, because of drought and failing crops. It means unprecedented societal chaos as supply chains fail and competition for food turns to violence. It means war. What this government has failed to understand is that you can't weigh up the cost of addressing climate change against the cost to the economy when your whole economy depends upon keeping climate change under control. So the first budget we need is a global carbon budget that sets the quantity of CO2 we can emit if we are to meet our Paris temperature agreements. If we're to stay below the 2-degree threshold, we have only 530 billion metric tons of CO2 that we can release into the atmosphere. Now that may sound a lot. In fact, it is only 13 years of emissions at their current rate. The budget to stay within 1.5 is a lot worse, just 130 billion metric tons, which is just 3 years of emissions at today's level. I won't. Parliament is supposed to be a gathering of the leaders of our community, rational and intelligent human beings capable of horizon scanning and guiding our country to a safe and sustainable future. Instead, it acts like the frog in the pan of gradually boiling water, delaying its escape until too late. This budget should have been bold. It should have put our country on a wartime footing, a national programme of retrofit, no new build that is not net zero in its embodied and its operational carbon, a huge rollout of public transport, a major programme of electrification. We have a huge majority, yet we act as if we are afraid of the power that we spent 14 years seeking. The green economy today is growing 3 times faster than the rest of the UK economy. If growth truly is our mission, then it is in that clean, affordable and secure future that we should be investing. Often people talk of a just transition. I prefer to talk of a bloody marvellous one. What's not to like about warm homes with affordable energy,
comfortable, efficient, speedy and reliable public transport, the creation of thousands of new jobs, decent air quality, a secure food system with reliable supply chains and a stable geopolitical world. We live in an age of public sufficiency and private luxury, as Professor Kevin Anderson said last week at the National Emergency Briefing. A budget that was adequate to the challenge we face would have turned that on its head. A society where every private home has sufficient and every public domain is one of luxury. That would be the just and equal society I came into the Labour Party to create.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, who I know holds his views with great sincerity, although I don't agree with many of them. I want to address, before I get into the substance of the budget measures, the process leading up to the budget. Now, it might be a subject that people will say is just the fascination of those in the Westminster bubble. But I think on this occasion, in the run-up to this budget, it went way beyond that. This was a budget where in those weeks, and indeed months before the budget, virtually every conceivable tax rise was floated as a possibility. And last week, we heard from the OBR, and it was summed up, I think, very well by Ben Zaranko from the IFS. And he said, at no point in the process did the OBR have the government missing its fiscal rules by a large margin. Leaves me baffled by the months of speculation and briefing. Was the plan to lead everyone to expect a big income tax rise, then surprise them on the day by not doing it? Now, the Chancellor will come before the Treasury Select Committee next Wednesday, which I'm privileged to be a member of, and we will no doubt ask her about what was happening in those weeks. And I don't want to preclude the scrutiny of that committee. But I think everyone across the House must acknowledge, we all read the papers, we could all see what was happening in terms of how decisions about where to invest, whether to invest in the UK, whether to employ any more people, whether to have confidence in the future of the country's economy, rested on the way that budget was prepared for. And I regret very much that the error that was made, and it clearly was a profound error that Richard Hughes has taken responsibility for this afternoon, I think he's done the right thing, the honourable thing, will be conflated with this much more serious breach of protocols over several months leading up to the budget. We in this House need to come to terms with the implications it has for our reputation. Now, there are some things I would wish to welcome in the budget, but things I don't wish to welcome are the enormous tax increase. We all fought an election where it was plainly said by the then opposition that only 7 billion of tax rises were implied. We had 40 billion last year. We had a further 26 billion this year. And it will mean 780,000 people in the lowest paid coming into tax by the extension of the threshold freeze. Tax on EVs, more tax on property rents, a tourism tax, increases in tax on dividend savings and unearned income, EOT relief halved, salary sacrifice limited. Now, it is obviously the prerogative of every government to raise tax as they see fit. But what concerns me is the lack of understanding of what it takes to drive growth in an economy. And when I look at the implications for the hospitality sector, which is a significant one in Salisbury, I see people already bemused by the unexpected increase in employer national insurance, the increase in the national living wage, the implications of changes of employment legislation. And that's before we even got to the measures in last week's budget. And the truth is, we are seeing people say, actually, the risks associated with investing in plant, machinery and people, and the costs of doing so, I'll be very happy to give away.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, especially as a fellow colleague on the Treasury Select Committee, and I agree with many things of what he's saying, but will he not agree with me that the Conservative Party also has considerable responsibility for this with Brexit?
Well, you know, I didn't support Brexit. Brexit happened. We made a decision as a country. And, you know, I don't want to relitigate that. I would commend him for what he does in terms of promoting the discussion about what measures to drive forward productivity. And I think the government could learn from some of those observations this afternoon. Because until we get to a point where those who create wealth, create jobs, feel that it's in their interest to do so, I feel we will be dancing on the head of the pin in terms of feeling secure about that trajectory of sustained growth going forward. And the burdens that have come from this budget will be significant, and it will change the way that people think about investing in this economy. A dynamic economy does not come from ever higher tax and higher spending on welfare. Now, the OBR have downgraded growth in every year. Now, I recognise that since the global financial crisis, many economies face similar challenges. Let's be honest and real about that. But we cannot go on spending money on welfare unless we address the drivers of a sustainable growth in our economy. And I fear that the measures in the budget last week, many of them purporting to give long-term benefit, will not satisfy what those who create wealth need in the short term.
Tom Rutland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a little over a year since we had the first Labour budget in 15 years, and since that budget, many of my constituents in East Worthing and Shoreham have felt the benefit in some way or another. Whether it's the 20,000 people no longer waiting for treatment and getting on with their lives, benefiting from a 15% fall in hospital waiting lists at my local trust since the election, or the children at Homebush Primary Academy, one of the schools in the early adopters scheme for a free breakfast club. Children who now start every day prepared, focused and equipped to make the most of their school day, and parents benefiting from the additional free childcare, freeing them up to get to work. Or the thousands of workers across Ada and Worthing benefiting from the boost in the minimum wage and wages more broadly, having increased more in the first year of this government than the first decade under the Conservatives. And now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have our second Labour budget of the term, a budget focused on giving people across the country a helping hand with the cost of living. Contrast that with the Tories and Reform, who have both promoted their ideas to return to the days of austerity, as if we weren't already having a hard enough time trying to tell the difference between them, with another 3 former Tory MPs having joined Reform just today. But to the Tories over there, and the Tories with Reform masks on over there, oh, what a surprise, they're not here, let me tell them, when we stood on a promise to change this country last year, we meant it. And I'm determined not to let my constituents down by allowing their failed ideas to ever creep into government again and distract from the very real job of giving our country its future back. And then, on the other side, you have the Greens accusing us of austerity. I would say they should welcome the record investment in clean energy that this government is making, including expanding the Rampion wind farm off the coast of my constituency. But unfortunately, their record of ultimately opposing green infrastructure when push comes to shove, or when shovels come to ground in their constituencies, suggests that when it comes to the climate, all they have to offer is hot air. So, Mr. Speaker, let me tell them something too. In this budget, we are not returning to austerity, because austerity wouldn't lift 450,000 children out of poverty, but this Labour government will. Austerity wouldn't expand free school meals to 3,200 children in my constituency, but this Labour government will. Austerity wouldn't cut £150 off the average energy bill, but this Labour government will. Austerity wouldn't freeze rail fares, fuel duty and prescription charges, but we will, as we will cut NHS waiting lists and support the 3,500 SMEs in my constituency with fully funded apprenticeships, and this Labour government will. Madam Deputy Speaker, austerity wouldn't rebuild this country, but this Labour government will. And we will do all of this while adhering to our fiscal rules and cutting the national debt over the course of this Parliament. And that discipline and stability is important. Not just for the amount of interest the government pays on its debt, and to be clear, there is nothing progressive about spending £1 in every £10 of taxpayers' money on debt interest, but for the cost to individual families too. Because we on this side of the House know that when a government chooses populism over realism, or the economics of fantasy over stability, it is working people who pay the price. People whose mortgages soared after Liz Truss's mini-budget, leaving them scrabbling around to find the extra cash to keep the roof over their heads. But as a result of this government's determination to deliver economic stability, these mortgage rates are now coming down, with interest rates already cut 5 times by the Bank of England since last year's election, saving the typical family £1,000 a year. And with this budget forecast by the OBR to reduce CPI inflation by 0.4 percentage points next year, we can hope for further cuts to interest rates soon. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are under no illusion. There is more to do. But this budget is another key step in turning the page on the chaos left by the previous government. Guided by our Labour values, we are putting the priorities of the British people back into the heart of government policy, and by doing so, giving working people the stability and the investment in the future that they deserve.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the government on keeping one of its manifesto commitments? Because on their manifesto, it said change. Just no one realised that would be all that was left in the British public's pocket when it came to it. And I'd like to give a second congratulation as well to the Chancellor, because I gather she's won an award. She's won an award as the best Dubai estate agent for 2025, because we know that 250,000 people have now emigrated from Britain because of the impacts of her budget. And I expect she's going in 2026 for the next award too. But more importantly, this seems to be a Labour government that is caught between trying to do things on purpose or by mistake. Last budget, they were very upfront that they were going to tax education for the first time. What they didn't realise what they were going to do was actually put taxes on hospices, pharmacies, GPs. This was all missed. Now, we have a new budget that's come forward, and I call it the ball of wool budget. Why? Because for the first time in history, we've had this ball of wool unravel time and time again for weeks upon weeks upon weeks, until it finally went through the process of where it was spun into a yarn that we're supposed to believe, and the British public have seen right through it. It's unparliamentary to use the term liars, but I think you can use Pinocchio, and I think the Prime Minister and the Chancellor may well fall into that category. But rest assured, the people in Leicestershire and the people up and down this country see right through this Labour government. They see what this budget was all about. It was all about trying to placate the backbenchers. And how? £40 billion worth of tax rises in the first budget, £26 billion worth of tax rises in this second one. And don't take my word for it, Madam Deputy Speaker, because even if we believe before the last budget the fictional black hole that was disproved by the OBR, the Chancellor herself, after that budget, went on Sky News and said, I quote, "We have now wiped the slate clean. It is now on us. We set the spending envelope over the course of Parliament. We don't need to come back for more. We've done that now." She went on. There is no need to come back. With another budget like this, we never need to do that again. Yet here we are, £26 billion more tax on the British public. And yet we still have weak growth, we have high inflation, and no living within our means. And she even broke her own manifesto commitment, which she admitted. Because in the budget in 2024, she said, I quote from this dispatch box, "I have come to the conclusion that extending the thresholds would hurt working people. It would take more money out of their pay slips. I am keeping every single promise I made on tax in our manifesto, so there will be no need to extend in the freeze in the income tax and national insurance thresholds beyond the decisions made by the previous government." Yet, 1 year on, from this dispatch box last week, she said, I'm asking everyone to make a contribution. Well, I need to tell the Chancellor this, that asking for a contribution is not the same as being told, which is what this government is doing. Because what would happen if someone tried to refuse, saying, no, I've paid my fair share. My constituents say, I've done enough. They can't just say no. They'll get a fine, or worse, a criminal record and go to jail. So let's deal with the semantics and say what it is. It's a naked choice to increase tax on the British public. Now, in the run-up to the election, the member for Richmond and North Allerton was prophetic in what he said. And we weren't listened to, and I understand all the reasons why. But he said a Labour government would tax your holiday, would tax your house, would tax your GP, would tax your pharmacy, would tax your flights, would tax your car, would tax your pension, would tax your savings. Have I missed anything? No, we've taxed your charities as well, even taxed your milkshake. Tax, 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 tax. The public have seen what a Labour government has done. They were told about it, and they've seen it twice in a budget. When it comes to the next one, I hope they remember that.
The honourable gentleman may have meant to evade the rules during his comments with his reference to the Prime Minister and Chancellor, but he did not. Can I advise him to withdraw those comments?
Forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whether it was in reference to either being a liar or Pinocchio, I would remove them both.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by congratulating everyone, both in this House and outside this House, who fought to scrap the two-child benefit cap and to make the wealthiest pay more. The positive steps in this budget in that direction, like the mansion tax, are a real credit to that campaigning. And on the scrapping of the two-child benefit cap, yes, I voted to add that to the government's programme last year. And the reason I did that is because all the experts said correctly that it would be the quickest way to lift immediately hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. So I'm delighted that the government's got the message and done that. And it makes me proud and delighted that children, thousands of children in my Leeds East constituency will benefit from this. In Gipton, in Harehills, in Garth and Swillington, in Killinbeck and Seacroft, in Crossgates and Winmore, in Whitkirk and Colton. That gladdens my heart to see that injustice righted. I will give way.
45% of children live in relative poverty in Blackburn. I congratulate the member for taking a principled stance, and you've been proven right. So thank you on behalf of the children of Blackburn.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his very kind words. It's important that we all see our time in Parliament as being part of a crusade against child poverty, to make child poverty history, because no child is responsible for their own poverty. And it really sickens me to hear some of the talk from the opposition benches when it comes to this. Now, budgets are always followed by days of detailed coverage, but the simple truth is this: the budget and the government's whole record will be judged on whether or not living standards rise. Living standards have been stagnant for well over a decade, since the bankers brought the economy to its knees. Pay has been flat, while the price of every essential has increased. And millions today are struggling with skyrocketing rent, energy and food costs. No wonder the cost of living crisis remains the #1 concern for people in the polls. There are more welcome moves in the budget to address that: the £150 off energy bills, the freeze on rail fares and the boost to the national minimum wage, to name a few. But the scale of the cost of living crisis demands far, far bolder action. As it stands, this Parliament is on track to be the second bleakest for living standards since World War II, with the worst being the last Parliament. People are being asked to take more and more pain. That's why, before the budget, I called for a package of emergency cost of living measures to give people the urgent relief they need. From cost of living grants to universal free school meals, there are so many ways that we can take the pressure off people who have been really struggling and through no fault of their own. And all of that can be funded by raising tens of billions of pounds in taxation from the very wealthiest, and from those who are making super profits by ripping people off like the banks are doing. Tens of thousands of people backed my call, and such calls will continue to grow as this crisis persists. But instead, I'm afraid to say, of going down that road of wealth taxes, the government has chosen a stealth tax on ordinary people, because millions will face an income tax hike from the extension of the income tax threshold freeze, including 780,000 people having to pay income tax for the first time. Now, putting aside any debates on manifesto promises, that move will squeeze ordinary people even further at a time when they simply can't afford it. Now, the good news is that this extension is not due to kick in for another 2 years. So there's still time for the government to think again and do the right thing and ditch that. And just as I did with the two-child cap, winter fuel and disability benefit cuts, I'll do everything that I can to ensure that this regressive policy is overturned, because there are much better alternatives. We should be taxing extreme wealth. In 2010, the combined wealth of UK billionaires was £250 billion. Now it's over £600 billion. So the combined wealth of UK billionaires has more than doubled since 2010. How many of our constituents can say that their wages have doubled, that their standard of living has doubled, that their wealth has doubled in that time? We need to push for fairness. We need to push for a fairer taxation system. So we should be taxing extreme wealth, not loading stealth taxes onto working people in the middle of a cost of living emergency. Now, we all know much of the economic weakness driving the crisis of living standards is a result of 14 years of terrible decisions from the Tories. But people, of course, expect this government to not only sort that out, but to protect them in the here and now. If that's not done, then it will pave the way to the first far-right government in our country's history, because it's in this context of the cost of living crisis that the siren voices from reform and the far-right get an easier hearing, and that's something we must all avoid. We don't want to end up with the UK's own version of Donald Trump, which will be the member of Clacton as Prime Minister. So let's work together to lift living standards and stop that.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Leeds East. And you'll forgive me if I wonder if perhaps some of his colleagues in Scottish Labour might actually believe that Christmas arrived early for them last week, given that much of the budget book reads like a Christmas wish list of a potential First Minister of Scotland. Investment in Inchgreen Dock in Inverclyde, regeneration projects in Kirkcaldy, the Fourth Green Port, 14 million for Grangemouth. I think we know which target seat Santa will be visiting this year. And 820 million in consequentials, but it's not all good news. Of course, the investment in Scotland is welcome, including that vital support for the Fourth Green Port, which should unlock high-skilled jobs for my constituents with growth in green industries. But at the same time, we're also seeing further job losses at Harbour Energy in Aberdeen. And any investment in renewables must not mean we turn our backs on the workers in oil and gas, and we do not lose their skills and investment. I'm particularly pleased to see that the Government has reaffirmed its commitment to £750 million for Edinburgh University's new exascale computer, investment I have consistently campaigned for since the election. And it's set to become the UK's new national supercomputer, with the potential to unlock world-leading research in artificial intelligence, medicine, physics and space, making Edinburgh a strong contender to be the home of the Scottish AI growth zone that the budget document commits to. And a wee hint there for the Minister that something else that could be popped into a Christmas stocking. Crucially, can I thank the Chancellor for finally listening to calls, including from Liberal Democrats, to scrap the two-child cap on universal credit, lifting 95,000 Scottish children out of poverty, helping 300 households in Edinburgh West. But it's shameful that it's taken this government so long to reverse it. and the perverse rape clause. Despite this progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is, as I said, not all good news. I'm disappointed by the gaps in the budget, things that would have boosted Edinburgh's economy and helped families in my constituency. Hospitality is a sector I've mentioned many times in this House. It generates £198 million in my constituency of Edinburgh West alone every year. It supports 6,000 jobs. Pubs, restaurants and cafes across Edinburgh are still feeling the pinch from increased energy costs, the impacts of employer national insurance hikes and inflation. The Chancellor could have used this opportunity to cut VAT for hospitality, put money back into people's pockets as they go out to celebrate Christmas. Similarly, there was nothing for the whisky industry, also feeling the effects of Trump's tariffs. Analysis by the Scotch Whisky Association has shown a loss of tax revenue of £150 million following the previous hike in alcohol duty. So the increase in this budget puts further pressure on a critical sector for Scotland's economy. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll finish with this thought. In Scotland, many of us are hoping for a change of government at Holyrood next year. And being out in my constituency this weekend, I heard that from the people there. They have the same concerns as any other part of this country. They're worried about the cost of energy bills and the state of our public services. Small business owners told me about the pressure they're feeling, and without the business rates relief and support in Scotland. So this budget, they are looking to it to give them some idea of what they might expect from the Labour Party in Scotland next year in an election campaign, and whether they like it. And it will be the people of Scotland who decide whether this budget and its creators have been naughty or nice.
David Williams.
Speaker, I wanted to speak in the debate today after listening to the real voices of people across Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove, away from the Westminster bubble and the media frenzy. For far too many of them, the last Conservative government was defined by rising bills, falling living standards and failing public services. My constituents' views were clear. Quite simply, this budget will make life better for them and their families. Take David, who lives in Tunstall. A single dad, he skips meals so that his kids can eat properly. Meanwhile, Sarah in Butt Lane told me about how she panics when it comes to buying new school shoes every September. Well, Sarah and David work hard, very hard, so I'm relieved that their children will be amongst the 4,400 to be lifted out of poverty locally thanks to the abolition of the two-child limit. Their kids will also join over 6,700 others who will benefit from the extension of free school meals, as well as new breakfast clubs, thanks to this Labour government. Because no kid should start the day with an empty stomach. Over in Talk Pits, I spoke with Lisa. Lisa earns the minimum wage in a warehouse. Lisa told me that for the past few years, it's felt like she'd been running up a down escalator. But now, thousands of people like Lisa will take home £1,500 more a year thanks to the fair decisions we have taken. Then on Saturday, I went to the Christmas lights switch on in Kidsgrove, where I spoke to an older couple that I first met last winter. For many years, they've been turning off appliances to save every penny possible. They told me that cutting £150 off their energy bills, combined with the 4.8% rise in the state pension and the protection of the triple lock, will make a significant difference to them. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the subject of pensions, a former mine worker in Packmore contacted me to thank this government for delivering justice for him and his former colleagues. As a result of the actions of this Labour government, over 800 former mine workers, canteen and office staff now have more money in their back pockets. As he told me, We earned it, David, but we've buried too many who didn't live to see it. I'd also like to thank my friend and colleague and local councillor, Duncan Walker, who has campaigned on this matter for many decades. And finally, I turn to Calvin, who contacted me about our record investment into our NHS. Calvin, like so many, was left languishing on waiting lists for years. Locally, waiting lists have already been cut by as much as 50% as a result of an extra 55,000 appointments at the Royal Stoke and county hospitals. Now, Calvin told me he can't wait to go back to work, and this investment will help many more like him. So to close, Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is a serious, responsible and compassionate plan that begins to restore security for people across my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove.
Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to participate in this budget debate. And I'm reminded that in 2005, whenever Tony Blair was seeking re-election to a historic third term as Prime Minister, he celebrated the fact that this country had enjoyed 40 quartiles of economic growth. And if anyone cares to think about that, then you have to realise that that economic growth commenced 2 years before he commenced as Prime Minister. And I say that because very often in this chamber, all we get from a government is complaints about what the opposition could have done or should have done when they were in government, and an opposition that chides the government for some of the choices and pressures that they face. But there are those of us within this chamber, and more importantly within the country, that can look clearly at some of the economic challenges and the missed opportunities. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been right in this debate that we've heard that a government that promised not to raise tax on working people raised £40 billion in last year's budget. It is right to reflect that this year, having said that was a one-off £26 billion will be raised from this budget. And it is right to reflect on the pressure that that is putting ordinary people up and down this country under. Right to reflect the numbers who didn't pay tax, who will pay tax, 5 million additional taxpayers over the course of the 5-year period. And of middle earners in this country, 5 million more paying high rate tax over a 5-year period. Those are choices that this government brought forth, and those are choices that we as people within this country are going to have to pay. This debate on the cost of living should lead the same question around threshold freezing or around two-child limits.
On that point?
Can
I commend my honourable friend, the honourable member for East Belfast? In Northern Ireland, we have 440,000 children. We have 103,000 who are in poverty. This government, by abolishing the two-child rate, has ensured that 103,000 people, children who are in poverty, will be lifted out of poverty. The potential's there to do that. So does my right honourable member and friend agree when it comes to what the abolishing the two-child limit, it actually it takes them out of poverty and makes their lives better?
Gavin Robinson.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend knows, and we have campaigned on the removal of the two-child limit. We didn't agree with it. We don't think it's right, and we think it's immoral for families to be placed in that position. We opposed it when it was introduced, and we oppose it today. But we're considering cost of living. Are we going to reflect that within 2 years' time, by 2027, state pension will now be taxed? State pension will be taxed because of freezed thresholds. And it will be taxed in 27, 28, 29, 2030 and 2031 because of choices by this government. We recognise that pensioners should be entitled to and need pension credit to supplement that, but if their sole income is state pension, it will be taxed, unlike pension credit. That can't be right, but it's what has been delivered through freezed thresholds. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am
happy to engage with the Northern Ireland office, and I'm pleased to see that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is here, about some of the challenges that we face in Northern Ireland. I can recognise £370 million additionally through Barnett consequentials, though I have to recognise that that's not 1 year's addition. That's over a period of years with but £2 million in one of those years, yet he knows that the challenge this year for our executive is £400 million. That's the current pressure. And what's the one thing missing from the Red Book when you look at the section on Northern Ireland? It's any challenge to the executive. It's any mention of the fiscal framework and those negotiations that need to take place. Because I lament the fact that there was praise for our Finance Minister in Northern Ireland last week when he talked about the need for revenue raising in our province, but then went on to rule out every significant aspect of revenue raising. Politically, they're not in that space yet. We have to share power with them, and that is wrong. I lament the fact that we have partners in government who say we need more fiscal devolution, we need more powers in Northern Ireland, yet they have manifestly failed to use the powers at their disposal, and that cannot continue. And there is a role for national government in those negotiations, I say. We welcome that there is £150 potential support for energy bills and households across this United Kingdom. But there's no detail within the Red Book, and my honourable colleague from Strangford asked the question earlier of the Secretary of State, and he was unable to answer. But this is coming in April 2026, and yet all we have is a notional offer from government to support the executive in creating a system. Can we have confirmation as to whether Amy will be made available to ensure that every household in Northern Ireland will be entitled to £150 on the same basis as England and Wales? Can we understand, will that extend to oil boilers? We heard £130 for gas boilers, with 70% of all homes in Northern Ireland are fuelled by crude oil. And so those are challenges that I hope the government will be able to respond to today, because I don't want to be sitting in 4 or 5 months' time with constituents in Northern Ireland saying, what of that offer of £150 million, only to find that the support hasn't been there through Amy or through central government negotiations. And Madam Deputy Speaker, on pensions, I do want to welcome the decision that was taken to provide index links rise to pensions from 1997. Though I do want to mention Deprived Pensioners Association, who have highlighted that it's only prospective, it's not retrospective. They've asked for RIPA in their terms, retrospective index-linked pensions and arrears. Far too many pensioners from 1997 and onwards have been curtailed, and their economic well-being and their cost of living crisis for them has been curtailed because of the government's failure to introduce this change. It needs to be retrospective, and I would look forward to that commitment.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we stood for election, we promised change, real change that would improve life for people in every part of this country. This week's budget moves in the right direction, but if we are to renew Britain, we must be willing to go further. There are measures worth welcoming. Ending the two-child cap will lift around about 1,270 children in South Norfolk out of arbitrary disadvantage, and clamping down on illegal activity on our high streets, such as mini-marts, barbershops, vape shops, nail bars and car washes, will protect honest traders and restore confidence. But we must not allow the good news to distract us from the deeper truth. Delivering genuine renewal demands deeper reform. On the NHS, reform must be real, not just rhetorical. Too much of our healthcare system has been shaped around elderly care alone, yet under 30s with serious mental health conditions and over 50s facing obesity and musculoskeletal disorders cannot be left behind. Without genuine innovation in prevention and rehabilitation, the NHS cannot remain both compassionate and sustainable. Partnership with the private sector must therefore play a role. Not ideological outsourcing, but practical collaboration that cuts waiting lists and expands capacity. Labour is uniquely placed to deliver this in a way that strengthens the NHS rather than fragments it. Welfare reform must also return to its original purpose, helping people rebuild their lives and get back into work. A modern system should be humane and empowering, not defined by complexity, stigma and delay. If we want to reduce the long-term welfare bill, early intervention and smarter support are essential. Growth underpins all of this. If we want world-class public services, we need an economy that can pay for them. That means reducing unnecessary regulatory burdens in sectors that give Britain the global edge. Finance, for example, faces layers of regulation that stifles innovation. A party serious about renewal cannot shy away from bold deregulation where it is justified. Tax choices must be part of this honesty. The Chancellor has ruled out rises in income tax, VAT and national insurance for employees, a decision that protects working people at a difficult time. But this also means that inevitably the tax burden will rise later in the Parliament. We owe voters the honesty to say so. I also want to speak about our pubs, vital to rural life and to South Norfolk's villages. Pub landlords tell me rightly that supermarkets have an unfair advantage in alcohol pricing. Pubs are responsible places. They create community, support young workers and act as informal safeguards against harmful drinking. I would urge the Chancellor going forward to explore creative VAT options for high street institutions. Finally, farming. After 13 months campaigning for a fair inheritance tax treatment for farms, I welcome progress, but it does not go far enough. The forestalling clause traps farmers who may not have 5 or 7 years to wait, including those who are terminally ill. It is unfair, it is unjust, and it threatens the foundations of our food security. Labour can once again be the party of rural Britain, but only if we protect the family farms we depend upon. This budget makes progress, but progress alone is not enough. To deliver the change we promised, we need deeper NHS reform, a modern welfare system, bold deregulation, honest tax decisions, support for our pubs and high streets, and fairness for rural communities. That is the spirit in which I will continue to fight for South Norfolk.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And one of the most incoherent, the most damaging and the most destructive decisions that the government took last week was not to scrap the Energy Profits Levy. The Energy Profits Levy will destroy our oil and gas sector. They've been told that by so many different sources, whether that's by the industry itself, whether that's by the renewables industry, whether that's by the unions, whether that's by OE UK. The government know exactly the impact that keeping the EPL will have on jobs, will have on investment, will have on our supply chain, will have on our transition to cleaner, renewable energies. And I will, yes.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that the fossil fuel companies have put all their eggs in the basket of carbon generating fossil fuels, and they haven't diversified over the last 30, 40, 50 years? So they have no other sources of income. Why should we pay the price for their profligacy?
No, I would not disagree, because that is so factually untrue. The amount of money that they've been investing into green technologies, the amount of money they've been investing into carbon capture, the amount of money they've been investing into EV charging rollouts, the amount of money that they've put into wind, into solar, into other green technologies is being driven by our oil and gas companies. And they will stop investing in green technologies, they will stop investing in our own domestic supply if we tax them into the ground. Yeah. And that is exactly what the EPL is doing. We have kept, the Labour government has kept the EPL in place, which means that our oil and gas companies are being taxed at 78%. 78%, which is more than any other mature basin in the world. They also removed investment allowances, and they also ensured that our oil and gas companies are the most uncompetitive when they're trying to invest in the North Sea. This means that these companies are moving abroad. It means that the skills that we need for the transition are moving abroad. It means that we are losing tens of thousands of jobs in our North Sea across the UK, and this impacts every constituency. Don't just think it's the North East of Scotland that's impacted. Every single member in this House has oil and gas workers, energy workers, who are losing their jobs today because of the choices that the Chancellor made last week to keep the EPL. This impacts everybody. Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she is correct. My constituency on the south coast has Oil Resilience UK, who tackle some oil spills, and they had an event recently where a VP of a very big oil company said that essentially they're closing up their operations in the UK and moving 50 miles up the road into Norway. Has she found that in her constituency?
I thank my honourable friend, and yes, absolutely. The number of flights that go from Aberdeen to Norway full of workers leaving the North East of Scotland, bringing their skills and their taxable income with them to Norway, where they welcome the investment, where they welcome their own energy sources. Norway drilled over 30 new exploration wells in their North Sea this year. We drilled 0. That's not because the North Sea is different either side of the boundary line. No. It's because of the fiscal and regulatory regime that we have in the United Kingdom. We are banning ourselves from our own resources. We're making our own resources so unfinancially viable to get at, but we are becoming more and more reliant on other countries for our energy security. That does not make sense. And even if you wanted to come from a green angle to pretend that we are actually helping the climate, those imports are more carbon intensive. We are bringing more carbon intensive energy into the UK, which we need. The government love telling us that we'll need oil and gas for years to come. We will need oil and gas for years to come, but we won't be using UK oil and gas for years to come. We'll be using that from Norway or from Qatar or from Mexico or from America, which we will import at a huge carbon cost, at a huge cost to the Treasury, at a huge loss to the Treasury of tax and of other revenue and of investment. OEUK have said that £50 billion of investment will be lost because of the EPL being kept in place. £50 billion. That could go to a huge number of schools, to a huge amount of roads, to a huge number of the NHS projects that we need, just in order to fill any deficit that we have as well. But no, that is being left because the ideology of this government want to run down our domestic oil and gas sector. I spend most of my time in North East Scotland when I'm out having constituency meetings, listening to people worried about their job, where their job will go, knowing that when their job is lost, because it isn't when, it's not an if, it is a when, where they will get another job. Because there are not new jobs in the oil and gas sector. They are not being created. When a job is lost in North East Scotland or in any other constituency where there's oil and gas jobs, there are not replacement jobs in the UK. Our skilled workers are moving abroad. That expertise, those skills, the ones that will drive the transition, the ones that actually keep our communities together, they are moving away. And one of the most cynical things that the government did last week, on Wednesday, when they chose to keep the EPL, was to release their consultation results for the future of the North Sea, because they thought that people of North East Scotland were so dim, so stupid, that they wouldn't realise that keeping the EPL in place was going to have the destructive impact that it will. They thought that they could wave a little flag which had the future of the North Sea consultation written on it and it would distract us. Yeah. But guess what? We are not distracted. We know that it doesn't matter how many tiebacks are allowed or if you rename a licence as a certificate, it's not going to make any difference to whether or not the future of the North Sea is lasted for longer, because there is not the fiscal regime to make it viable. I met with a large oil and gas producer on Friday. I'm sure many of the other government didn't, because they don't actually engage with the sector or at least listen to them. Well, in that case, you'll have heard exactly the things I hear from them. So why haven't you acted on them? Why hasn't he acted on them? This company I met on Friday, I asked them what they thought about the future of the North Sea paper. Their words to me: we didn't need 170 pages. We just needed a fiscal regime that was fair. That's all they want. They want an EPL to be taken away. They need the fiscal regime to make sense. The EPL, the windfall tax, was brought in when there were record prices. The government defined windfall last week. They've defined a windfall as $90 a barrel and 90 cents a therm. Yet, we have to wait till 2030 to get those. So we now have a windfall tax on $68 a barrel oil, on about 80 pence a therm gas, and we've defined a windfall as $90 and 90 pence a therm. Why do we need to wait till 2030? Why are we doing that to our oil and gas sector? Why are we making sure that they are completely taxed into the ground, making investment unviable, making sure that they move abroad, making sure that our industry is undermined when we've defined what a windfall is, but we'll still tax them windfall profits? It doesn't make sense. There is no windfall to tax. We are now taxing the oil and gas sector so much that those tax revenues are falling. 40% last year was a decrease in the revenue from the oil and gas sector. Why was that? Because investment's going abroad, because production's falling, because it's not viable to invest in the UK anymore. A company I met last week said it is more stable for them to invest in West Africa than it is to invest in the North Sea. That is the situation that has been created by this government. That is the issue that we're seeing in North East Scotland. And it's my constituents, the constituents of my neighbouring MPs as well, who are feeling the real brunt of this. We don't talk about sort of career progression. We talk about career survival. How much longer is my job going to last? How many more redundancy rounds am I going to survive? They're the conversations we have in North East Scotland. That's the reality of the oil and gas sector in North East Scotland. And that is the absolute madness of the policies this government are following. So please, I ask the government, for the security of our energy in the future, for £50 billion of investment which could come into our energy systems or anything else, for the survival of tens of thousands of jobs, the EPL must be scrapped. No other sector in any other part of the country would this government allow that many jobs to be lost, yet they're willing to do that to the energy sector in North East Scotland, to our oil and gas workers, and that is completely unresponsible. Thank you.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Deputy Speaker, when government chooses to act, when it chooses to listen, when it chooses compassion, millions of lives are changed. And the decision to scrap the two-child benefit cap will lift nearly 500,000 children out of poverty and ease the suffering of almost 1 million more. It's a humane, necessary intervention, and the Chancellor should rightly be proud of what she's done. And to all those who campaigned tirelessly for it over the last year, they should feel immensely proud. And I'm hopeful today that this is just the beginning of a wider, ambitious programme of reform to restore fairness and to rebuild our economy. To restore that hope that we thought was lost, that life will get better for every passing generation. Now, I know how hard the Chancellor has worked. She knows we need money for our public services after 14 years of crippling austerity that's held our country back and destroyed our public sector. But restoring the public finances is the first building block of growth. And isn't it an easy task when you're working with a tax system that has needed fundamental reform for decades? So I hope the first step next is to design a tax system rooted in fairness, clarity and long-term strategy, one that lifts those on modest incomes, supports young people striving to build their futures and ensures that national prosperity is shared rather than hoarded. And it's about eliminating the structural unfairness where normal people's salaries are at higher tax rates than those deriving income from wealth, or freezing tax rates that quietly drag millions more people into tax bands that were never designed for them. Now, it's good to see the government has introduced an online gambling tax and taxes on homes over £2 million last week. But I hope we now explore the many more options available to us to restore fairness. We could tax capital gains tax and dividends at the same rates as wages. We could tax share buybacks, reintroduce the investment income surcharge the Tories scrapped in 1984. We could charge VAT on financial services such as wealth management. We could look at a whole plethora of wealth taxes and so much more. And the same principles of fairness must extend to the broader financial sector. The banking industry benefits from extraordinary government support, deposit guarantees, central bank facilities and vast rounds of quantitative easing. Yet the public receives very little in return. Governments of all stripes continue to grant what is now an annual £23 billion in interest payments on central reserves. This was meant to be a temporary fix to help following the financial crash, but many EU countries have stopped paying this interest. We can look at doing this too. The same forward-thinking approach is needed in energy policy. Removing green levies from bills will bring really welcome relief. But families still face high costs while energy giants have made over £125 billion in profit since 2020. The government has an opportunity here to ensure the energy system works for the public good, to consider windfall taxes, fair pricing and even forms of public ownership. A resilient, affordable, green energy system would strengthen the whole economy. And more broadly, the economy urgently needs strengthening. The OBR forecast only 1.5% growth this year and sluggish productivity for the rest of the decade. And this is the result of 14 years of short-termism, short-term dividend extraction over long-term industrial strategy, where the UK invests barely 18% of GDP in productive assets, which is far behind other countries like France, Germany, China and India. We're not punching above our weight, and we should be. Without proper investment in infrastructure, green industries, modern transport, digital systems and manufacturing, we simply cannot build the prosperous future we deserve. We've made a fantastic start this week. The Chancellor's strategies like Pride in Place, which sees parts of Salford receive £20 million over the next 10 years, are very welcome. But we need to see further announcements on industrial strategy and strategic investments over the coming year. Because we've waited years for this. We have the people, millions of them, who are ready to work, build, care, invent and dream. So let the budget be the spark that drives this wider transformation for a fairer economy, a fairer society and a government that matches the courage and aspirations of its people.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Average households will be £850 worse off by 2029-2030, according to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. That is a consequence of this budget. The highest taxes in history, growth down, borrowing up, inflation up. The inflation target every single month it's been in office, with no projections that it will hit its target soon. That target is 2%. The last time we hit 2% was July 2024, when this government took office. This of a nightmare sequel to a horrendous original, to back, making people poorer, more tax for more. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it didn't have to be this way. The Chancellor had choices. Instead of raising tax again, this time by 26 billion, 43 different taxes, she could have cut the size of the civil service back to where it was in 2016, and she would have saved 8 billion. She could have taken welfare spending back to where it was just before the pandemic. She would have saved 23 billion. The money she needed to not raise taxes and have some left over to cut them instead. But we know the government wanted to cut welfare. I will give way.
Thank you for giving way. But it'd be interesting if you talk through the implications of such a drastic cut to welfare in one single budget, what that would mean for people in his constituency, particularly people, young people with children who are going to be lifted out of poverty in this budget.
One single budget with a plan over 5 years, as he well knows, and the best way to lift all families out of poverty and to stop them slipping into poverty is to grow jobs and grow the economy so you have more money to spend on public services. But we know the government wanted to cut welfare. Indeed, it tried to cut welfare spending just a few months ago, but it was held to ransom by its backbenchers and watered down its plans. And instead of coming back with a properly costed, reformed proposal, rather than a £5 billion cash grab, it's given up on tackling the welfare bill altogether. More tax for more welfare. But most people on welfare don't want to be there if they have a choice. But the key word is choice. The government has to give them choice by allowing businesses to employ people, by increasing job opportunities, not decreasing them. What happened, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the party of a hand up, not a handout, until the party opposite rediscovers the central role of businesses in employing hard-working families, in growing the economy, so that we can invest more in public services through growth, people will remain on welfare and our economy will remain sluggish. And I do want to finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying something on transport costs, particularly as the Secretary of State for Transport is in her place. I share her sentiment, the reasons behind her reforms to rail and buses. I don't agree with those reforms, but I share her sentiment that we should be putting passengers above profit. I continue to ask that she does that not just for rail and buses, but for communities all over the United Kingdom that rely on ferry fares. While she is freezing the cost of rail, my constituents are paying more and more in ferry fares because we have providers controlled by private equity that are unregulated, unlicensed. And I know that she wouldn't accept that for any other community across the UK. I do not hold the Secretary of State responsible for that. Of course I don't. It is not a situation she created, but she's in this wonderful position of being able to do something about it now, and I urge her to do so. And I do acknowledge and thank the Maritime Minister for the talks that he's had with me and my neighbour, the Honourable Member for Isle of Wight West, and I look forward to continuing those conversations because, quite frankly, with private equity trading one of the ferry companies in the last few days, they are not going to make the changes we deserve without the government stepping in. Thank you.
Paul Davies.
Deputy Speaker, it feels like a lifetime since 2022 when a Prime Minister and a Chancellor gambled with our economy. They put Britain in hock to the bond markets, sent mortgage rates soaring and plunged millions of families into hardship. That reckless approach left deep scars that our communities still bear today. Contrast that chaos with what my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has delivered in her budget. Instead of instability, we have security. Instead of ideology, we have investment. She has put money into the NHS, backed innovation, supported startups, and stood shoulder to shoulder with the British public during a cost of living crisis created by the Conservative Party. Under the last government, the country spiralled downwards towards despair. Today, we are reversing this and creating hope for the future. The cost of living remains the single biggest concern for my constituents. It was the first issue they raised with me ahead of this budget. That is why I welcome the practical steps which will make a real, tangible difference to everyday life within this budget. £150 off energy bills, a freeze on NHS prescription charges, a freeze on rail fares, as we know, the first time in 3 decades, alongside a cap on bus fares, national living wage moving up to £12.71 an hour, state pension increased by 4.8% from April 2026, and of course the 2-child benefit cap scrapped, expanded free school meals, and of course breakfast clubs. These changes will ease the pressure on families and commuters alike. I very much welcome the rise in the national minimum wage and national living wage, giving full-time workers an annual boost of around £900. And let me say this, one of my biggest asks of this budget was action on the 2-child limit. I came into politics to eradicate child poverty, and the measures announced in the budget to lift children out of hardship are hugely welcomed. The decisions of the last Tory government pushed more than 900,000 children into poverty. That was an absolute disgrace. I'm proud that this Labour government is reversing that damage. I absolutely reject the notion that those who need state support are somehow irresponsible or on the take. The real scandal is the number of parents who are in work yet still in poverty. Let's be very clear. We cannot simply stand to one side and allow these children to suffer the ravages of poverty. That was the reality of the 2-child cap and its abhorrent rape clause. Ending that injustice is the right thing to do. In my constituency of Colne Valley, ending the cap will benefit around 1,520 children. That, alongside the expansion of breakfast clubs, such as the one at Scapegoat Hill Primary School, will transform life chances for young people in our area. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget is not, as I said earlier, about ideology, but instead investment. It's about investment in all of our people, in particular our young people, who all deserve the best start in life. fair access to good jobs and career opportunities. This is not the blinkered ideology that we have seen from the Tories and Reform, but Labour values embedded in fairness and equality of opportunity, where it doesn't matter where you're born and who to. Everybody deserves a real and tangible share in the successes of this country. So I'm proud to support this budget, particularly the lifting of the two-child cap, which will make such a huge difference to so many of my constituents, along with many more across this country. This is a budget that is anti-poverty and pro-children, and that is surely something we can all get behind.
Graham Leadbitter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Speaking in this budget debate, I want to focus on particular areas that have a massive impact on my constituents in Moray West and Ayrton Strathspey and more widely across the north and north-east of Scotland. Firstly, and it's one of the bigger contributors to the cost of living crisis, is the cost of energy. To recap where we are at present, the Labour Party promised a £300 reduction in energy bills in their manifesto. Since the 2024 election, consumer and business energy bills have risen substantially. By April, it is estimated that energy bills will be up to £560 more than the Labour Party promised. Taking into account the budget measures, there will still be more than £400 more than promised. The Resolution Foundation is estimating that by 2029-30, energy bills will be £60 less than current prices, meaning around £430 more than at the time the Labour Party made their manifesto commitment. The Labour Party's latest swindle on energy bills is already falling apart. To compound matters, my constituents and businesses in the north of Scotland already pay the second highest level of electricity prices in the UK, second only to North Wales and Merseyside, despite vast amounts of energy produced on their doorstep. That basically means that those consumers are paying for a regulatory system that was created when Battersea Power Station sold energy rather than Rolexes, a system that successive governments have manifestly failed to deal with. It is shocking energy price discrimination, with price increase misery heaped on top. I'll certainly go away.
I thank the honourable member for taking my intervention. I wonder if he thinks his constituents would have benefited if Nicola Sturgeon had delivered the promise she made 8 years ago to the people of Scotland that she would deliver a publicly owned energy company for our country. I think it would have made a difference. Unfortunately, it never happened.
Honourable member for our intervention. I would agree that we need a publicly owned energy company, and I would fully support that. The problem is that we don't have the full powers of an independent country, which is just the normal powers that we need to do that.
Well said,
so, but I'm glad the honourable member recognises that problem. We are nearly 18 months into this government, and their energy price promises have fallen apart alongside the collapse in trust of the Chancellor. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, we come to the Chancellor's treatment of the North Sea. Today, Harbour Energy announced a further 100 job losses on top of the 350 they announced earlier in the year. Musmoran, Grangemouth, Aberdeen Port and many other sites and companies associated with North Sea energy sector are closing, reducing workforce or focusing elsewhere in the world as the sector grapples with a fiscal regime that is not only a barrier to investment but is accelerating decline. The latest announcement of job losses is pinned squarely on the government's failure to reform the energy profits levy. This decision by the government to do nothing is akin to Thatcher's treatment of miners and their communities and the steelworkers at Ravenscraig. To accelerate the demise of an industry... Certainly.
Now, at the SNP conference, I think it was the First Minister said he was keen to replace the energy profits levy, but he wasn't quite sure what he was going to replace it with. Does he know yet?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I'll be happy to debate that when it's brought before the House by the Chancellor, if that ever happens. So, to accelerate, as I said, to accelerate the demise of an industry without ensuring there is the right and appropriate time available for transition is frankly criminal. I've heard many times Labour members railing against the impact of Thatcherism in the 80s, and they are right to do so. Yet now they are defending a record of doing the same thing to our oil and gas sector. It is utterly shameful. Certainly.
thank the honourable member for giving me. Does he accept that 75,000 jobs were lost from the oil and gas sector from 2016 to 2024 under the last Conservative government? And does he welcome the North Sea Job Service that will be brought in by this government next year?
Those points, absolutely. The previous government introduced the climate change targets, and they've now withdrawn from that. That's the last thing that the energy sector needs. We need investment in renewables. On the job side of things, the skills, there is investment from both the UK Government and the Scottish Government, and I welcome the partnership in that. But compared to the impact of the Energy Profits Levy, it's frankly small beer. It doesn't have that impact unless there is an underpinning fiscal regime that actually supports those jobs until we have a renewable sector that is ready to take those jobs on. And it simply isn't there at the moment. And unless that fiscal regime changes substantially, those jobs will not be there and people will simply be on the scrap heap. The worst cost of living crisis for any family is when a family member loses their job. 1,000 jobs are going every single month in the energy sector, and the transition plan, if the government actually has one, is doing little to nothing to support those workers, their families, or the communities that they live in. The government must take urgent action on the EPL, or we will have another industrial jobs disaster like Ravenscraig that will reverberate in communities for generations. I turn to the plight of WASPI women, Madam Deputy Speaker, who continue to tirelessly campaign for the wrong that has been done to them. A year ago, almost to the day, I asked the Prime Minister when they would be compensated. He flannelled that answer and refused to commit. In the space of that year, around 3,500 WASPI women have died without compensation. The Chancellor made no mention of WASPI women in the budget statement, despite the government having to rethink things following recent court proceedings. Action must be taken, and taken urgently, to give compensation to WASPI women who have been left without the pensions they deserved because they were so badly communicated with by successive governments. Certainly.
So I do thank you for giving way, and I think this is something that there's cross-house support for. I don't know any MP that doesn't think that the WASPI women shouldn't be compensated, because it is. Their fight is a just fight. But I think where there's uncertainty is how that would be funded. How would he fund it?
We've made the point repeatedly that there can be additional funding from banks, which I know honourable members from the Liberal Democrats agree with. And there's certainly funding that could be made available through a wealth tax. That's something we've supported for a long time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the two-child cap. The one thing I can welcome from the UK Government in this budget is the removal of the two-child cap. My only question for members opposite is, aside from a principled few members, including the member for Leeds East, who I agreed with pretty much everything that he said earlier on, a few principled members voted in support of the SNP's amendment to the King's Speech nearly 18 months ago. That could have happened then, but the members opposite chose not to support that. I am glad they do now, and I'm grateful that they are. Thank you.
I'm going to call the next speaker, and then there'll be an immediate 4-minute time limit after this speaker. Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For many people struggling with the rising cost of living, this budget provides real relief. Above all, the Chancellor has committed to scrapping the two-child cap. This is a testament to the campaigners who have worked tirelessly for years, and honourable members across the House who have repeatedly called for the reversal of this cruel policy. It will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, including around 69,000 in Wales, a substantial achievement. Other measures are also incredibly welcome. The increase to the minimum wage and the living wage, building on the April 2025 rise, which has already benefited around 160,000 workers in Wales, is a massive move in the right direction to a fairer economy. Reducing household energy bills by an average of £150 per home will also bring practical relief to families. And for those of us representing rural constituencies, the decision to keep fuel duty frozen is essential to daily life, to work and to accessing basic and vital services. And I, of course, greatly welcome the additional £500 million being allocated to the Welsh Government, on top of the largest uplift since devolution delivered at the spending review. This funding will support essential services and investment across Wales. The budget takes some initial steps towards wealth redistribution. The council tax surcharge on homes worth over £2 million, the 67% increased levies on online gambling, and the closure of the loophole that allowed rapidly growing ultra-low-cost platforms to ship goods into the UK tax-free. These are all sensible and highly welcome reforms. They also demonstrate success in shifting the national conversation around wealth taxation. However, inequality in the UK is stark, with 20% of people owning 2/3 of the country's wealth. The very welcome mansion tax is expected by the OBR to raise around £400 million per year by 2029-30. Yet approximately £38 billion could be raised through an even more progressive wealth tax measure, which some of us on the backbenches have been calling for, such as equalising capital gains tax with income tax and introducing a 2% wealth tax on assets over £10 million. The depth of inequality we are facing demands bolder action than what we have seen. I now turn to two areas which I believe the budget does not address. The decision to keep local housing allowance frozen when it is already so far out of line with the true cost of rent, it will push thousands more people into homelessness and dramatically increase the pressure on local councils' already overstretched temporary accommodation budgets. Only 1% of properties in Wales are currently affordable to those relying on LHA. With rents continuing to rise, I urge the government to act before that figure falls to zero. On agricultural property relief, while the adjustment allowing married farmers or widowed spouses to transfer inheritance tax allowances is welcome, it will support only a small number of families. It does not address the serious pressure APR places on elderly and terminally ill farmers. It does not address the serious effect on farmers' mental health that the APR proposals are having, and nor does it sufficiently protect family-run farms, our food security, or the livelihoods that underpin rural communities. Much more thought is needed here. The thresholds remain too low. I have visited family dairy farms, and when you add up a herd of Frisians, the amount of land needed to graze them, the tractor and other farm machinery, the farmhouse, barns and outbuildings, slurry tanks and water pumping facilities. Frisians drink a lot of water during milking seasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, and many Welsh farmers are a long way up hills and mountains. Yes, we need to tax the Clarksons and the Dysons and other plutocrats more, but not family farms, not family farms. I became a Labour MP to reduce poverty, to tackle inequality and to stand up for my constituents. While the budget contains very welcome adjustments, we need to go further to address the hardship facing millions across the UK. Diolch yn fawr.
Charlotte Kane. Madam Deputy Speaker, I too welcome the Chancellor's decision to remove the two-child benefit cap. I was proud to stand on that policy from the Lib Dem manifesto, because it's going to lift at least 350,000 children out of poverty. It will go a long way to helping families with the cost of living. But it's no good if the Chancellor gives with one hand, but takes away with the other. My local councillors are still waiting to hear how the new Crisis and Resilience Fund will work and how much funding they're going to receive. This replaces the Household Support Fund from which they currently pay for the school holiday food vouchers. The new scheme should be in place from April 2026, so the councils are now finalising their budgets for that financial year, without knowing if they have the funding needed to continue with these vouchers. I hope the Chancellor will soon be confirming to councils that the funding will be provided and indeed increased in line with demand.
Will the member give way?
I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Does the member agree that in working class towns like Blackburn, where years of underinvestment have taken a real toll, only targeted needs-based funding will bring down the cost of living and lift real economic growth?
I actually think you need both funding. I think that lifting the two-child benefit cap is really important. I was also disappointed that there was no help for farmers in the budget. The Chancellor is maintaining the inheritance tax, which will destroy many family farms in Ely and East Cambridgeshire and across the country. Government have abolished the fruit and veg aid scheme from this month, removing much needed support with the capital costs for increasing productivity and accelerating innovation. So the Chancellor increases their costs, the Home Office restricts their seasonal workforce, and the Department for Business and Trade signs trade deals allowing unfair competition. But the Chancellor didn't give even a small gesture of help to farmers in this budget. I visited Christmas fairs this weekend in churches needing hundreds of thousands of pounds of repairs. People told me of their worries about the listed place of worship scheme grant, currently only funded to March 2026. This covers the VAT costs on repairs and means that fundraisers only have to raise the cost of the repairs, not the additional costs of VAT. I hope the Chancellor will be confirming sufficient funding for DCMS for this scheme to be continued and increased back to previous levels. We know we're struggling to provide good quality social care. This impacts on too many elderly, disabled and vulnerable people who are not getting the support they need. It also impacts on kinship carers, with the disgraceful hounding of many to repay the so-called overpayments of carers' allowance. And yet this budget doesn't invest in social care. I met with publicans in Ely and Cambridgeshire last week. They were very disappointed that there was no cut to VAT for hospitality businesses. As their costs go up for staff, supplies, fuel, duty, you name it, their costs go up, they have to increase their prices. And then they have to add 20% VAT to those increases. So a meal costed at £25 will have another £5 VAT added to it. Reducing the rate of VAT would reduce their prices and encourage more customers. These are all matters which people in Ely and East Cambridgeshire have asked me to raise in this budget debate just in the few days since the budget. They're things which make businesses and individuals struggle with inflation and the cost of living, and the budget hasn't addressed them. The Chancellor told us of the difficult choices she had to make in this budget, but her budget didn't tackle the main problem which she herself has identified, our relationship with Europe. If she negotiated a new customs union with Europe, as well as a youth mobility scheme to create new opportunities for our young people, she could fill the £90 billion a year black hole left by the Conservatives' catastrophic Brexit deal. So people are going to have to pay higher taxes for less public services because the Chancellor and this government won't cure this £90 billion Brexit black hole.
William Morris.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to associate myself with the remarks of my right honourable friend, the member for Doncaster North, in relation to the potential of the renewable energy sector. And I want to give a shout out for Powerroll in East Durham and draw attention to how important it is that our business is supported to move into volume production, could create many, many hundreds of jobs. I want to start my speech proper by thanking my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I'm going to confine my remarks to the mine workers' pensions. For more than 30 years, successive governments have profited from the miners' pension funds. In that time, taking a staggering £8 billion from funds built up by the miners and through their hard work, powering this nation. Last year, and the first opportunity, the Chancellor honoured Labour's manifesto commitment to transfer the £1.5 billion investment reserve fund of the mine workers' pension scheme. This decision delivered a 32% increase for almost 4,000 former miners and widows in my constituency, money which has gone straight back into the local economy, into businesses, local businesses, into shops and cafes. This decision was welcomed by all of those who've campaigned for many years to secure pension justice for our retired miners. Over the last year, the Labour group of Coalfield MPs, alongside the BC campaigners, have been relentless in our campaign of lobbying ministers to secure a just settlement for the BC pensioners. I'm proud to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that my government, this Labour government, and our Chancellor has not only listened to our concerns, but has heard our plea and has used the budget to act. The announced transfer of the BC Investment Reserve Fund, the budget, means the Labour government has returned almost $4 billion to retired miners through the MPS and BC schemes. A Labour government standing up for the rights of working people and righting an historic injustice. These are real Labour values in action and show the difference a Labour government can make after decades of neglect by the Tories. I give way to one.
I thank him for giving way, and I really just want to acknowledge his own leadership on this issue within the House. There are almost 200 former British coal staff locally in my constituency who will see a 41% uplift in their pension, and he is a large part of that, so I thank him on behalf of the House.
My honourable friend is characteristically very generous, and I appreciate his warm words. I think many MPs representing coalfield constituencies will have cause for celebration, and as chair of the Coalfields Group, you know, I want to thank my right honourable friends, the Chancellor and the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, for taking the time not only to listen but to understand the nature of this campaign over the last year. I also thank my good and honourable friends, the members for Stockton North, and his predecessor, my honourable friend, the member for Croydon West, for meeting with Coalfield MPs, trustees and dedicated campaigners over the last year, and for understanding the strength of feeling on this issue. This Labour government has gone above and beyond for coalfield communities, fulfilling the manifesto promise of the first budget, and within a year delivering justice for British coal staff superannuation pensioners. Our coal mining communities paid a heavy price, a legacy of shorter lives, of industrial diseases. Ending this pensions injustice is a long overdue recognition of that service and sacrifice. It's been a long fought battle to end one of the biggest occupational pension scandals in our country's history. And let's be clear, it was only through this Labour government that this change was delivered. Just as this Labour government has gone above and beyond for former mining communities, we must now build on that progress by addressing the entrenched inequalities that are breaking our nation. I welcome the lifting of the two-child cap. The Chancellor has listened on the issue of mine workers' pensions. I hope she will also reflect on the contributions that Labour members have made this evening and throughout this budget debate as we continue to work towards building a fairer and more prosperous country for all.
Seamus Lurgan.
Speaker, I want to also confine my remarks to the northeast of Scotland. Whether it's farmers, oil and gas workers, the fishing industry, local pubs and hotels, businesses or families who are just about managing this festive season, no one, not one person, has approached me to say what a great budget this was. No one. People are angry and they are worried, and they've every right to be. We are still in a cost of living crisis. No change to the energy profits levy, no change to the family farm tax, more punishment for Scotch whisky, no mention of the waspy woman, no review of the Coastal Growth Fund to boost the local fishing industry, and worst of all, a sleight of hand on the cost of living for so many families. When I recently led an adjournment debate in this place on the Nolan principles, I voiced my fears that people are losing faith in politics. It now seems that it's not only because of Johnson or Truss, though they didn't help, it's now largely due to this government. Because when it comes to energy costs, households in the northeast are facing harsher and colder winters than other parts of the country, and will continue to struggle as energy costs rise. It's even more unfair, given the North East's contribution to energy production as the UK's renewable powerhouse, and crucially via our oil and gas sector, which is being hammered like a tent peg by this Labour government, apparently hell-bent on taxing our energy sector out of existence. Keeping the EPL in place until 2030 will mean hemorrhaging job losses in the tens of thousands. It will risk our energy security, incur eye-wateringly expensive carbon-heavy imports, scupper supply chain growth, and severely hamper our future renewable potential. Just today, another 100 job losses at Harbour Energy in Aberdeen. People I know in my constituency are going abroad to get a contract because they lost their job in Scotland. 90,000 oil and gas workers in the North East bitterly disappointed. Why? This budget was a chance to secure their jobs, to secure $50 billion of investment potential, investment supported by the renewables sector, who need the skills base of our workers. And the member for Salford talks about banking. The four big banks made $44 billion profit last year, and not a word of a windfall tax on them. This is the politics of madness. Forget investment in a just transition. This is industrial damage on a grand scale. And talking of industrial damage, why have they got it in for Scotland's world-class Scotch whisky sector? Treat it once more as a Treasury cash cow, with duty rising again in line with inflation, even though I and many others, including numerous industry sources, warned the Treasury that an increase in duty would reduce the income to the Treasury. Who doesn't understand the maths, Madam Deputy Speaker? And with the family farm tax still in place, generational family farms across my constituency face ruin by a Treasury spreadsheet, with the Chancellor balancing the books on the backs of our domestic food security. Finally, where are the waspies in this budget? No mention of the government's plan to review their decision on compensating these 1950s born women. The truth is Scotland can't afford to be dragged back into Labour's black hole, or whatever fiscal fiction they care to conjure to justify their economic choices. We are expected to believe that the same people who told us that removing the two-child cap was deeply unwise now say it's the centrepiece of the government's achievements. It begs the question, what does Labour stand for? Because it's certainly not working people, families or businesses. This is instead a chaotic cost of labour budget, caught in a perpetual doom loop, where the North East of Scotland pays a high price for their economic mismanagement. Brexit Britain is broken, trust is broken, and the North East is bearing the brunt. Scotland wants out.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The actions of this government will make life easier for thousands of my constituents and millions across the country. And let's be clear, action is needed. The party opposite decimated our public services, entrenched austerity to push millions into poverty, and engaged in acts of fiscal vandalism that crashed the economy. And let's be clear as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, what this budget means. I'm absolutely pleased that this budget will save the average family £150 by cutting levies on energy bills for all of my constituents in Coatbridge and Bellshill. The extension of the Warm Homes discount to a further 3 million of the poorest households in our country will save thousands of my constituents a further £150. This budget has also delivered an additional £820 million for Scotland, on top of the record £5.2 billion delivered to the Scottish Government last year. It is a sad reality that the SNP Government has failed to make use of last year's investment to fix Scotland's public services, particularly the NHS, where 1 in 6, that's 1 million people, are stuck on NHS waiting lists. In fact, there are more people waiting 2 years or longer in my health board area of NHS Lanarkshire than all of NHS England. So it's imperative that they get off their hands and act in the short time they have before hopefully being removed from office next May. In the remaining time I have, I want to focus on the important steps taken to eliminate the two-child benefit cap. In my constituency, 1 in 4 children are living in poverty. In some areas, it's as high as 50%. For far too long, parents have been forced to take decisions that no parent should. They've been forced to choose between feeding their kids and turning on the heating, or forced to go without meals themselves. I recall having a conversation with a lone parent when I was a councillor who told me that she was often forced to decide which child had a small lunch and which child had a small dinner. It's unacceptable that children in my constituency leave school on a Friday having a lunch in the canteen, but do not eat a proper meal again until they return to school on a Monday. A shocking reality which intensifies over holiday periods. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I very much thank the honourable friend for giving way, and he speaks with passion about child poverty. It's clearly a legacy of Tory economic mismanagement that we have so many children in poverty. Does he agree with me that the removal of the child cap is a victory for compassion, justice and evidence-based policy making?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and what I would just say in response to some of our colleagues across the House, the SNP government in Scotland could have eradicated the two-child cap 8 years ago, and they refused to do so, and they chose to play politics with the two-child benefit cap. This government has acted after 18 months to remove the two-child benefit cap. But the two-child benefit cap is the savage reality of austerity. It is the embodiment of cruelty, and it pushed children to the depths of poverty. It is because of the... I will give way.
For giving way. If he feels so strongly about the two-child cap, why did he vote to keep it last year?
I'm more than happy to respond to the honourable gentleman that this government made clear that when we had the economic ability to remove the two-child cap, we would do so. It is the prudence of this Chancellor that has allowed the two-child cap to be removed in full, and it's been done within 18 months. His government could have done it 8 years ago. They refused to do it. What I would just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the cap is being removed in full, and that is a decision that will lift 2,000 children in my community out of poverty, 95,000 across Scotland and 450,000 across the UK. As Gordon Brown highlighted this week, the Chancellor has done more in this budget to transform the lives of children in poverty and their families than any of the previous 7 Tory Chancellors. This action, combined with the significant uplifts in the national minimum wage by 8.5%, the national living wage by more than 4%, will help to tackle the scourge of poverty, and that represents a pay rise for more than 200,000 Scots. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a fair budget which builds on the government's efforts to grow the economy, tackle the cost of living crisis and fight poverty. It puts more money in our constituents' pockets, and I am proud to support it.
Sarah Sultana.
Deputy Speaker, the cost of living crisis is not a natural disaster. My constituents aren't struggling because of so-called global pressures. They are struggling because of an economic system built by the powerful, for the powerful, bleeding them dry. And yet this Labour budget refuses to confront that truth. Instead, it protects profiteers while punishing those who keep this country running. Water companies siphon off billions in dividends while pumping sewage into our rivers. Energy giants rake in record profits while families in Coventry South are terrified to turn on the heating. Rail and bus companies charge extortionate fares for failing services. This is extraction, it's privatisation functioning as intended, with wealth flowing up, misery pushed down. And the extraction doesn't stop at corporations. The people who run this country, Madam Deputy Speaker, want us to believe that every refugee is a rapist while they grab £12 million of taxpayers' money to protect a parasite called Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who has never seen the inside of a cell or a courtroom, because what matters to the ruling class isn't the safety of women and children, it is the peace and pleasure of the powerful. What a sick society we live in when the political and media class bend over backwards to defend the royal family, including Andrew, close friends with the notorious paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. That's our money that provided him with housing, that's our money that defended him in court, and that's our money that put food on his table. Well, we shouldn't just abolish Andrew's titles, we should abolish the monarchy itself. And it's an absolute scandal that the wealthy glide through this budget untouched. Everyone except the richest 10% will feel the brunt. This is happening in a country where billionaire wealth has exploded beyond imagination. In 1990, Britain had 15 billionaires. Today, we have 156. The richest 350 families now hold more wealth than the entire economic output of Belgium. And make no mistake, this isn't an accident. It's the direct result of political decisions by political parties too captured to challenge the super rich. And now this Labour government expects applause for ending the two-child benefit cap. But let's be clear, it won't take effect until April 2026, not immediately. They have knowingly left hundreds of thousands of children in preventable poverty for over a year and a half. And I'm proud to have lost the Labour whip for standing up and voting to scrap this cruel policy last July. Because some of us don't need focus groups to know that punishing children is wrong. Under this Labour government, disabled people have seen their benefits slashed and pensioners stripped of winter fuel payments. Food bank use has hit record levels, and this government plans to funnel an extra £11 billion a year to arms companies. That's money flowing into the pockets of shareholders for the merchants of death after 2 years in which our money has funded daily spy flights over the ruins of Gaza, aiding and abetting a genocide. This Labour government is just as happy to oppress at home as it is abroad. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can't ignore the political damage of this extreme inequality. History teaches us a stark lesson. When inequality runs rampant and the super rich hoard more wealth, the doors open to something dangerous. And we have seen the poison of fascism return to our streets and screens. And what do we hear from this government? Well, when the member of Clacton says kick an immigrant, the Prime Minister asks how hard, and shamefully uses the same fascistic language as Enoch Powell calling us an island of strangers. We are not an island of strangers. We are an island that is suffering from a government that protects the privileged and punishes the vulnerable. Thank you.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a budget that is designed to address the issues that people in Worcester really care about. First of all, the cost of living, with typical household energy bill reductions of £150, with the first freeze on rail fares in 30 years and an increase in the minimum wage. It will boost the NHS with the rollout of 250 new neighbourhood health centres, and I will keep fighting for a new walk-in GP service in Worcester. It will begin the work of lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, including over 2,000 children in Worcester who will no longer suffer from the two-child cap on their universal credit. And it also includes more funding for small companies to support apprenticeships, support for Midland Rail Hub that will improve our services to Birmingham, and I'm pleased to say a fresh commitment to innovation and support for entrepreneurs. If we get that right, then we can see a true industrial renewal in the UK. I chair the APPG on hydrogen, and I welcome the CCL changes in this budget that support hydrogen production. We can see how this space, which is ripe for growth, which is well suited to the UK's existing strengths both industrially and geographically, and where technologically, in recent years, we have led the world, offers real opportunities for us if we have an ambitious plan. UK industry is not confined to city regions and to clusters. It's in every town and in every region. And the UK energy system is being reconceived for resilience and sustainability. We will need new energy storage at large scale, and we will need dispatchable power at much higher levels than today. An ambitious vision for hydrogen, where government directly invests and actively leads a strategic rollout of storage and transmission of hydrogen, is a prerequisite for an industrial renaissance that the UK both deserves and could have. So I look forward to the publication of the upcoming hydrogen strategy. Because we can't ignore the major disruptions sweeping the world. The climate crisis is a global emergency and it demands urgent and assertive action. And also digitalisation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot understate the impact that the digital revolution is having. Even the debate around the budget that we're debating here today is being received now by people with not only echo chambers of opinion, but in echo chambers of reality, where they have completely different understandings of what is happening in our world and how it works. This new digital world means our children are unsafe, but in reality, it means that all of us are unsafe. From harmful or traumatic images and narratives, from addictive user interfaces in apps or websites, and now personified AIs that encourage attachment. We can't imagine the harms they could cause. And algorithms that curate news, views, and the voices that we hear, which reinforce bias and present misinformation as fact. These, Madam Deputy Speaker, represent a fundamental societal threat that we can address and must address in the same way that we address the risks with physical products. It's right this budget increases taxes on online gambling, but we must do much, much more. And it's not just the cost of living, as I've alluded, is causing a crisis in mental health. We have digital causes, we have poverty, we have SEND crisis, but also trauma. I chair the APPG on family hubs, and I welcome the £500 million commitment the Secretary of State for Education has already made to them. Our APPG represents a diverse ecosystem of people delivering in real communities. We've seen the sector diversify, innovate and embed in communities over the last few years, and we want to maintain those strengths. And as a mission-led government, that is right up our street. We can break the cycles of trauma, wrapping integrated support around households and families. And it's that approach that's a stark challenge to everyone, remarkably criticising our changes to welfare payments that are on track to lift 500,000 children out of poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget about fair choices, a budget that recognises that people come first and that we're here to build a more just, more prosperous and fairer society.
Chamberlain. Madam Deputy Speaker, now I spent the weeks before the budget talking to constituents about what they wanted to see, and I was speaking to them over the weekend, and I have to say it was with sadness and a degree of anger that I met with those constituents, because they know that last week's budget was a missed opportunity. And yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, was the first Sunday of Advent. There is nothing like the start of the Christmas period to focus our minds on what really matters at home, as well as what we need to buy. But it also is about our communities. Every Christmas advert shows a buzzing high street, a glowing local pub and happy families safe and together in their homes. And this budget was an antithesis of that ideal. Our high streets have been caught in a perfect storm between increased national insurance contributions, increased energy costs and consumers with less money in their pockets to spend. But those main streets are vital. They give jobs, they bring us together, they create our communities. It's why so many of us across this House stand here in this place bemoaning the loss of banks and post offices, because they are important for our foundations of high streets that bring people into our towns and make it easy for small businesses to operate. And I continue to be incredibly disappointed that this government says it is not minded to revisit the criteria for introducing more banking hubs. And whilst I know my English colleagues have their concerns over business rates going up next April and the end of the 40% pandemic relief, things were already worse for businesses in Scotland who never saw this relief passed on by the Scottish Government. That 5% discount to the multiplier announced last week could indeed ease the burden for pubs, shops and cafes in Leven, Cooper and St Andrews. So I'm a bit disappointed we no longer have any SNP members in their place to get some answers on whether the Scottish Government is actually going to do something to help Scottish hospitality at their own budget. I do want to say briefly about the energy obligation. It is a short-term help to households, but without offering a replacement to tackle fuel poverty, over the long term energy costs will continue to soar. And I have to tell the government that scrapping eco is not a solution to the complaints of poor workmanship and in some cases ruined homes that we have seen repeatedly through Eco4. All those homes still need resource as yet unannounced for remedial work, and the retrofit and home improvement sector will only improve when there is a long-term investment in its future. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday was St Andrews Day and I am the MP for St Andrews, and I'm sure that a number of people raised a dram yesterday to celebrate it. But whisky is a vital employer in my constituency, and there are over 41,000 employed in the industry directly. In North East Fife, we're acutely aware of the fragility of the industry, with one of our distilleries, Eden Mill, going into administration just last month. I'm hugely relieved that job losses have been avoided in this case, but this budget has failed to offer any support to prevent similar closures in the months ahead. The other thing I do want to close with is I don't know how the government can justify replacing the digital services tax or reducing the digital services tax for people like Elon Musk, but taking more tax from working people. Most importantly, we could have protected the personal allowance, that small but important amount that you can earn, which is yours to keep entirely. We would not be therefore asking young people to dip their first toe into the world of work and pay tax, nor those at the end of their careers relying on the state pension. My party leader spoke about the measure that would really create growth and that was not mentioned in the budget, and that is a renegotiated customs union with the EU. What it has left us with, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what my Lib Dem colleague, my honourable friend for Bristol and Woodstock, described last week quite rightly as a hopeless budget for too many.
Jill German.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I came into this place driven to make life better for the struggling families that I saw each and every day as a teacher and a council leader for education. That purpose guides me every day. I've seen far too many families fighting to get by, so this budget feels personal to me. It feels personal to me because it makes fair, responsible choices rooted in compassion, security and opportunity for Wales and the whole of the UK. For far too long, Britain has been held back and now is starting to turn a corner. Our economy is performing better than expected and wages are rising, but I know that too many families are still feeling a cost of living squeeze. And this budget takes real practical steps to help families in Wales. Cutting bills with £150 off energy costs and expanding the warm home discounts, freezing fuel duty and delivering the biggest wage boost in a generation. But the change I am most proud of, the one that will transform lives in my constituency of Clwyd North, is the removal of the two-child limit to universal credit. And I'm proud too that this has come at a time when it is fully costed, as indeed it always needed to be. Child poverty in Wales has hit record levels, with organisations like Children in Wales and the Bevan Foundation sounding the alarm again and again. This action will help 69,000 children across Wales, including 3,100 children in my constituency. This is exactly the kind of change I came into politics to deliver. Practical support that protects children, strengthens families and gives every young person the chance to reach their potential. And these changes are not before time. Last week, the Wales Index of Multiple Deprivation showed yet again that areas in Rhyl, in Clwyd North, my constituency, are among the most deprived in Wales. This cannot continue. Change is urgent, and the measures taken in this budget could not be more crucial. But make no mistake, economic growth and addressing the root causes of deprivation must also be at the heart of everything we do. Today, our Chancellor is at an International Investment Summit in Wales. And recent announcements show that North Wales is finally receiving the level of investment our communities deserve. The Flintshire and Wrexham Investment Zone, the North Wales AI Growth Zone and clean energy jobs at Wilver. And we're seeing meaningful action on regeneration, with a £20 million neighbourhood fund in Rhyl to begin to deliver on what our local community has called for. Investment in our town centre, new skills for our workforce and real progress in tackling unemployment. My priority as MP is to see this record investment in North Wales delivering a better future for the people of Clwyd North, ensuring every family and every community in Clwyd North can share in the region's and the country's future success. This budget makes honest and hopeful choices. Choices that build a stronger, fairer country where living standards rise, child poverty falls and communities like mine in Clwyd North can truly thrive.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I look to the Northern Ireland specific page and a bit in the Red Book and actually remove any of the paragraphs that refer to funding or programmes that have already been committed by this government, there's actually only a couple of paragraphs left, because so far down is the Northern Ireland office in the pecking order at the Cabinet table. There wasn't even anything in this budget for Northern Ireland that was worthy of a like. The Chancellor's statement on Wednesday said Northern Ireland would receive £370 million, but let's be clear, even above the Northern Ireland office's puff piece on the impact of the budget on business and public services, explaining how lucky we are in Northern Ireland to receive a Barnett consequential, Madam Deputy Speaker, it breaks down to just £18 million this year. We've even seen a Northern Ireland minister, office minister on social media singing the praises of investment in Northern Ireland from the government funding from the Innovate UK Fund, which was welcome, but it was delivered in 2023. The Chancellor's statement last week said that Scotland was getting £820 million because the leader of the Scottish Labour Party asked for it. And I think that's been repeated by the Honourable Member for Edinburgh West. So my question to Government is, has Northern Ireland businesses not asked for the recognition of the challenges they're facing due to the impact of this government? Alan Lowry of the FSB in Northern Ireland has said that the £16.6 million that has been given for the internal market package will not be a quick fix, but acknowledging that there is a problem in the first place means that we can work together to address it. So it's good to see that the government has finally acknowledged that the Windsor framework is an issue, but on other issues such as veterinary medicine, they continue to ignore the impact of divergence.
Will you give way? I'm very grateful. Giving way. Is he concerned in the budget there was charges going on electric vehicles as pay per mile? Now, if you're crossing from Northern Ireland into the Republic of Ireland, how will that taxation be put forward? I think we've got the Transport Secretary in front of us. I think it's a question that many people may well be wondering.
And I thank the member for that intervention. It was one of the issues I was going to raise because the Northern Ireland Secretary of State was in earlier on and asked that specific question. He couldn't answer it. But the other questions in regards to this, in regards to our voluntary and community sector in Northern Ireland, who have and are facing a funding cliff edge with the end of the UK's Shared Prosperity Fund, they have a further ask that support actually comes ring-fenced, which now seems to be a common call from many sectors in Northern Ireland. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I had the Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster here, the Prime Minister welcomed them there, welcomed them to this place. But have the farmers in those Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster not made representation directly to government ministers to be heard on the impact of the family farm inheritance tax, which will have a disproportionate effect on them? The £1 million spousal transfer is a small token, but what of the generational transfer, so common in Northern Ireland farming? That transfer of a family farm from father to daughter to mother to son, or from any other family relative that isn't mentioned in this case. Those asks has obviously fallen on deaf ears and have been tuned out to all but a select cohort of backbench Labour MPs. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've heard appeals from some noble backbench Labour MPs, like the honourable friend from Montgomeryshire and Linder, asking their own front bench to review the family farm inheritance tax. So I ask, will we see a reversal? Or has number 10 or even number 11 done the calculation that a similar U-turn, which we have seen in other areas, won't actually save their seats and have already, like the farming families of the United Kingdom, written them off? I hope not, because some of those members across the floor are some of the most passionate they have. So I do hope, when we hear of the headroom that the Chancellor has now established, that she can use that to reimburse the 500 million that the ABR was actually said to raise in regards to that, because there should be that quantum able to do that now. We also know, and I do welcome the fact that it is the Secretary of State for Transport who is here, because I do welcome the acknowledgement of the investment in Midlands Rail Hub and the Transpennine route upgrade. She will be aware that I have raised with her and with the Northern Ireland office the investment in regards to rail in my own constituency with the rail link from Antrim to Lisburn, and she has very kindly, through her own department, funded the feasibility study of £1 million, which she has had sight of, but as of yet our own Minister for Infrastructure in Northern Ireland has yet to release, even though she said she would in the summer of this year. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, those are concerns, specific Northern Ireland concerns that we have from this budget.
Michelle Bacan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the Chancellor for her clear commitment to transforming the lives of my constituents in Gillingham and Raynham. Over the past few days, she has set out a plan for investment in major infrastructure and to rebuild our public services. But for the people outside the chamber, the real significance of this budget is far more personal. It represents a long-awaited acknowledgement of their struggles with the relentless cost of living. After 14 years of austerity and Tory manufactured poverty, they finally see a government that is willing to repair the damage that has been done. The people I meet every day do not live in £5 million homes. Particularly in the Gillingham part of my constituency, their reality is starkly different. Energy bills they cannot hope to meet, school uniforms they struggle to afford, and the constant challenge of trying to provide a decent life for their families on a shoestring budget. In fact, 1 in 3 children in Gillingham live in poverty, and 1 in 10 households struggle with fuel poverty. According to the most recent indices of multiple deprivation, my constituents live in neighbourhoods ranked in the bottom 10% most deprived nationally. So when the Leader of the Opposition stands in the chamber and dismisses vital cost of living support for hard-working families as a budget for Benefit Street, the families I represent are not surprised. Because it is exactly this kind of disdain for the most vulnerable that shaped our physical landscape for 14 years, leaving ordinary people in desperate circumstances. And it is this Labour government that is finally taking them out of this cycle and restoring fairness and dignity. I also welcome that this government is making essential transport more affordable and more reliable. The freeze on regulated rail fares is not simply a headline. For middle-income commuters travelling from Gillingham or Rainham, it means keeping hundreds of pounds a year in their pockets. Combined with targeted infrastructure upgrades, this budget begins to reverse the chronic underinvestment that left many towns disconnected and disadvantaged. So when I go out on the doors over the coming weeks, I can tell my constituents that we are cutting their energy bills by hundreds of pounds, freezing rail fares and prescription charges, and keeping fuel duty low. I can tell them that we are raising the national living wage, increasing pensions, and taking their children out of poverty. So if the members opposite think that this is a budget for Benefit Street, I say it's a budget for many working families that have carried the burden of austerity for over a decade, and a budget for the 2,860 children in my constituency whose quality of life is about to drastically improve. Yeah. It is clear to me that this budget is about more than short-term relief. It is about laying the foundations for long-term stability and fairness, and that is why I will be backing it.
Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And when we cut through it all, the central choices in this budget were to increase the fiscal headroom, to spend more on welfare, and to pay for it via income tax threshold freeze. And I'm not sure why the Labour benches are reluctant to describe it in that way, because it contains within it some legitimate political choices. I welcome the increase in fiscal headroom. It was creating far too much uncertainty in our economy. I pointed this out to the Chancellor in our Treasury Committee discussion in the spring, and I'm glad that they've now corrected that mistake. And I also welcome the abolition of the 2-child cap, something that these benches voted for in one of our very first votes in Parliament, and the Chancellor explained over the weekend that she was able to afford it because of taxes on the gambling industry. Well, that industry existed last year, so she could have done it at that time. My issue is not with those measures in particular, but it's how it's being paid for, because I think there are other people that could have paid their fair share. The first of which is the banks, who I think have been completely let off the hook. They've made unforecasted windfall profits over the last few years, particularly in relation to how we run our quantitative tightening programme and the interest rates. Many people have been calling for it, including the Liberal Democrats, that we should be taxing those windfall profits and putting them to good use, but it seems like the banking industry's lobbying efforts have paid off. And also, if you look at a deeper analysis of how progressive this budget has been, yes, comparing the top 10% with the bottom 10%, it appears to be progressive, but if you look at the top 0.1%, they have been let off the hook, and particularly with measures like the dividend rates, where the additional rate has been completely untouched, and things like the cap that's been introduced for non-dom contributions in inheritance tax. And just while we're on the non-dom regime, I know there have been people that have said that all the non-doms have fled the country. Well, I'll point you to page 82 of the OBR's book, because they say that the estimated revenue from that regime will remain broadly unchanged. But really, all of this discussion is a dead end. We're just talking about redistribution. And what's really important is what's not in this budget. And as the Federation for Small Business puts it, we must get out this doom loop of tax measures to balance the books. It's far too short-term in its thinking, and we need more long-term vision. Last summer, the Chancellor seemed to get this. She promised that her focus would be on growth, yet her first budget
hit businesses with the rise in national insurance contributions, which has hit employment and set a mood of doom and gloom in our economy. We also had a zero-based spending review, of which no significant changes to spending emerged from that. I can't list a single thing that changed fundamentally about government spending after that review. We've had tax measures that have been piecemeal, no significant efforts or reforms. I think economists from left and right all agree that the UK tax system is a mess. Property taxation, the way that we treat different types of income, this is all in need of desperate reform, and we've not seen that from this government. And of course, the elephant in the room, the one that only the Liberal Democrats are willing to address, our relationship with Europe. The strategy with Europe is to have these tiny negotiations over small measures. What we need is a proper customs union. That will deliver the growth our economy needs. Ultimately, this government lacks ambition to rewire our economy. We need to stop capital pouring overseas by changing the incentives to invest in this country. We need to look at corporate governance and make sure that it serves the British economy well. We need to look at devolving power, real economic power, not a reorganisation of local government. And we need to stop triangulating between the people that think that net zero is a good and bad thing, and make sure that Britain can be a green superpower in the 21st century. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget does get us through another year, but it does not excite me for the future. This country was promised change. Where is it?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Poverty wastes potential and harms our country's success and prosperity. The two-child limit has been the single biggest driver of increasing child poverty in this country. And by making the decision, yes, finally the decision to remove this one policy, Labour will lift 4,560 children in Huddersfield out of poverty, something I'm very proud of. I know that matters to many of us here in this chamber and to many outside of it too, because when I visit the largest food bank in my constituency, the Welcome Centre, Ellie, the manager, tells me how she's seen more families coming through the doors, and this one policy was one of the biggest drivers of it. When I visit schools, teachers tell me how the impact of child poverty impacts school readiness. And when I attended a Poverty Matters event in my constituency, many of those working on the front line spoke to me about why removing the two-child limit would be one of the most significant steps this government could take. Alongside other policies announced by this government, it means that this Parliament is set for the largest fall in child poverty on record. And in doing so, this Labour government will ensure that every child, no matter where they are born, their background or circumstances, are given the best possible start in life. Because there is a cost in not doing so. It impacts us in children not meeting their potential, in ill health, in unequal economic growth across our regions, and in the reduction in our productivity. We also know that average annual productivity between 2010 and 2022 saw a significant slowdown compared to the previous Labour government. And let us not forget, it was the Tory and coalition governments that saw the closure of over 1,000 Sure Start centres and 300 children's centres in England. Between 2010 and 2018, overall Sure Start funding fell by 2/3 in real terms. It was left to local people and local communities to pick up the mess. The social contract in this country is important, that through contribution we all play a part in ensuring this country, our country, thrives. But this should not be about pitting one citizen against another or setting up a false dichotomy. It's about ensuring we all do better through good, secure jobs. I know from my conversation with constituents that many continue to face financial struggles, and for those who have not seen enough improvement in their living standards and pay since the financial crisis of 2008, continue to face affordability crisis. I therefore welcome the steps the government has taken on energy bills, on freezing rail fares, on boosting the national living wage and minimum wage, on delivering a rise in the state pension and freezing prescription charges. I also strongly welcome that training costs for under 25 apprenticeships will now be free, and that 18 to 21-year-olds will receive a guaranteed 6-month work placement when they've been out of work or learning for 18 months. These are significant steps in the right direction. It's also important that we support our local businesses in Huddersfield, many that are family-run. Our manufacturing sector and textiles in particular play a special part in our town. And it's good to see that UK manufacturing sector output across the sector rose last month and that business optimism has hit a 9-month high. We must continue to back these firms through our industrial strategy, investment in local infrastructure, government procurement and supporting tackling high energy costs. And while the Transport Secretary is here, I have to mention the government is backing major transport projects, including Northern Powerhouse Rail and the Trans-Pennine Route upgrade, very important for my constituency, and it's provided much needed stability for supply chains and the sector. I know there's been a bit of a historical response to the budget from the Tories, but it has been well received by the markets, and we've seen UK borrowing costs come down. Thank you.
Victoria Collins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, although there is much that I welcome in this budget, overall I cannot help but be disappointed by a botched budget which rises taxes to a record high, increases costs for businesses, while avoiding tax levers on the largest, highly profitable corporations, and ignores our biggest lever for growth, a better deal with the European Union. The Chancellor insists that this budget ensures that everyone pays their fair share, yet seemingly allows the biggest tech giants like Elon Musk off the hook with the absence of a digital services tax announcement. Freezing income tax thresholds continues a Conservative tax legacy, hitting people with years of stealth taxes, together costing 10 million taxpayers an extra 67 billion a year by 2030. Behind those numbers are families and individuals still struggling as costs go up and earnings don't catch up. One constituent from Gaddiston Road told me this budget is disconnected from the reality that families are under pressure today. Earning just too much to qualify for targeted support but not enough to absorb rising costs, this constituent is both being overlooked and penalised by frozen thresholds. Another constituent, Harriet from Berkhamsted, a single mother, feels unheard, unrepresented and unsupported by the Chancellor's budget. Despite working harder than ever before, this government keeps squeezing her financially from every direction. This does not sound like a fair plan for working families. This Labour government was elected on the promise of lowering the cost of living and stimulating growth, yet for the second consecutive year it is targeting businesses and employment, the very engine of growth. Richard from Brash Solutions in Berkhamsted shares the view of many by saying that once again, the autumn budget risks disincentivising entrepreneurs and small business owners by increasing taxes and eroding the rewards for those who take daily risks to employ staff and drive economic growth. For Hugh, a business owner in Pottenend, this budget is, and I quote, another kick in the teeth. Charlotte from Gatwood says the government appears to have completely abandoned their growth ambitions. And Angela from HJP Chartered Accountants said that their clients feel that the government is treating them like a cash cow and warns that if this continues, investment in people of the United Kingdom will reduce. Daniel, a general manager in Berkhamsted, warns of the tens of thousands of pre-profit costs yet again placed on businesses like theirs. And the government have done nothing to improve the situation for family farms. Last year, we warned about the negative impact of the rise of employer national insurance contributions would have on jobs. Since then, I've seen charities and businesses in Hertfordshire let go of staff and establish hiring freezes. The ONS confirmed that fewer jobs are in the economy over the last quarter. We are ringing those alarm bells again. The Federation of Small Businesses warned that nearly 1 in 3 small firms expect to shrink, sell up or shut down in the next 12 months. I recognise that this government inherited a difficult economic landscape after a decade of Conservative mismanagement. However, I still can't get over the missed opportunities for a fair and growing economy. If the government was serious about growth, they would back Lib Dem calls to boost high streets with a 5% VAT cut for hospitality, accommodation and attractions. Like pubs like Robin Hood and Tring are very welcome to have. They would also follow Lib Dem policies on reducing energy bills, which would go beyond the 3 years and actually look to halve energy bills by 2035. They would tax the big banks and social media giants properly with a new windfall tax and digital services tax. They would back Lib Dem calls for a better trade deal with Europe to repair the £90 billion Brexit black hole in tax income. That is how you tackle the cost of living crisis, bear down inflation, revive our high streets, grow the economy and deliver for our communities with a fair autumn budget that this government has failed to provide.
Kevin Bonavere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget shows that after years of decline, this Labour government is building a stronger and more secure economy, one that works for working people in Stevenage and the villages across our constituency. We are beating the forecasts, with growth upgraded to 1.5% this year, and wages rising faster in our first year than in the entire first decade under the Conservatives. But this is all for nothing if working people can't see and feel positive changes in their day-to-day lives. That's why this budget makes fair and necessary choices. Choices to cut the cost of living, renew our public services and bring stability to the economy. For families in Stevenage, the cost of living has been a real pressure. So I welcome the measures that will put money back into people's pockets. £150 off average energy bills, rising to £300 off for those who need it most, alongside freezing prescription charges and for the first time in 30 years, freezing rail fares. That means commuters travelling from Stevenage or Nebworth will not see the annual hike they endured year after year under the previous government. Take, for example, one of our fantastic young apprentices from Airbus, who wrote to me before the budget asking the Chancellor to consider a rail freeze to ensure he could afford to do the job he loves. When working people call, this Labour government answers. We're cutting NHS waiting lists with 250 new neighbourhood health centres, millions more appointments and freezing prescription costs. For Stevenage, where the Lister Hospital serves not just our town but surrounding villages, this investment into our infrastructure and our patients is vital. And we are doing all this while reducing borrowing every year. So interest rates, already cut 5 times since the election, can keep falling, helping families with mortgages and businesses with investment. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's deal with the nonsense we've heard from the benches opposite. We've been told that this is a budget for Benefit Street, that Labour is hiking taxes to pay for welfare, and that borrowing is spiralling out of control. Here are the actual facts. Borrowing falls every single year of this Parliament, moving to surplus by 2028. That is fiscal responsibility, not the chaos of unfunded tax cuts that crashed the economy under the last Conservative government. And scrapping the 2-child benefit limit isn't a handout, it's an investment. A child growing up in poverty is less likely to work as an adult and earns 25% less by the age of 30. Lifting 450,000 children out of poverty is both morally right and economically smart. And on taxes, the biggest changes fall on those with the broadest shoulders, high-value property owners, landlords who pay less tax than the tenants, and online giants who have dodged their fair share for too long. Compare that to the Conservatives opposite, who now talk of £47 billion of spending cuts, hitting working people the hardest, and still leaving public services crumbling, and they have some cheek after 14 years of doing just that. And that is the equivalent of firing every police officer twice over. And as for reform's fantasy economics, billions of cuts with no plan as to where they fall, that's complete unbridled chaos. That is why we need a sensible Labour budget. That's what we have, and that's why I will be supporting it tomorrow night. Thank you.
Yeah. Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. After the budget on Wednesday, it is clear that the Chancellor doesn't listen to good advice. The Liberal Democrats have given us so many opportunities where she could raise extra money for the Treasury. We have called for a windfall tax on the big banks. It could raise £30 billion between now and 2030. The Chancellor could raise an extra £4 billion a year from the likes of Elon Musk by raising the digital services tax on tech giants from 2% to 10%. But Donald Trump won't let the government do that. We know that we need to grow our economy, and the quickest way to do that is to repair the damage done by the Conservatives' terrible Brexit deal. Brexit has lost us £90 billion in tax revenue just this year. This is a black hole that does need fixing. The government should negotiate a new, bespoke EU-UK customs union, cutting the endless red tape and freeing up businesses to concentrate on what they do best, selling their product to Europe. This could raise more than £25 billion a year for the Exchequer. This would benefit many businesses across the country, including in my constituency of Wokingham. Business owners have told me of their once large and expanding relationship with the EU, but since Brexit, they have seen their exports and their profits reduced. So why has the Chancellor instead chosen to raise taxes across the board and offered no help to our businesses, having hammered them in the last budget? A new deal with the EU would benefit local businesses, help tackle the cost of living crisis, lower import costs, lower food prices and boost investment. The revenue raised for the Exchequer could prevent the Chancellor from placing further taxes on working people, perhaps meaning that income tax thresholds might be unfrozen earlier than the planned at 2031, ahead of a 2028-29 general election. So I urge the government to listen to our calls and the calls of business in Wokingham and across the country, and begin negotiating a bespoke customs union with the EU, which will be a major contributor to the growth that we all agree the economy desperately needs.
Dame Siobhan McDonagh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the budget and the difference it will make to families who have endured the cost of living crisis for far too long. I welcome the £150 cut to energy bills from April, a lifeline for households who have stretched every pound as far as it will go. I welcome the freeze on rail fares because for many families, even a small rise means a choice between essentials. And I welcome the uplift in the national living wage and minimum wage, a long overdue recognition of the people who work keeps our economy alive, but who rarely see that reflected in their pay packets. These measures help. They are real, practical, and they will be felt immediately in constituencies like mine. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, every week in Mitcham and Morden, I meet people who tell me the same thing, that the only way they can manage the cost of living is by going back to cash. Cash to budget, cash to separate the heating from the food money, cash because a contactless tap can feel like losing control. But despite nearly 1 in 5 people now relying on cash to manage their household finances, access to cash and face-to-face banking facilities are becoming harder for those who need them most. We are seeing an unprecedented number of bank branches close, with the Lloyds Banking Group recently announcing 136 closures between 25 and 26. In my own case, this meant that Mitcham would lose its last bank this coming January. The closure sparked an assets to cash review from Link, an assessment of our suitability for a banking hub. We met every criterion for a banking hub except one. The nearest full-service bank has to be more than 15 minutes away by public transport. Despite Mitcham having 115 shops, 48,000 people living near the high street, the TfL bus timetable designated that we could not get a banking hub because it took only 14 minutes by bus to the nearest bank. So what to do but to galvanise the great people of my constituency to get on the bus and record it. And those recordings clearly showed that the bus took between 18 and 20 minutes to get to Tooting. So we have reversed those decisions. In Mitcham, we will be getting the first banking hub in South West London and only the 5th in London. In coming days, I will work with Cash Access UK to discuss the next steps for our new banking hub and work with the local community to ensure that the hub fits our needs. But I raise all this to say to members that the criteria for banking hubs, which I hear discussed all the time by members of all parties, do not meet the needs of suburban and urban areas that are losing their banks, and that the government should reconsider whether the target should be for 350 new banking hubs in the next year, and to ask that that number grow on behalf of all my colleagues, because people do not just need budget measures, they need a way to be able to manage their budgets through the use of cash.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a budget built on fantasy. The Chancellor claimed there was a fiscal black hole so deep she had no choice but to hammer working families with the highest tax burden since the war. But now we know the truth. The OBR told her in October the so-called black hole did not exist. She actually had a surplus, yet she deliberately told the public the opposite. This is a political crisis now of the Chancellor's own making, and even Cabinet Ministers have said at no point were the Cabinet told about the reality of the OBR forecasts, calling the budget a disaster from start to finish. And after promising the country she'd wipe the slate clean and would not come back for more, we now know how wrong she was. Madam Deputy Speaker, the benches opposite can dress it up however they like, but this is the Benefit Street budget. Tax hikes to fund a welfare splurge paid for by ordinary, hard-working people who get up, go to work and do the right thing. Labour promised not to raise taxes on working people. It's printed in their manifesto, but within weeks of coming to power, they did exactly that. A Chancellor who breaks her word cannot expect to command the public's trust. She must come to this House and explain herself, and I hope she does do the wind-ups tomorrow evening on the close of this debate. Because while this government plays politics with the public finances, it's working families in my constituency and others up and down the country who are paying the price. In Aldridge Brownhills, families who've never been higher rate taxpayers in their lives will now find themselves pushed into it with no increase in real pay. This isn't fairness, it's failure. Businesses reached their verdict within hours. We saw that the Institute of Directors found 80% of business leaders felt negative about this budget. They know those on the Labour benches do not understand what business is. Their jobs tax has hit employers hard. On Friday, businesses in my constituency told me that they've frozen recruitment, they've frozen investment, they're passing costs on to customers, they have no choice. And in some cases, they're beginning to think about redundancies. Small businesses, the very backbone of our economy, were forgotten entirely in this budget. And the Federation of Small Businesses has said dividend tax hikes punish people for investing in their own companies. New employer charges are a bad idea. Business rate measures fall far short. This coming Saturday is Small Business Saturday, and I'm sure many on this side of the House will be going out supporting the small businesses in their constituencies, and I'll tell you why, because we understand what business is. Connectivity, sorry I don't have time. Connectivity drives growth too. We've reheated announcements. The Midlands Rail Hub is crucial for our region, but we don't know, is this new money or recycled rhetoric? There was no reinstatement in the budget of the £27 million for Aldridge train station, money that was siphoned away by the Labour Mayor. My constituents deserve better. Let's be clear, households are being squeezed, food price inflation is running high at nearly 5%. Our farmers are still being hit by the government's decisions. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget raises taxes, it weakens growth, it ignores business, it hits farmers, it sidelines communities and it breaks promises. But above all, it's built on fantasy, a black hole that did not exist. My constituents and this country deserve better.
Kirstine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Prior to last Wednesday, I wanted to see a budget that tackled the cost of living crisis whilst delivering the investment that will allow both people and businesses to prosper. Not an easy task, but this budget has delivered. With the removal of the two-child limit and one policy change, this Labour government will directly benefit 1,700 children in my constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow. Scrapping the cap will be transformational to the life chances and the life outcomes for children across the country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, people in my constituency welcome the £150 reduction in energy bills with £300 saving for those on the lowest incomes. This will ease pressure on household budgets. But one of the biggest scandals of the 14 years of Tory government is the fact that so many people in work rely on welfare. By bringing fairness back into pay, we rebuild financial resilience and we protect more families from hardship. Thanks to this budget, over 200,000 Scots will receive an above-inflation pay rise, including over 9,000 people across West Lothian and Falkirk, putting more money in their pockets. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is also backing much-needed investment in Scottish public services with an extra £820 million, taking the additional funding for the Scottish Government to over £10 billion since July 2024. This is the choice that this government has made, yet Scots are not seeing the improvements this funding should deliver. And councils are forced to find ever greater and more damaging cuts. West Lothian Council has just closed a public consultation on an additional £23 million in cuts over the next 2 years, on top of the £184 million cut since the SNP took power in 2007. £184 million cut from services in our towns and our villages, services our residents, including our most vulnerable citizens, rely on. There are no good choices. It's austerity on stilts, and it's wholly driven by the SNP government. It is their political choice, and there are no excuses. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a fair and balanced budget, but there are a few points in which I'd like reassurance from the front bench. Some constituents have flagged the situation over motability, especially in relation to the availability and affordability of automatic cars. For many disabled drivers, automatics are the only possible car they can drive, and many require larger cars to accommodate wheelchairs and mobility aids. So I would therefore be grateful to the Minister for reassurance that any luxury car definition will not only consider price, because that would limit the availability of larger vehicles or permanent adaptations and automatics. And I know that some constituents are concerned about the freezing of the tax threshold beyond 2028, so I do ask the Government to reconsider the extension if economic projections are consistently outperformed. Madam Deputy Speaker, changing the country is not going to be easy, but this Labour Government is putting in the hard yards through meaningful choices, rejecting austerity and rejecting debt, building a country and an economy that works for everyone and one that leaves no one behind.
Dr. Ellie Chance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sky-high bills, unaffordable, cold and mouldy homes, 1 in 3 children growing up in poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, our country is in crisis. Life has become unaffordable for millions of people, and years of devastating cuts to our public services, from hospitals and schools to social care, mean that those who most need support are too often unable to access it. Every day I hear from my constituents in North Herefordshire who are living through this crisis and are crying out for change. But instead of delivering this government has repeatedly claimed that there isn't enough money to go around. That simply isn't true. Last year, billionaires saw their collective wealth increase by £35 million a day, and Britain's 50 richest families now hold more wealth than half the population combined. A wealth tax of 1% on assets over £10 million and 2% over £1 billion could raise nearly £15 billion. And if combined with aligning rates of capital gains tax with income tax and introducing national insurance on investment income so that wealth is taxed at the same rate as work, we could raise over £30 billion a year. So this budget needed to mark a turning point, an end to the politics of the last 18 months, a politics that has sadly scapegoated refugees and migrants while failing to tackle the inequality and the real issues driving people into hardship. Now, of course, I welcome the long overdue scrapping of the cruel and counterproductive two-child benefit cap. That should have been done on day one after the general election. But instead of delivering a transformational budget to confront the cost of living crisis and tax extreme wealth fairly, this Labour government has sadly chosen to paper over the cracks, to tinker, not transform. For example, take the Chancellor's decision to remove policy costs from energy bills. Nearly 3 million households in England were fuel poor in 2024. It's more, depending how you calculate it. And this is a huge problem, especially in the West Midlands and especially in my constituency of North Herefordshire, where fuel poverty is particularly high due to the nature of the housing that we have and low wages. So it's essential that we do everything in our power to cut bills. But the decision to lower bills by cutting vital funding for home insulation by a quarter is not a real solution. It is genuinely robbing Peter to pay Paul. Home insulation is one of the most effective ways to bring down bills. Upgrading the average UK home to a decent standard saves households £210 a year. But analysis from the New Economics Foundation shows that the poorest households living in the coldest homes have now lost 2/3 of the support they were due to receive for energy efficiency upgrades due to the government's decisions regarding Eco and the Warm Homes Plan. When the UK has some of the worst insulated homes in Western Europe, we should be scaling up, not down, home insulation and using progressive taxation to pay for it. I am delighted that the Secretary of State for Energy is back in here to hear me make these arguments. I won't, because many people want to get in. Frankly, when a typical energy bill in October 2025 was £478 a year, higher than 4 years before, it is indefensible that this budget does nothing to address the structural factors keeping costs high. In 2024, almost a quarter of the average energy bill went straight to the pre-tax profits of the major electricity generators networks and household suppliers. If we're serious about tackling the cost of living crisis, we must stop private companies profiteering while ordinary people cannot afford life's basics. Those basics should not be a luxury. We can have lower bills and more investment in affordable warm homes, all while protecting our planet at the same time. In ordinary times, a budget that tinkers at the edges might be acceptable, but after the financial crash, a decade of Conservative and Lib Dem austerity, the pandemic, the fuel price crisis, the country is at breaking point. This budget needed to go further and be bolder. That's what a green budget would do.
Maggie Shanker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this budget as it's one that cracks on and delivers. It delivers for our kids, for our NHS and hard-working families up and down the country, and importantly, it delivers for Derby. No wonder the Tories don't like it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. In Derby, we are proud to be a city of makers. What we build in Derby keeps our country and beyond powered. But for far too long, people in our city, from Alveston to Arboretum, have put in a shift but still feel left struggling and hard to make ends meet. For years, they've been left to face the grinding reality of Tory austerity, and it's hurting. Left to pay sky-high energy bills, left waiting for their kids' EHCP in a buckling send system, and left out of our city's success as a manufacturing powerhouse. It's not right that families are turning to food banks because their pay packet doesn't cover the essentials anymore, and it's left Derby telling a tale of two cities. So whether it's raising the minimum wage, freezing train ticket prices, freezing prescription fees, or knocking £150 of energy bills, this budget is cracking on with tackling the cost of living crisis for families in Derby and across the country. Not sometime in the future, but now. Instead of accepting that in some parts of our city the majority of kids will live in poverty, the Labour government has said enough is enough. Enough of families paying the painful price of Tory austerity, and enough of kids going to school on empty stomachs. Because by scrapping the two-child benefit cap, we will give 5,500 kids who live in Derby South a better start in life, and nationally we will lift 450,000 kids out of poverty. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And that's not all. The budget also delivers for young people as they take their next steps in life, because university isn't for everyone. It wasn't for me, and I want every young person in Derby to know about the opportunities apprenticeships can offer them in getting on. But to take up the opportunity and run with it, apprenticeships need to be available for them in local businesses and in the local area. This budget delivers exactly that. It commits £725 million for the Growth and Skills Levy to help support apprenticeships for young people who are this country's future, including fully funding SME apprenticeships for eligible under 25s. Because we know that when we back our fantastic young people, the whole community benefits. And this budget delivers for the whole of our city by backing Team Derby. The Tories underestimated and undervalued Derby for years, locally and nationally, and that left our community feeling locked out of our city's success as a manufacturing powerhouse. But I've always been on Team Derby, and this government is too. And we're committed to making sure that record investments in our city's industry also works hard for our community. delivering the change the residents want and the change that they can see. So I thank my friends, the Right Honourable Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Prime Minister for backing families, backing business, backing our young people and, importantly from me, for backing Derby.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last year the Chancellor increased public spending by £72 billion, financed by £40 billion of extra taxes and £32 billion of extra borrowing. All justified, we were told, by a mysterious black hole that only the Labour front bench could see, because certainly the OBR couldn't find it. These tax rises were so large that the Chancellor felt it necessary to reassure the country that we're not coming back with more tax increases or indeed more borrowing. 1 year later, the Chancellor is back for more, raising Britain's tax bill by a further £26 billion. These extra taxes will be paid by working people. People like my constituent, Rowena, who wrote to me after the budget. She said, "I've worked in education for over 10 years and have only recently reached the top of the pay scale after years of dedication and hard work. I manage long hours, increasing responsibilities and rising needs within schools, all while striving to maintain high standards for my students. I do this as I care deeply about educating future generations and also to pay my mortgage and support my 3 children. I do not claim benefits other than child benefit, and I've always taken pride in being financially independent. However, the changes announced today leave me questioning the value of this commitment. Under the new thresholds, I will be dragged into the 40% tax bracket, making additional work, such as examining during the summer, financially unviable. If I stop examining, students and schools will feel the impact. But what's the point when 40% of the exam fee will disappear? Teachers are not high earners, yet these changes treat us as if we are. Calculators suggest I will be approximately £1,500 worse off annually. In fact, under the new rules, I would be financially better off if I had 2 more children and claimed universal credit, now that the 2-child cap has been lifted. This is a deeply troubling message for hard-working professionals. I also want to share a personal perspective. My 15-year-old daughter is in Year 11 and about to take her GCSEs. I encourage her to work hard every day and aim for a successful career. But what is the purpose when she sees her parents struggling and effectively penalised for being hard-working? What message does this send to the next generation? And I hope the Secretary of State will answer Rowena when she winds up. 12 months ago, the Chancellor was opposed to removing the 2-child benefit cap. It was too expensive. It was not the best way to tackle child poverty. And 7 Labour MPs had the whip removed. So what has changed? Well, nothing has changed, except the collapse in the Prime Minister's authority. He is a Prime Minister who is buffeted by events because he has no principles, no vision for where he wants to lead our country. He is raising taxes on Rowena and others like her to increase benefits because that is what Labour backbenchers want. Devoid of any real purpose, his government's only guiding philosophy is to survive. So Labour is now doing what it has always done, taxing and spending without thought as to the consequence. Taxes on working people are rising to their highest level ever, all to pay for higher benefits to those who do not work. A budget is about choices, and Labour have made theirs, because this is a budget for Benefit Street.
Well said, Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to start with welcoming some of the measures on transport, and if I have time, I'll pick up a couple of others. I welcome the rail fares freeze, and I also welcome the growth-enhancing capital investment projects, such as the Lower Thames Crossing, and to note that this will be the final tranche of government support before the private sector takes over construction and long-term operation. On this, the Treasury cannot always be assumed to be writing the cheques for the cost of building infrastructure, particularly where a solid income stream, such as low trends costing or high land values, can be used to leverage private funding. I also welcome the announcement about the funding for the DLR extension, and I hope, as the Secretary of State is sitting here, I hope that we can soon have similar good news about kickstart funding for the West London Orbital Rail Link. Madam Deputy Speaker, drivers and fleet managers of petrol and diesel vehicles will welcome the further extension of the temporary 5p cut in the rates of fuel duty to September 26. On the other hand, whilst I congratulate the Chancellor for the support given to the automotive sector and our carbon commitments, £1.5 billion for the electric car grant funding and investment in EV charging infrastructure, however, the government has also introduced a mileage charge for EVs, which does risk sending mixed signals to manufacturers and sellers of EVs, as well as fleet managers and other buyers, such as individual people. This may be the right move, but I fear it's carried out at the wrong time. For too many owners, the cost of running an EV is no lower than the cost of running a petrol or diesel vehicle, particularly due to the unit cost of non-domestic charging. And I note that when New Zealand passed a similar piece of legislation, EV uptake fell off a cliff. So I do have some questions for the Secretary of State. Firstly, what measures has the Department taken to assess the overall effectiveness of its EV policies? What impact assessments has been carried out in respect of EV taxation and subsequent displacement? How is the measure consistent with the government's agenda to decarbonise private transport? And will the Secretary of State be planning to introduce a simple odometer check which carries all of the risk and problems of fuel duty, or will she be looking at satellite-based tracking, which is more accurate, based on equity, and better manages demands on our roads? It could be introduced for all vehicles on a non-mandatory basis, on choice, as water meters were originally brought in. So, in terms of other measures that my constituents also welcome in terms of the cost of living, the ending of the two-child limit, I called for this, and I'm glad the government has listened. And it will make a measurable difference to almost 3,500 children in my constituency, the vast majority whose parents work full-time, but on low pay, and they're forced to pay extremely high rents with little left over at the end of the month. £150 off home energy bills, freezes to prescription charges and fuel, and another big increase in the national minimum wage, on top of public sector pay increases, and more children to get free school meals. And on public... Thank you, Madam.
Final backbench contribution, Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At a time when families across the four corners of our nation are struggling just to get through the week, the test, I believe, of any budget is simple. Does it make life easier for ordinary working people? Does it put money in the low and middle income earners' pockets? Does it strengthen our public services? Does it support those who are working hard yet falling behind because of the rising prices, high inflation and chronically stagnant wages? The first thing I will welcome is the lifting of the two-child benefit cap. I welcome the Chancellor finally bowing to pressure of campaigners and my Independent Alliance colleagues and the 7 Labour backbenchers who defied the whip last year to vote for the abolition. But telling the families that they must wait until 2026, nearly 2 years after coming into government, is not the Labour way. While children go hungry now, today, this winter, it is unconscionable. For many winters, families are choosing between heating and eating, with food banks remaining at record high levels of usage, and warm banks are now just a thing in our society we somehow accept. Every month, millions are one broken boiler or a late paycheck away from crisis. A modern economy cannot function when its own people are too poor to participate meaningfully in it. That is why I believe we need a radical tax reform, prioritising a fairer tax system that funds our future. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the great myths of our political age is that there isn't enough money to fix these problems. That is simply not true. Our tax system is full of holes, wide enough for billionaires to sail yachts through. We must get a grip in this place. If the Chancellor were serious about rebuilding Britain, she would adopt straightforward, fair tax reforms that would raise tens of billions of pounds for public services without touching the pockets. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. In my constituency of Birmingham Perry Bar, child poverty is some 50%. And so I certainly welcome the scrapping of this child benefit cap. But does the honourable member agree that wealth tax is the only way we are going to be able to resolve the real underlying issue, which is cost of living?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I will be coming to that very, very shortly in the short time that I have remaining. So it's not true that we don't have enough money to fix these problems. If the Chancellor was serious about rebuilding Britain, she would adopt straightforward, fairer tax reforms. We could raise, as many members across the House have raised, we could raise tens of billions of pounds by closing loopholes that allow foreign multinationals to shift profits offshore and avoid paying UK corporation tax, whilst onshoring expenses and taking advantage of subsidies and tax relief. We could implement the digital service tax that was originally promised, ensuring big tech finally pay its fair share of record profits. We could end the preferential treatment of income from wealth over income from work, taxing capital gains at closer parity with earnings. We could introduce a genuine windfall tax on excessive profits, particularly in energy, finance and banking, and reforming tax reliefs that disproportionately benefit the wealthy and redirecting revenue to public services. These are not radical ideas, they are basic principles of fiscal fairness. The budget is a moral statement, and today's budget shows us a government that still chooses war over welfare, profits over people, and short-term headlines over long-term stability. To borrow a phrase, choosing the few over the many.
Secretary of State Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the real issue here is hiding in plain sight, and it's there on the monitors. This is all about bearing down on inflation, because this government has already catastrophically failed to actually keep it down from the 2% where this side of the House left it at the general election. And that is the impact it's having on the cost of living up and down the country. Every single business I visit up and down the country, every single person I meet on the street in Basildon and Billericay, this is what I hear. Since Labour got in, things have got worse. Unemployment's up, inflation's up. Absolutely double that of what we saw at the general election, now the highest in the G7, as the member for Stone, Great Worley and Paintbridge said. Rents are up, as my right honourable friend, the member for East Surrey, said. Part-time jobs are being hammered. Taxes on employment are really hurting people, as a member for North East Cambridgeshire and for Aldridge Brownhills have mentioned. Growth is down, particularly in areas like the North Sea, as that fantastic speech from the member for Gordon and Buchan mentioned earlier on. Energy prices are up through the roof, as a member for Weald of Kent said, and that is absolutely hitting our ability to deliver growth for businesses, particularly our manufacturing sector, up and down the country. Right across the piece, this government is hammering businesses, and business rates paid by are up at least 40% on high street firms since the general election, despite what we're constantly told by ministers, as the my right honourable friend, the member for Salisbury, said in his speech as well. Despite the election pledges, tax rises are hitting working people up and down the country. Taxes are up now by £66 billion a year under this government. Debt is up by tens of billions alongside it. The real issue here is for cost of living is Labour's doom loop. Higher taxes, higher prices, lower growth, more unemployment, followed by higher taxes, higher prices, lower growth and more unemployment. But this government simply doesn't get it. They've tried educating their backbenchers, apparently, but their backbenchers have made it clear, and one was quoted as saying, regarding welfare, I don't understand why this means tax rises when it's only a few billion pounds. Imagine how that's going down with those who have to lend us billions of pounds every year. Now, on the face of it, the government wants us to believe it's on at least trying to help, but it's clear that this is a Janus-faced government. As my right honourable friend for East Surrey said, the cost hasn't come off because they're just moving it to your tax bill, and that's true isn't it? We're told to be grateful when energy bills, actually, they're already up, but they're being shifted to our tax bills. Yeah. The electric car grant, that's coming in. That's not actually helping anyone, right? That's not because energy prices have gone down. That's being paid for with pay per mile, despite the fact that the Secretary of State for Transport said, just to my honourable friend for Bridlington and the Wolds transport questions, that wouldn't actually happen. And there are more questions today from members right across the House as to how on earth you could possibly implement that. Train fares. Well, let's have a look at that. Not from more efficient trains, not from more productivity, but from tax rises. Tax rises on fuel duty, up 5p next year. Bus fares are already up 50%. It's fully funded by taxpayers, fully funded by bus users, fully funded by motorists up and down the country. That's the cost of this government. And when I saw the numbers actually in the budget, it was quite astonishing. Because they totally contradict what the Department of Transport itself has put out. The Department of Transport says it's going to be 600 million quid. Actually, in the budget it says 150 million. So can we actually have some honesty and some transparency as to what the costs are of this policy from the Transport Secretary when she speaks? And it doesn't stop there. It's going even further. Taxes on flights at £400 for a family holiday. Taxes going up next year and the year after. The taxi tax coming in, hammering our nighttime economy, leaving women on with a choice of paying 20% more for a private hire to get home or being vulnerable on this late at night trying to get home. They're also raising business rates, again, on the high street, but also snuck out on the same day as the budget, multiple times due to the re-evaluation of airports and a 10 times rise on the Channel Tunnel rail link. Yeah. £10 million to £100 million on the Channel Tunnel. And I'll give way to
as well as endorsing the point about automatic cars and Motability and the very important point about banking hubs and the extension. Will my honourable friend recognise that when we add costs to businesses, like the one I recently visited my constituency, a retailer, we actually pay the price and the jobs they might create or otherwise? These are lost opportunities for local constituents to get jobs in meaningful businesses because business costs are rising as a result of this government.
My right honourable friend makes an incredibly important point because actually these taxes are hitting across the board and they're hitting employment of his constituents. And this is on top of the tax rises we saw last year. Business property relief, business rates, agricultural property relief. There's national insurance tax rises, absolutely hammering working families up and down the country, while this government pretends it's not doing that. How on earth can the right honourable lady make the claim that this budget will keep inflation down? Every policy choice they make fires costs straight back into the system, when policy after policy, as if some sort of giant socialist Gatling gun, sprays costs onto businesses, onto passengers, onto taxpayers, and onto the entire country. I'm afraid I've not got time to give way further. Does the government not understand that every time it hikes up taxes, that means the cost of food goes up? Does it not understand that the indiscriminate tax hikes means that the cost of producer rises, the cost of getting the food to the shops rises, the cost of the supermarket selling food rises? It's a conveyor belt of wholly avoidable costs. Now, which brings me to the core of my argument today. What is this government actually for? Disposable incomes have been revised down, along with growth, while taxes, inflation, business rates, they're all up. What else is up? Entrepreneurs leaving the country. We thought it'd be capital flight. In fact, that's what the Treasury are briefing out. Real worries about capital flight. It's not just capital flight, it's entrepreneurial flight. It's Labour fleeing the country as well. People are leaving. The only thing left is land, and they're taxing that as well. My right honourable friend for Salisbury made a really good point earlier on in his speech. And he said, I've never seen such speculation ahead of a budget that has worried family businesses. It's family businesses in his constituency, in my constituency. I've never seen a budget talked about as much as this budget was in advance of it being actually produced. It's quite incredible. It's actually really harming the economy just by the briefing that the opposition front bench put out, including on the Prime Minister's own plane. They were briefing out the budget on his plane. It's unbelievable. It's not just small businesses, though. We just seen today, Zipcar, a really important part for a lot of people in London. They're going to be, they're now closing their operations from the end of the year, right? That's a huge impact, and that's because of the taxes on them and also the congestion charge from the Mayor of London. And I think my honourable friend, the member for Isle of Wight, really made a really good point. earlier on, when he said Labour, they talked once upon a time about being the party of a hand up, not a hand out. Well, Labour is quite clearly now the party with its hand in the pocket of working Britain. And the member for Leeds East, and the member for Salford, and the member for Bridgewater all made the same point. Not normally on the same page across the House, but they were today. Pointing out that it's going to be working people paying the price of those extra tax rises because those frozen thresholds for year after year after year. Decisions made by this Labour government. Not on the side of motor manufacturing either. We're seeing real concerns from that sector, as the members for Brentford and Isleworth pointed out, and the member for Ellesmere Port and the member for Hinckley and Bosworth. Real concerns. Also, how on earth is a pay-per-mile scheme going to work, as the member for South Antrim made earlier on, when people are crossing the border? Are the Labour Party really going to tax people for driving on foreign roads? We'll have to see. In conclusion, I thought the member for Buckingham and Bletchley made a really sensible point earlier on today when he said that fiscal prudence is a means to an end. It's a means to an end for keeping debt interest down, for keeping borrowing rates for businesses and for families down. I think that's exactly right, and we didn't see that from this government. The government thinks people won't notice, but the Chancellor determinedly obfuscated about the figures, talking of a black hole imposed on her, but in truth, tax rises on working people to pay for more welfare. This government thinks that people won't notice that they're being bribed with their own money, taken off them via tax on EVs and energy, that small businesses won't notice business rates going up or national insurance taxes going up. Madam Deputy Speaker, people have noticed. They notice the broken promises on tax, on working people, on bills. They notice the smoke and mirrors, robbing Peter not to pay Paul, but robbing Paul too. They're worried. They were worried ahead of the budget this year, and now they're worried about what the third Labour budget next year will deliver again, because they know that this failing government will be coming back for more.
Secretary of State, Heidi. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to be responding to today's debate on the budget. We've heard some excellent contributions from many colleagues across the House, particularly on this side, and I hope my honourable friends will forgive me if I don't mention them all by name. But if I may say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will respond in writing to the specific questions put to me by the members for Ellesmere Port, Bathgate and Linlithgow, and Brentford and Isleworth. We've also had some thoughtful and measured contributions from members opposite, including the Honourable Member for Dorking and Hawley and the Honourable Member for Belfast East. It's a shame some of the other contributions from the opposition benches can best be described as heavy on indignation and light on contrition. You'd have thought that the Right Honourable Gentleman for Salisbury and North East Cambridgeshire, as well as the Shadow Transport Secretary, had no responsibility whatsoever for the economic inheritance that the last government passed on to this one. We all know the last Parliament saw living standards fall. This is not a record to be proud of. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government was elected on a promise of change. Change demanded by a weary public. People who were fed up with rising bills and falling real wages. People fed up with schools and hospitals that had been cut to the bone. People fed up with trains and buses they couldn't rely on. An economy, indeed a country, that felt broken in the very places that mattered most. In this budget, I am proud that we're answering the public's call for change, making the fair and necessary choices to repair our public finances and deliver on the nation's priorities. We're cutting the cost of living with cheaper energy bills, frozen prescription charges and frozen rail fares. We're putting record investment into our NHS, bringing waiting lists down and creating 250 new neighbourhood health centres. We're righting a moral wrong by lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, not just through school breakfast clubs and by lifting the minimum wage, but by scrapping the two-child universal credit cap. And we're doing all of this while meeting our fiscal rules. After years of decline, this is what rebuilding our country looks like. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand that the government wants to accelerate their plans to remove the two-child limit as soon as possible. That may be too soon to get an LCM passed by the Northern Ireland Assembly. Could I at least ask her to undertake to engage with the Social Security Minister, and if there's political willingness, at least at Stormont, for this to proceed quickly, that you can do it on our behalf?
Yeah. She can do it. I certainly undertake to have those conversations with colleagues. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not in the interest of time, forgive me. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is because we understand what life is like for ordinary people that we have taken decisions in this budget to provide real help now with the cost of living. We know that an average household spends more than 10% of their income on getting around, getting to work and school, making those essential daily trips. That's why this budget has not only extended the fuel duty freeze beyond the spring of next year, but has restated our commitment to protect the bus fare cap too. And for the first time in 30 years, we are freezing rail fares. If you have a season ticket, if you're a commuter on a peak return, or if you're travelling on off-peak between major cities, you will get to keep more of your hard-earned cash. It's good news for millions of passengers, some of whom will save hundreds of pounds a year. That means extra money in people's pockets, and it means we continue to keep a lid on everyday costs that drive inflation. I'm not going to give way. Madam Deputy Speaker, budgets are about choices, and I know not everyone agrees with our decision to freeze rail fares. Indeed, just days before the budget, I received a letter from the Shadow Transport Secretary effectively proposing a 4.8% hike in fares. I considered his request, but an increase at LPI, as the Right Honourable Member pretty much suggested, would have put passengers' fares up by hundreds of pounds next year. Madam Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't be surprised that the Shadow Transport Secretary wanted passengers to pay more. After all, his party increased fares by 60% when they were in office. But on this side of the House, we believe in cutting the cost of living and putting money back into passengers' pockets. And as we set up Great British Railways, bringing together 17 different organisations into one public organisation, we will build a railway where passengers, not profits, come first. Madam Deputy Speaker, while rail may often dominate newspaper headlines, this government will never ignore the roads that carry most of our daily journeys. That's why, earlier this year, I gave the green light to the Lower Thames crossing. After years of being stuck in planning limbo under the Conservative government, it is now set to become the largest road building project in a generation. And thanks to this budget, we're confirming a further £891 million of public funding, after which the private sector will take forward construction and long-term operation. Along with our commitment to extending the DLR to Thamesmead, this is further proof that this government is firmly on the side of the builders, not the blockers. Madam Deputy Speaker, before coming into power, our roads were a symbol of national decline, poorly maintained, riddled with potholes. They were a nuisance at best and downright dangerous at worst. That's why, by the end of this Parliament, we will commit over £2 billion annually for local road maintenance, doubling funding since coming into office and filling millions of potholes every year, protecting drivers from having to shell out hundreds of pounds in costly repairs. Madam Deputy Speaker, investment and reform, these are my watchwords as we work to improve everyday journeys. But throughout, we cannot be blind to the impact of transport on our climate. And the truth is, most transport emissions come from our roads. That's why reducing costs for drivers whilst cutting emissions will be at the heart of the EV transition. The trends are already clear. EVs are often cheaper to run and maintain than more polluting cars, and consumers have noticed, with EV sales accounting for a quarter of new car purchases in October. But this budget enables us to go further by committing an extra £1.3 billion to the electric car grant. We will keep saving buyers thousands of pounds on dozens of EV models. We'll increase the expensive car supplement threshold for EVs to £50,000 and invest a further £200 million in the rollout of EV charging infrastructure. My ambition is to make it as easy to charge up as it is to fill up. So I'm pleased that the budget confirmed a decade of 100% business rates relief for eligible EV charge points and a review into the costs of public charging, including the impact of energy prices. But fairness remains at the heart of this budget, and as the Chancellor rightly said, everyone must contribute. So electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles will start paying a new electric vehicle excise duty from April 2028. And above all, that ensures that all those who use our roads and all those who depend on our roads all help to maintain our roads. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me end with this. For years, the British people were resigned to poorer living standards, stagnant wages and public services unfit for purpose. This government promised change, and despite the state of the economy when we entered office, we are delivering that change and doing so fairly. We promised no return to the long winters of austerity, and we meant it. An extra £120 billion in public capital investment over this Parliament will build new infrastructure and homes across the country. It will strengthen our energy security, and it will give the NHS its biggest ever capital settlement. For transport, it's a down payment for better, more reliable journeys. Trains you can rely on, buses that turn up on Sundays, roads which make driving easier, an infrastructure that doesn't just connect people with places, but also connects the aspirations of the next generation to the opportunities of tomorrow. That's what this budget is about. Fair choices for a fairer Britain, where the cost of living falls, where real wages rise, where our towns and cities get the connectivity they deserve. A budget that delivers on the public priorities, and I'm proud to support it.
Yeah. I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
That is it.
We now come to motion number 3, relating to the Education Committee. Jen Kitchen.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 4 on the Finance Committee. Jen Kitchen.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 5 relating to the Procedure Committee. Jen Kitchen.
I beg to move.
The question is, that, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 6 relating to the Committee of Public Accounts. Jen Kitchen.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great privilege to be able to secure a debate on a matter that is causing immense anxiety across Westmoreland and indeed beyond. National Highways are planning to close and replace 7 bridges that carry the M6 motorway over the Lune Gorge in Cumbria. Those S-joint bridges are reaching the end of their lifespan, and we recognise that this work has to be done. The wider Lune Gorge project proposes bridge replacements, overnight closures, weekend shutdowns and contraflow systems operating sometimes as little as 30 miles an hour. Crucially, the plan also entails the closure of the southbound junction at T-Bay for 18 months, followed by the closure of the northbound junction for a subsequent 18 months. We argue that the Junction 38 closures are not necessary, that there are clear alternatives such as temporary slip roads, and that insufficient attention has been paid to those alternatives. All the while, National Highways intend to keep heavy traffic moving through rural diversion routes and have astonishingly not produced a full impact assessment for the project. No assessment of the impact on the road network and no assessment of the impact on the wider community. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think this is just parochial hyperbole when I say that the Lune Gorge is probably without doubt the most spectacular and beautiful stretch of the UK's motorway network. So I suspect that that when the Department for Transport and National Highways looked at that stretch of the M6, whilst weighing up the project in its early days, they were struck more by the scenery and far less by the very significant population that depends upon Junction 38 and therefore did not give them very much serious consideration at all. Now, local communities rely on Junction 38 for access to work, school, health services, business and the operation of the local economy. The current plan as it stands will devastate local businesses whose business model is completely often reliant on the proximity to the M6 and to the junctions north and south, effectively isolating the community from the motorway for 3 years within a wider programme of 4 to 6 years of ongoing disruption. It also puts the safety of my constituents at risk, given that access for emergency services to our communities will be severely curtailed for years on end. I spent time recently with our wonderful ambulance crews who were keen that I should emphasise this point especially. The impact on our communities will be enormous, and the key impacts are first and foremost on the village of T-Bay itself, but also on a much wider area. So 7 bridges carry the M6 itself, and they also need replacing. I get that. But the 8th bridge across the M6, which also requires replacement, carries the A685 connecting T-Bay with Kendal 12 miles away and is the only remaining link between the two when the M6 junction is closed. As a community, we campaign hard to persuade National Highways not to close this bridge at the same time as the other 7, and we are grateful, I should say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that National Highways have changed their mind on this point. I want to thank everyone who campaigned hard with us to achieve this success. This means now that T-Bay, Orton, Ravensdale, Kirby Stephen and other villages will at least have one connecting road to Kendal. Otherwise, residents taking their children to school and commuters would have faced an additional 250 miles a week for an 18-month period. Now, having said that, the A685 is a winding, narrow, single carriageway road running for, as I said, 12 miles from T-Bay to Kendal, and for 18 months, all local traffic will be dependent on this road, meaning huge increased traffic going through T-Bay, Greyrig and Kendal in particular. So I wonder if I could ask, first of all, the Minister to ensure that this traffic is managed along the whole of this route and that the A685 Lortland House Bridge is strengthened and kept safe through this time when this already weakened bridge will be facing massively increased usage, carrying an enormous volume of traffic displaced from the M6. The towns of Kirby Stephen and Kendal are already at capacity and breaking point when it comes to traffic management and cannot withstand a motorway's worth of displaced traffic. They cannot withstand it at all, but they certainly cannot stand it regularly and for years on end. Now, Westmoreland and Furness Council are set to lose £39 million a year due to the new, ironically titled Fairer Funding 2.0 settlement, a staggering 13% cut to their budget. So they will not have the funds to expand traffic management in consideration of the volume of traffic to keep those roads safe and flowing securely. And incidentally, this is a financial settlement which puts at risk the Council's crucial investment into the town of Barrow, which is critical to the UK's defence capability, including our nuclear deterrent. This is a matter then that I would be grateful if the Minister would take up separately with his colleagues, the Secretary of State for Defence and Local Government, because this cut would be a colossal strategic own goal for the Government that the Government would rightly get the blame for, and yet there is still time to reverse it. However, for this debate, the key point I want the Minister to focus on is that the closure of Junction 38, southbound and then northbound, for 3 years in total, will be catastrophic for our communities. It can and it must be avoided.
Oh, we're going to give way?
Yeah, happily give way.
Order. Mr Shannon, this is a very narrow debate, specifically on Junction 38 of the M6, and I seek an assurance that your intervention relates only to that. Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's more than that. It's also it's a main thoroughfare from for lorries and traffic going to Stranraer to Larne, and that road, the junction, no, it's a fact. I've talked to those who transport goods, agri-food from Northern Ireland to the north of England, to Scotland and back again. So with the wideness of this debate, it will impact not just in the local area, it's going to impact all the businesses in Northern Ireland who need the lorries to bring their food in and take their food out. The agri-food sector will be impacted greatly.
Tim Farron.
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman, who is a world standard crowbar applier when it comes to this place. But that was not a crowbar. That was very, very relevant, because England's connectivity with Ireland via Stranraer is utterly affected by what is happening at Junction 38. So he's absolutely on the money, and I'm very grateful for the point that he makes. So we must avoid the closures of the junctions, because at a time, let's start with one group which is mentioned regularly and helped rarely, at a time when they are already facing so many threats and pressures, the closure will be a logistical nightmare for our farmers, who will face rising fuel costs, some land being made inaccessible to them, and threats to animal welfare as they have to make more arduous journeys throughout this 3-year period. Secondly, given the government's priority of seeking economic growth, the junction closures are also a huge risk to our multi-billion-pound tourism economy. Tailbacks north and south and the junction closures will mean that some of the 20 million visitors we have each year will vote with their feet, putting many of the 60,000 hospitality and tourism jobs in our county at risk and further damaging the UK's fiscal position. Local businesses will be hit by the closures, including Britain's, and I think this is not parochial hyperbole either, Britain's finest service station, Westmoreland Services at T-Bay, with an estimated cost to them alone of £1 million, thank you, £1 million in damage if the junction is closed. Now, there are dozens of other businesses affected too, with millions of pounds of lost revenue, increased costs and the potential loss of hundreds of jobs. There will be a huge impact also, as my honourable friend makes mention of, because of the national impact that will be to the haulage industry. Most lorry companies use Junction 38 as their halfway point on the route to Scotland and to the ferry port serving Ireland. And with the closure of the M6 at Clifton, not just but the top end of my constituency near Junction 40 this coming January, just as for instance, HGV drivers coming from Scotland are being diverted from Penrith across, and therefore from the ports connecting us to Ireland, being diverted from Penrith across the A66 to Scotch Corner, down the A1M, across the M62, rejoining the M6 near Warrington. A massive, colossal detour with horrendous costs in fuel and journey times. But that is only for a few weekends at the beginning of next year. The Loon Gorge plan is to run for 4 to 6 years, not a few weekends. This work will have an enormous negative economic impact for the whole country. The consequences have clearly not been fully thought through. Now, given what we know, some of the impacts of these closures, we have asked National Highway. I'll say that again. We have asked National Highways for sight of their impact assessment. To my utter astonishment, Madam Deputy Speaker, they do not have one. They have not conducted one. Now, the Minister can blame the previous Conservative ministers for this failure if he wishes, but he only gets to do that if he puts it right immediately this evening. So where is the economic impact assessment? Where is a credible traffic management plan? Thanks to local residents, businesses and farmer groups, we did our own survey of the impact and calculated that the damage just to that relatively small section of those parts of the local community that lived in the villages closest to Junction 38 was upwards of £10 million over 3 years. The real cost, of course, will be much wider and therefore much, much higher. The closure of Junction 38 also means there would be much greater pressure on Junctions 37 to the south and Junction 39 to the north, both of which are dangerous hammerhead junctions. Junction 37 has seen 3 tragic fatalities and many other accidents in just the last 18 months alone. Yet National Highway's current plan, such as it is is to send tens of thousands of vehicles down to junction 37 or up to the similarly designed junction 39 so they can be used as crude roundabouts by extremely heavy vehicles in utterly unreasonable volumes. Again, this just underlines a failure to conduct meaningful impact assessments and a failure to present any kind of credible traffic management plan. So, the crucial problem that I want the Minister to focus on is that the closure of junction 38 southbound for 18 months and then northbound for 18 months is completely unacceptable. Let's face it, National Highways would have never even considered it in a more urban part of the network. I reiterate, we're not against the works taking place. We know that these bridges need to be replaced. But there are clearly alternatives to the lengthy closures of junction 38, yet these alternatives have not been seriously considered or properly investigated. I have a high regard for so many of the people I work with from National Highways, but in this case, there has been from the beginning of this project a failure to consider the community and the Cumbrian economy, and now that National Highways are being called to account and asked serious questions, it seems like excuses are being made rather than solutions being explored. Local businesses commissioned the well-respected motorway highways consultants BWB, who produced a detailed feasibility study confirming that the temporary slip roads are absolutely possible. Indeed, they are straightforward if the order of bridge removals is slightly rearranged. National Highways rejected these proposals with, at best, a cursory assessment of them and have provided no credible reasons for doing so. So on behalf of our communities in Westmorland, my first ask is that the Minister looks at these proposals himself, takes independent expert advice from his officials and at the same time instructs National Highways to properly and formally consider these temporary slip roads to make certain that these very credible plans are properly evaluated. Meanwhile, as the works proceed, with many full motorway closures planned, the apparent plan is to route the entire M6 load through the narrow streets of Kendal and Kirby Stephen. This is ludicrous, unsustainable, and will take ministerial intervention to put it right. So the second ask relates to the Kendal Relief Road, otherwise known as the Northern Access Route. In 2023, the previous government pledged £460 million for 21, I quote, smaller road schemes across the north, including potentially a short new road linking the A591 Windermere Road to the A6 Shat Road just north of our thriving but often congested main town of Kendal. But in July, the Department for Transport announced that the future of the scheme had been placed under review, with a final decision set to be announced by the end of the year. Given the disruption from the M6 closures already this year, the case this road is stronger than ever. So can this project be brought forward so that it can be done before the M6 Loon Gorge project happens? The third ask is for help to be provided to solve the congestion that the M6 and A66 closures have on the beautiful town of Kirby Stephen. The provision of new, additional off-road parking for residents on South Road in Kirby Stephen, along with sensible highways modifications, would mostly solve the problems here too. So please could the Minister instruct his officials to take action on this point before the work on the Loon Gorge bridges causes repeated chaos to the town. Fourthly, the government gave the green light, I'm very grateful to them for this, for the A66 dualling earlier this year after our lengthy campaign. The plan includes an underpass close to the M6 junction 40 underneath the notoriously busy Kempley Bank roundabout at Penrith. It is vital then that this work is sequenced before the M6 closures so to avoid crippling congestion around Penrith and to alleviate devastating impact of running these projects at the same time. So look, the solutions are here. Experts have done the work and local businesses have provided the evidence, and yet National Highways have not meaningfully considered the very options that will prevent economic and social disaster for our communities. So my final ask of the Minister tonight is, will he meet with me, along with representatives of the local community, of local businesses and their skilled highways consultants, to discuss the temporary slip road proposals and the wider sequencing of these works? If he can visit Westmorland, the Westmorland site in person, then we would welcome this hugely, and it would help him to see at first hand the issues that our local communities are facing. But time is of the essence, so we would gladly meet him in London if that can happen more speedily. It is essential that he understands for himself the profound and unnecessary impact this project will have on Kendal, Burneside, Greyreg, T-Bay, Orton, Ravensdale, Kirby Stephen, on the wider economy of the Lake District, the Dales, Cumbria as a whole, and the UK's haulage industry. The M6 bridge work must be done to keep us safe for generations to come. But it is wrong for it to be done in ways which ignore the catastrophic impact on our residents, communities and businesses in Westmoreland. Thank you.
Minister Simon Lightwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by congratulating the honourable gentleman for securing this debate on the M6 Loon Gorge project and for his passionate advocacy on behalf of his constituents in Westmoreland and Lonsdale. Our strategic road network is one of the nation's most vital pieces of infrastructure. Our motorways and major A roads form the backbone of connectivity across England. It links our towns and cities, our ports and airports, and is relied upon by millions of people and businesses every single day. This government remains firmly committed to its resilience, renewal and replacement, with nearly £1.3 billion allocated for capital renewals in 2025-26. I note the honourable gentleman's commitment, not only in securing this debate, but through its wider engagement with National Highways and government on this matter. He is a strong advocate for his constituents, businesses and local road users. While recognising the need for the M6 Loon Gorge scheme, he has campaigned extensively to minimise the impact on his constituency. I'm therefore grateful for the opportunity to address the M6 Loon Gorge project and the concerns raised regarding the traffic management, particularly the option of providing temporary slip roads. Let me assure the honourable member that this government, working closely with National Highways, fully recognises the scale and significance of this project. We understand the profound impact that transport infrastructure has on local communities, not just in terms of connectivity, but in safeguarding economic growth and quality of life. That is why we're committed to delivering a solution that is both robust and responsive to the needs of those it serves. The M6 is a key corridor on our strategic road network and the main north-south transport access. Early intervention is therefore essential to ensure these structures remain safe, resilient and in service. The M6 Loon Gorge project is a significant and complex renewal scheme on the strategic road network. It is located within the gorge of River Loon in Cumbria, between the Lake District and Yorkshire Dales National Parks. Its purpose is to enable the vital replacement of bridge decks along a 10-kilometre stretch of the M6, from Castlehowe Bridge adjacent to Junction 38 to High Gill Bridge north of Junction 37. The scheme involves 8 similarly constructed structures, each now at or approaching the end of its operational life. Over time, these bridges have suffered significant deterioration, driven by increased traffic volumes, heavier vehicles, and the growing impacts of climate change. Construction on this project is scheduled to commence in the spring of 2027. During this period, road closures will be necessary, including the consecutive closure of both the southbound and northbound carriageways at Junction 38, with diversion routes in place for road users throughout to maintain connectivity. Now, safety remains National Highways' foremost priority. To protect both the workforce and road users, there will be occasions when the full closure of the junction is unavoidable. These closures will be scheduled during weekends and overnight periods when traffic is lighter to minimise disruption. As construction approaches in spring 2027, National Highways will finalise these plans and provide a clear, timely communication to ensure road users and local communities are fully informed to enable them to plan their journeys. Government and National Highways remain firmly committed to engaging with local communities, to listen to the concerns and mitigate disruption wherever possible. Following feedback from the local community, National Highways announced in September 2025 the deferral of works on Lortland House Bridge to provide an additional route for access for residents of Tebay while essential works are undertaken at Junction 38. During the initial design stages of the project prior to May 2024, National Highways considered and assessed the opportunity of using temporary slip roads. At that time, this approach was not considered feasible due to spatial constraints, value for money considerations, and the need for significant lane and speed restrictions, and the likelihood of a costly extension to the overall construction period. I shall.
I interrupted his flow. I'm very grateful if it would be possible to have sight of the working showing National Highways considering slip roads and what drawings they did, what designs they had that they then discarded. I have not heard of this to this day, I'm not convinced they did that at all.
Minister.
I'm quite certain the Honourable Gentleman will continue his engagement with National Highways, and I'm sure that they can have this conversation together. As I said, during the initial design stages of the project prior to May 2024, the National Highways considered and assessed the opportunity of those slip roads. However, following further engagement by National Highways with local communities, including additional proposals for temporary slip roads, were submitted by stakeholders in September and October 2025. While these broadly reflected options previously deemed unfeasible, further information was provided by an independent commission engineering consultancy company. National Highways has committed to a detailed feasibility review of the information produced by this consultancy company. This review is underway and will consider the impact on road users, the costs of the scheme, and with consideration of local communities. The review is expected to conclude by January 2026, and National Highways has committed to provide the outcome of this work by the end of January. I look forward to receiving the report alongside the Honourable Member and other stakeholders. I had a point earlier on about traffic impact assessments. Now, National Highways understands the impact this work will have undertaken an assessment of the inflows of arrangements in line with National Highways has shared a traffic management strategy with stakeholders, which will be refined into detailed plans as we approach spring. The Ombudsman got closures during the construction of this project. These are legitimate and important considerations for local communities and road users alike. National Highways has of convenience except that the scale of this type of work and especially those closures so, however, let me assure that National Highways is committed to coastal temporary slip roads. The M6 Loon Gorge project represents an essential renewal of the strategic road network, a critical transport corridor in our country. This scheme is not simply about safeguarding economic growth and ensuring the safety and resilience of a route that serves thousands of road users every day. And strategic investment network risks which would constrain economic growth, road productivity, and lead to significant costs. The Honourable Member will agree that investing in the maintenance and renewal of our road network ultimately benefits society. This government, working in close partnership with National Highways, is fully committed to delivering this project in a way that to road local communities. That is why every effort has been made to plan carefully, communicate clearly, and implement measures that reduce inconvenience wherever possible. I'd like to thank the Honourable Gentleman for to debate and for his continued advocacy on behalf of his constituency. I welcome ongoing engagement with him following National Highways Review slip road proposal. This important project progresses to see what we can achieve to provide a positive outcome for all stakeholders constituents.
Philly's about to conclude, so I just want to press him on the point of the meeting with myself and local community. Is he willing to do that? He's welcome to Westmoreland, but we'd happily come down to see him here.
As I mentioned, the gentleman, I think it would be a good idea to wait till January to understand the outcome of the assessment that National Highways is undertaking on the slip road proposal.
Is that this House do now adjourn, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The order